It said ending text. Hold on. Sorry about that. Wow. I need to get that fixed. I that was the first time that I've ever used a timer that's specific to YouTube. That wasn't supposed to happen. My bad, guys. That's funny. Welcome everybody to the YouTube stream specific today. Yeah, that shit said that shit said ending text. Oh, thank you for the compliment on the clean fit, man. I like wearing flannels pretty often. As you can see, the format is a little strange. The reason why I'm not streaming on TikTok is because I'm going to be joining other people's TikToks. And if you guys, and it's your guys' job, if you can, to try to find the best panels to try to get onto. Whether it be a serious person that's trying to debate, or whether it is the most brain rot type topic you've ever seen, and you want to just see what I have on it. So it can be anything. But it'll kind of be up to you guys on how you want to see this go. You guys will be able to hear them. You guys will be able to, see the panel kind of in its totality. Very similar to the Crucible, their TikTok invasion thing. So it's going to be extremely similar to that. I might as well just go to Muric's live. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that's a good farming point. What do you think, guys? Should I debate a Sethian Gnostic to start the night off? Go up on Halal's. I don't even know. Is she online? She is on. I think I'll definitely attend hers later. It'd be pretty fun. There's plenty of people that we can join tonight. And if there's people in here that you see that I'm not following, of course, you can send them to me. What are the Tic Tacs? I'm a boomer. Oh, like I am a boomer. Oh, the TikTok streams. So they're panels that exist on the app. I can back you up with the Sethian stuff. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, if you wanted to come in there, I'll join it, and then maybe you can come in.
Believe and obey God. We have the capability to be better than all of creation and the angels. And if we choose to use our free will to reject God, then we become lower than angels. So the point is, God wouldn't abandon us. Rather, just to finish off, He created us.
Oh, he invited me.
And then He sent prophets and messengers to guide us. And if we were independent of God for 1 second, we'd die right away. We wouldn't be able to survive because
they brought me up already. See how easy that was?
Constantly from Him.
Wait, so you know how you said
chaos between the competing gods.
You guys hear that? Okay.
The harmony that you see today, right? This is one of the arguments actually that's used in the Quran.
Yeah. So you know that this exact argument that you set for, as far as like the angels were prostrating before man, right? We'd say like before Adam. This is the same argument that the Sabians would use to say that the divine spark is within them, right? And they can achieve salvation through their own means, not through the means of like an organized like church.
Yeah, no, but this was just to show. But this was just to show. This didn't legalize angels today bowing down to Adam. It just showed the superiority of man over the angels, the believing man over the angels. That's what it was used.
I actually,
I'm
currently still muted. Let me turn this down a little bit.
Cursed as he refused to bow down to Adam.
So I actually had already talked to Muric a couple days ago. I didn't have it recorded though. But I basically provide an epistemic critique of how do we know what is gnosis and what is not gnosis, right? Because that's a really serious thing in Gnosticism, is knowing something that is truly gnosis versus something that is counter to the gnosis, or something that is a deception by the Demiurge. How do we know the difference? Right, it's a really easy question to ask Gnostics. 99% of the time, they say they give some kind of like non-material criteria. Some kind of like non-material criteria, and then they would try to like make up some kind of like arbitrary thing, like saying like, oh well, it's the divine spark within you. But you can critique that kind of stuff. Yeah, he is an actual Gnostic. He believes in Sethian Gnosticism.
Gnosis, you mean, sorry, when you say gnosis, you mean salvation?
Yeah. They have the ability to transcend the material world and be among the realm of the gods. They
Okay,
believe this. They would argue
okay,
this.
so since you believe that, and you mentioned that, since you believe that, and you mentioned that earlier, why don't you just do that? What's the proof for that?
Why don't I just do that?
Yeah, ascend the different worlds and
Yeah,
meet
he
the
did.
different gods and all this stuff.
He did, Cameron.
Well, I mean, it's
After
not.
this- after-
Well,
sorry,
well,
after
He never
well,
this-
technically
after this-
apostated, though.
I mean, it's not necessarily that
He
I do
wasn't
it, right?
ever baptized into the
It's
church.
more
He
so
was looking into
necessarily
the
that
church.
We understand what your religion
But yeah, it is a pretty
actually teaches
pretty wild
about
leap.
and how it's
I'm not gonna
actually
lie.
very much compatible with the Sabians' time. So the Sabians, again, they believe in every single thing that
I wish I
you
could
just said.
have this
But I
conversation,
think
but this
but they
Salafi dude
believe-
is
It's not
like
compatible.
trying to take up
But it is
this
though,
whole
because
argument.
They believe in a creation story. They believe in Adam and Eve. They
No, but you're
believe that
missing the whole
Oh.
intermediary gods is completely refused. So before I leave, can I just tell you, and I can come back after if you want me to come back, okay? But
Oh, he's gonna leave. Maybe we can have that conversation.
when God sent Muhammad SAW to Mecca, okay? Well, he was born in Mecca, but when he became a prophet in Mecca, the people there were what? They were pagans, right? And they were worship. It's the same thing, by the way. This is very interesting now. This gets more interesting now because the pagans.
No, he is a great guy,
they
Saxon.
were-
I agree, 100%.
He's
a great guy. I don't understand why
Allah says
he's.
in the Quran, if you were to ask them,
I don't understand
to
how he
say,
somehow
"Who
fell
is
into
their
something like
Lord?"
this because he's smart
they
too,
would say,
bro. Like
Allah.
he's actually he's
right?
smart.
But if you tell them to say La ilaha illallah, they would say,
won't
"Have you
say
made
it.
all of our gods into one?" So what did the
Yeah,
pagans do?
la.
They had all of their idols, and they would say, "Well, we believe in God, but we use these idols in order to reach, like as intermediaries, like here, in order to reach God." So the Prophet Muhammad would tell them, "Say La ilaha." So if he would ask them first, "Who is your Lord?" They would say, "Allah, the main God."
Yeah, to say there's no God but one, and Muhammad is
And
his
then
messenger.
and then he would say La ilaha illallah, and they would say, "Have you made all of our gods into one God?" So that's where we get the meaning from La ilaha illallah. Actually means there's no God worthy of worship, including their pagan idols, other than Allah. So all of those intermediary idols are discounted. So the same thing here. The whole argument.
He said he lied
that
about
whole
his
story
position
and
that
that
Saint
whole
Irenaeus
the
got
whole
wrong
premise
things
of the
about
Quran is that
Gnostics.
topic is tawheed against all of the
But-
different types of polytheism, right? That's the
But
whole
you also
reason why.
understand. Wait a minute.
Sorry,
but you also
that's the whole
understand that the
reason why
Sabians do
all
not
of
have
these
idols,
witches-
right?
Sorry, go ahead.
But you also understand the Sabians do not have idols, right?
But these intermediary gods are idols. In Arabic we say taghut or tawaghit.
No.
Al-Haid.
They don't
Al-Haid.
believe in any sort of idol worship.
I love their
They do
accents, man.
not believe in any sort of
Al-Haid.
stuff like that. They do not
themselves-
fashion and carve like things into stone or
They,
wood.
they themselves won't call these intermediary gods, they might not call them idols, but as per the Islamic definition of what an idol is, it would fall into that. So as per the Islamic definition, those are idols.
I won't
right?
leave.
And that's what
All
Islam
right, I'll
came
be
to
patient
abolish,
because I'm excited
right?
Yeah.
to have these
Idols aren't just
conversations.
in
I never
stone
get to
form.
talk
You
with
can have
Gnostics
many
very
different
often, and the
idols,
last time that I
right?
got
You
to
can
talk to them, it
some
actually was
people
really
take
fun.
Humans as idols. Hindus
But,
take
yeah.
animals as idols, right?
Yes.
An idol is anything that's worshipped other than God, right?
Yeah.
I have to go, but honestly, it was really interesting to talk to you. I might come back, and honestly, man, the way you're talking, keep it up because I think you have one of the best manners and etiquette of everybody that I met in here so far. So I really appreciate it. I just want to put that out there. Thank you so much. It was awesome talking to you.
No, thank you too, man. God bless.
Take care.
Hey, Mirik. How's it going, man? Can you hear me?
Oh, Brycej.
Yeah, bro. So,
Yeah, what's
yeah, Bryce, bro. We're running the Mirik dichotomy now, bro. It's over.
there's a Mirik dichotomy? What does that mean?
It's just the whole idea that in multiple points in the Quran, it talks about Sabianism, which is generally understood by the Arabic scholars to mean Gnosticism. And then when we look at the Gnostic texts and Gospels, it talks about worship of multiple gods, and it talks about, the whole Demiurge, the whole monad, the whole Sophia thing. I mean, you're aware of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of like a form of continuity argument that begins from establishing Sabianism and everything. But the interesting part is Bryce, this Muslim, when we were speaking to him, bro, he pretty much says that when it talks about the people of the book, it talks about Jews, Muslims, Sabians, it says that they're all polytheists. And he was unable to answer, like, essentially, why his God is in cohorts with polytheists.
Yeah, I thought that Allah liked the poly, or I guess the people of the book. It's a little bit strange.
No, no, but he specifically says, like, you gotta destroy the polytheists. They're all bad people.
Mm.
Tawheed, God is one. But then he goes ahead and he says that these people are the people of the book. He specifically mentions them alongside Jews and Christians. But like when you look into their teachings, bro, like I mean, every single one of them say we're polytheists. This guy was like trying to save the position. He's like, no, but there was some of them that were monotheists, Merc. You don't understand. But then he just contends that, oh yeah, they have multiple gods.
Mm.
It's like, oh, you're cooked then, bro. The
Um,
Merc dichotomy, it's over.
I did want to come up here because I wanted to ask you, still from like a previous conversation that we had, like, have you kind of like came up to, or I guess came up with some of the answers that we talked about the other night still, or are you still just studying?
No, I'm still just studying, bro. Like I have like I don't want to say I made it, but been able to find like a good group of people, and we're gonna be looking a lot more into like Sethian Gnosticism. Bunch of like academics, bro. Made like a Discord server, got like a few hundred people in it already, just
Yeah.
talking about Gnosticism, sharing academic like
Okay.
papers, and stuff like
So
that. I don't know.
you
I got
still,
some stuff in the works, bro. It's interesting.
yeah. So I'm assuming then you still can't define Gnostic or Gnosis.
No, I mean I don't want to like make any like material representations of like certain things and be wrong, bro. I'm really just like kind of decided like I was gonna look into a lot more of the premise and a lot more of the teachings before like
Okay.
trying to debate it, I guess.
Yeah. What are some of the big works that apparently really dive into like these metaphysical truths in Gnosticism? Like you know what are some of the, because like I understand that like obviously there's the Gnostic Gospels, right? But the Gnostic Gospels, they're kind of like our Gospels. Like we have like the Gospels, and then we have like metaphysical books from fathers, right? That like actually go like crazy in depth to theology. So like when it comes to like your guys's system, right? Like you guys can
Yes,
posit the
like
Gospels,
Greek.
but the monastic Gospels. But where do you actually like acquire a philosophical position for Gnosticism? Like who's the one that you actually like read into to discover the metaphysics of your system?
It's open-ended, which is the beauty of Gnosticism, because you can essentially hold to whatever you want as long as it's compatible with just like a few basic
So salvation
premises.
is subjective then.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
So then what's the left and right limits to like it being open ended?
As far as like if you're like arguing the position, you can hold to like a lot of metaphysical arguments or concepts you can take from many different sources. I'm saying there's not like specifically like a guy or a scholar that like
Yeah.
you're like binded to by like a magisterium or anything. It's kind of the beauty of it. I guess it does make it difficult to um stay consistent, because the Catholics would have like St. Thomas Aquinas, the Orthodox would have like St. Gregory Palamas, the Orientals would have like so what's that guy's name, dude? The guy who they say taught Metaphysitism, bro.
Wait, what's
Yeah,
his?
they have Cyril.
No, they don't.
They
Well,
have
hold on. They ain't got Cyril, bro. They got Severus.
They're
That's not. They
saying
are
they
not the same, bro.
nah.
We got Cyril as
They're
well,
saying nah. They're saying they got
bro.
Cyril, bro. I
No
talked to
way you
Devo,
think
bro.
that. No way you freaking were convinced by Devo. No
Devo,
shot you were
Devo,
convinced by Devo of that.
Devo, come up here right now, bro. Devo, come up here
Severus
right now,
freaking
bro.
did that, bro. That's
Devo,
there's a thing.
Devo,
Saint
don't.
Gregory Palamas
No,
for
no,
the
no,
Eastern
no, no,
Orthodox
no.
Church. Then it would be Thomas Aquinas for the Catholic Church, and then it's commonly known in academia that Severus is their understanding of Thomas Aquinas and our version of Gregory Palamas. When you say Cyril,
Okay.
that's like me saying, like for example, oh well, Augustine is my guy, right? Like that's like me saying that. But then the Catholics will stand on the other side and be like, what? But he taught our position.
Wait, but let's be fair though.
No, but
We
Catholics
gotta
do
ask
say that,
Devo.
bro.
I'm
Devo.
saying that it's
Okay, wait, but
speculative
my
because it's
sentence was that it would
pre-schism.
be like,
Okay, but listen, but Devo,
if you mean like a person that explicitly articulates like metaphysicism and explicitly rejects the other
Yes.
quote unquote churches, then yeah, Saint Severus.
That was my whole
But would
point,
you say
Devo.
you
I wasn't
have
trying to make like some argument
wait,
of what.
but Cyril, I'm sorry, fucking Devo, would you say you
Why is Mirik
honestly
doing this right now?
did
I wanted to
zero
talk to him
teaching
about
Gnosticism?
Gnosticism, and now he's trying to trap me into a Christology conversation with Devo.
If I said no,
What's going on with that?
my faith, you know.
There you go, bro. That's all I'm arguing for. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I know, but
I'm saying this is their guy, bro.
Bryce would say like he was a theophysite.
Yeah, so that's why
I don't know.
that's why my
I don't know what
entire
Bryce is trying
point,
to say.
Bryce is
Mirik,
more so.
Mirik, are you rage baiting me? Like, do you not understand my
Bro, I'm
point?
not rage baiting you.
So then, can you steel man what my point is?
Bryce is saying.
Fuck no, I can't steal
Bryce is
your
saying
point.
like, it will be like. Bryce is
All
saying
right.
like someone who explicitly
Fuck no, I can't steal man. That shit.
says
Yeah.
who specifically like argues against the churches explicitly, like they'll say like the RCs are wrong for this, the EOs are wrong for this,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. Like,
So then we would say that's Severus for them, right? Or maybe Jacob of Syria is his name. Is that his name?
It's Jacob of Syria.
Jacob
Catholics
of-
accept him. So I
They
can't
do?
that.
Really? Do they?
Yeah.
That's
bro,
funny.
I've seen his homilies. He has a whole homily. That's very bad for them.
Yeah, that's actually really funny that they venerate him, considering that Saint John of Damascus has an entire work calling him a heretic dog. I mean, like Saint John of Damascus, and they venerate Saint John of Damascus. It's literally called Against the Jacobites, bro. It's
Yeah. What's it called? He literally has a whole homily saying like Chalcedon was like, I'm not gonna say the word, but literally condemning Chalcedon and everything. I don't know how they reconcile that.
yeah, that's why I'm saying like I don't know why they would venerate him. But, I mean, it's kind of sticky though when you think about it, because you know,
By the
like
way, they do try to prove he is a theophysite. They do try to do that.
yeah, I'm too busy to try to do that. I'm gonna be real. That's way too
That's the
complicated
point
for me.
proving-
A lot of people think I'm already crazy enough for trying to prove that Saint Augustine doesn't affirm the filioque. So
Yeah, I was about to mention that. I'll be like, that's even harder.
yeah,
Like,
but
how you gonna prove a guy who explicitly rejected Chalcedon as a theophysite? Like,
yeah, that's weird to honestly try to do that. But
it's corrupted.
anyway, Mirik, the reason why I was asking you the question about the left and right limits, or like the criteria, I guess, for the open-endedness, is that if I were to hypothetically hold a position identical to the position that I have right now, and say that the gnosis is through theosis, am I good?
Gnosis through theosis.
Yeah. So the salvation, right, through of knowledge is through theosis in the Eastern Orthodox Church.
No, I'd probably say no.
What is your what is the left and right limits to the criteria then, if you're denying that?
That's what I'm saying. I gotta look more into it, bro. But
But you're denying it, bro. So like, what's the limit?
I mean, I'm denying it just like prima facie, but like I'm just saying I want to look more into
Prima
it so
facie.
then I could be able to like
A phenomenal conservative Gnostic, bro. I've never seen that.
I hate when people use that word.
No, but like what's the
Just
issue with
normally
that?
are.
Like if you're not like super like educated on the premise and someone asks you a question that like you're not 100% sure of, like to say
That's usually when you
don't
admit
know,
agnostic to a position. That's usually what happens.
yeah, but to say that you're not educated enough to answer this specific narrow question is in and of itself wisdom, no?
Well, I mean, like, the reason why I'm asking, like, what are the left and right limits of what is entailed for salvation in your view, right? Like, that's not exactly like a specific narrow question. I mean, any denomination of Christianity can answer that question. So, like, even if like you're holding to Gnosticism, even like a loose sense, you should have some kind of left and right limits to what is established for like what is required for salvation, what you must do. And that's why I propose that kind of like extreme hypothetical. Well, what if I'm just in a complete baptized Eastern Orthodox Christian? I hold to all of the Eastern Orthodox values. I hold to the infallibility of the ecumenical councils, and gnosis is via theosis in the church. Like, what is wrong with that?
Yeah, that's a good question, bro. I've yet to have someone pose that to me. I'll have to look more into that and get back to you on it, to be honest with you.
That's fair.
But that's a good one. It was you and Funi. Funi gave me a lot to think about as well. But I have yet to see anyone like really give good objections against the Gnostic position. The most I've ever seen, bro, was like, I'm saying like the majority of what I'm hearing is usually from like the EO position, and it really stems around the idea of, well, Merrick, you know, the Gnostic position is wrong because you have a demon in you, and therefore, because you have a demon, you're wrong. And you need to
Appeal to demonic oppression fallacy. Just say that.
No, bro, they're literally, bro, it's Bryce, it's to a point where they're literally like, I don't want to say patronizing because these are good people, but they're like, when I hop in the live, they're like, oh my God, don't bring up Merrick's name.
Merrick.
Don't you even talk to Merrick.
Merrick, the apostate Gnostic, the apostate.
Don't talk to this guy.
No, it's all good, bro. That's why I try to come up here and have these casual conversations with you, because I know that, I mean, like, obviously this is just my opinion, and I don't mean to like offend you, obviously, but I think that you're just like mistaken into something that's aesthetically pleasing, and that's the reason why that I'm trying to consistently, have these conversations with you, because I don't want, this to become something that you embed yourself so hard in that you actually just collapse completely into Hades, brother. Like, I care. I genuinely do care.
I appreciate
Are you inquiring into Gnosticism?
Yeah.
Bomba.
Diva, I don't want to hear it, bro. You're a fucking metaphysic, man.
Bro, being a Miaphysite is like a million times better than a Gnostic. It's a million times better than being a Gnostic, bro. You're crazy.
You guys, look. You guys were the first people to be anathematized by the fathers. That just says something.
Bro, remember what I told you the other night? I said being a Muslim is better than being
Devo,
a Gnostic,
you were literally
dude.
the third people to get not. Wait, Devo, your people were the
I don't know
third
about
people.
monophysite, because then you just believe in a contradiction. But
wait, but Devo, your people were the third people to get kicked out.
I think
So
being
you're
Eutychian is better than being
I just
Gnostic.
happened to be the first means I'm the worst. Your people were also like kicked out, bro. You're cooked.
I think being Nestorian is better than being Gnostic.
100%.
Oh, dude, yeah. See, no. Two sons is better than no son. That's what I'm getting at.
You guys are cooked, bro.
Dude.
Y'all gonna say anything's better than Gnosticism, bro. Y'all just be hating, bro.
Because, dude, come on, man. Like, all of these things that I've been asking you, like, I can't do things like this to, like, most denominations or faiths or, like, religions in general, bro. Like, Gnosticism is so easy to just be like, okay, so then how do you know that this is the case? And then it's just like, I don't know. Like, it's not just you, bro. Like, I promise you, like, I've had these conversations with many different Gnostics. They all have the same answer, or they have different answers, right? The same answer as being, I have to look more into that, quote unquote. Well, yeah, I mean, or then saying, or then they have different answers to the criteria for salvation, meaning that none of them know, brother.
Well, yeah, I mean,
isn't the whole point called gnosis?
Well, yeah, but there's no, like, organized magisterium. There's no, like, united gospel of Gnostic.
It's a religion based around knowing, though, bro, and there's no objective knowing in that religion, dude.
Yeah, bro, that's why I gotta start the first Gnostic church, bro. I'm gonna lock in, bro. We're gonna get the funding, and Borisov is gonna pay for all of it.
Why don't you just...
No, he's gonna pay for all of
it. What gospels? I asked you this, like, before, but, like, I didn't really get, like, an answer. What gospels specifically do you hold to? Like, what Gnostic gospels?
I've looked a lot into, like, the Gospel of Judas specifically, Gospel of Mary, Infancy Gospel of Thomas. Those are the three that I've mainly been looking at.
You know that the Infancy Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Mary contradict each other, right?
What do you mean?
The Gospel of Mary says what about the criteria for getting into heaven, or for getting into heaven?
What about the criteria?
Yeah, it talks about a criteria for getting into heaven.
What's the
regarding how basically you must become female, right?
What's like
because it was something for Mary.
I thought that was in the Infancy Gospel.
No, the Infancy Gospel of Thomas says that you must become a male.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking
about. You want me to quote it?
Okay. Yeah, I can look at the source if you want to like DM it to me or whatever.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just DM them to you later then in that case, but yeah, man, yeah, like friggin' like those, you just gotta be careful with those Gnostic Gospels, bro, because they all contradict each other because they were made by different groups, man. They weren't all made by the same people.
I mean, listen, bro, like, if it's, like, so cooked to that degree, there's, like, literally no way around the fact that they just genuinely contradict each other. If it has, like no way around it, then... I mean,
the secret gnosis is in contradiction, hear me out, right? Affirming contradiction is actually the secret to salvation.
Okay, wait, I have a question.
What'd you say in the...
That's a great title, by the way.
Yo, is this like...
Yo, it's actually wild. I have myself muted. It's kind of wild how he keeps making fun of like the Miaphysite in here, Devo. and making fun of like like Muslims, right, regarding their continuity problems. But he's in a really bad continuity problem being a Muslim or being a Gnostic. He has
I swear, bro.
zero continuity whatsoever.
But like I was saying,
Everything's entirely arbitrary here.
ask me like what made me look into
It doesn't work. Make sure if you guys are in here that you're liking the live so that we can get further up into the I'm like really interested in like a lot of like religion. I guess the For You
beliefs,
page
so, like,
of
when I
YouTube.
stumbled upon
All right.
Gnosticism, it kinda
Make
just
sure you guys are
seemed
liking the live.
something-
You're like Block Boy. You like
This
Block
noose
Boy,
is
like
Wesley
that-
Snipes Dark.
I'm like,
That
Yeah, I
guy-
agree.
Who the fuck is that?
No, Block Boy. That guy.
Oh, Block.
That guy
Yeah, I
aff-
know that
that-
guy.
Bro, that guy affirms EED with filioque with metaphysicism. Tell me how that works.
Yo, he doesn't even affirm EED, bro. Like freaking, I talked to him about EED. It's not a real EED. He affirms like some weird ass position where he thinks that like the persons are formally actually distinct. Like, what do you like? I don't know what to do with that. He's like a semi-modalist, brother.
No. I don't know what that guy's on, bro. But
Bro,
like,
by the
my
way,
biggest supporter is
the
Twax,
person
bro.
that parts.
Me and Twax are in cahoots about this, bro.
In all seriousness, Murik, right? Is there even a sliver of your mind that makes you think that you may be deceived by demons right now? Like genuine question.
No. I think
So even though that you have a massive confusion right now with the things that you do affirm and not affirm, you don't think that you're being deceived in any sense. I'm not. No. Like I'm being genuine with you, bro. Like I'm not saying that like you're stupid because you're a really smart freaking guy. I've watched you debate for months. I know you're smart, but the way that you're being like when it comes to this stuff right now is insane, bro. Like none of this. I thought you were LARPing for like 3 days straight. I was like, nah, bro. This is the best troll on the planet. It's got to be. Like this is the most S tier rage bait ever, and I fell for it the other night. I kept thinking that the next day, and I see you keep having these things. I'm like, bro, come on, please give it up. Like this has to be a character. Like, because I know you're better than this. This is like some low tier theology shit, bro. Gnosticism is like not it, bro. It's new age level. It's new age level, brother.
Bryce,
What?
you know how we had,
trust.
You know how we had
We're gonna-
Gumbo. You know,
Bro, don't compare me to fucking
No, we
Gumbo,
had a-
Devo. I'll kick you off my
Wait,
channel
wait,
right
wait.
now. I'm not
You
fucking
remember-
Gumbo. Gumbo's an idiot, dude.
Wait.
That's a fucking smooth
Remember
brain.
when the OOs had Gumbo and he became Unitarian. You guys have Murik now. He's gonna become a Gnostic.
Gumbo's gonna
Yeah.
become a Gnostic as well?
Fuck no, bro. I'll have to anathematize him.
No, I think.
By the way, are there
we're gonna anathematize.
I mean, dude, like I'm gonna be 100% real with. I'm gonna be 100% real with you, bro. I think Unitarians probably have a higher chance of salvation than Gnostics, though. Like if I'm being 100% real with you.
That's cooked, bro.
No, it's not, bro. They affirm Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior for the fact that they took on, that Jesus took on universal human nature, bro. Like they believe in like recapitulation. They believe in like some of them believe in Christus Victor. Like they believe in all of the things that like the ancient church has taught. When it comes to like the criteria for salvation, at least in our view, they have more chance of God forgiving them than Gnosticism, dude. Like I'm being real with you.
I mean, now that I think about it from your position, yeah, that probably makes sense. Because if we started talking about our beliefs, you guys would immediately say like this.
You still haven't given me any of your beliefs, man. You keep saying I don't know.
Listen. The
whole point of your religion is to know.
Once we enact the Edict of Istanbul, bro.
The Edict of Istanbul?
We're gonna lock in, bro. Once we enact the Council of Istanbul, bro, you guys are done, bro.
What? What is the Edict of Istanbul?
Bro, this person with the fucking cat profile picture is genuinely like slow. This guy's been asking if we are both Orthodox for the past like 30 minutes, bro.
Again, if you can hear us, join the live and destroy Brycej. Why are you? I'm talking to freaking Murik. Dude, it happens every time. I talk to somebody about any topic. I jump on like a Muslim's live, and Amia Fizite joins the chat and says, Agan, please join and cook Brycej on Christology. And I'm like, are you serious? Right? Like, you guys just can't help yourself. You guys actually can't help yourself. This is insane.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now I'm gonna have to wait. Now I'm gonna have to anathematize this guy. Why did you just say my
Bro, how are you
abstract
gonna
system comes from
anathematize me
Saint
if you don't even know the criteria for anathema,
Not
bro?
you, man. Not you, man. Not you, man. Calm down. Not you. I'm gonna have to fucking anathematize this guy. You say we get apostolic succession from Saint Valentinus, dude. Fuck Valentinus, bro. This guy was a fucking idiot, dude. This guy doesn't know anything about
What's your
Gnosticism.
criteria for
Listen to me,
that?
bro. Saint Valentinus literally just look into his teachings, bro. He literally took the
Is he a
Bible and
saint
he's
in
like,
your view?
this. No, I mean no. I'm saying like he's calling him Saint Valentinus, so I'm like going with him.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Okay.
But
So like, how do you know that your view of Gnosticism is correct over Valentinus's view?
bro, I'm gonna give you why I don't like Valentinus, bro.
No, I don't care why you don't like him. I'm asking why his form of Gnosticism is incorrect, bro. I don't give a shit about you cannot like him because he had a freaking long nose, bro. Like I don't give a shit. Like, what is actually wrong with his form of Gnosticism compared to yours?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say like what's wrong with it is the fact that he took the Bible as like this infallible Gnostic source, and then like he tried to interpret it in such a way, which was like pro-Gnostic in a way. He's literally just like a Protestant, bro. Like when they would just like read certain verses.
So let me get this straight.
Just, like present.
So you derive your doctrine from an infallible source or from a fallible source then?
From an infallible source.
So the Bible is infallible?
No, I'm saying Valentinus would say this, bro.
Yeah, but you still derive obviously the basic truth of Gnosticism from the Bible, right?
No, Sethians don't use like the Bible like at all.
They don't use it at all, but they use the Gnostic Gospels that were derived from the apostles that derived the New Testament, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so.
Okay, so you only affirm the Gnostic Gospels, you don't affirm the canonical Gospels.
No, I don't think any Sethian would affirm the Apocrypha or anything like that, no.
So you don't affirm any of the Gnostic Gospels then?
What?
You said Apocrypha. The canonical Gospels are not Apocrypha.
No. My bad. I misspoke. I'm talking about like just the general. I'm talking about just like the general Old Testament, New Testament.
Okay, so like I'm assuming then because obviously you affirm Yaldabaoth, right? You affirm Yaldabaoth as a Demiurge, as a Sethian.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Could you bring Jeb up here? By the way, I think he's requesting.
Jeb.
He's somebody who knows a lot about Sethian theology. But there we go. But the thing I wanted to say though is like, so I'm assuming then if you affirm Yaldabaoth as the Demiurge of the universe in sense of the evil, malevolent, in a sense, creator of the universe.
Bro, what? Wait.
You affirm Yaldabaoth.
Restriction, bro.
What? We didn't even say anything crazy. We didn't even say anything crazy.
Bro, what? Yo, dude, as soon as I let this guy on, I got a strike. Well, okay, I gotta end now because I'm screwed.
What the hell? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because I'm screwed.
Oh, the live got taken down. Yo, Jub, you're a nuclear bomb.
Jesus.
What happened, dude? You're a nuclear bomb. Actual nuclear bomb. He'll restart it. Hold on. He'll restart it. We can rejoin. Maybe. Let's see what's going on in the other
bring in moral absolutes. Even
I'm not fucking listening to Q-Top.
Follow and try to answer for you.
Gabe's really cool. I like him.
Or maybe
mass in this.
Or maybe it's better to
Cowboy
say,
hat and kick.
Maybe we could say like the Ethiopia already accepted Christianity before the Atlantic slave trade happened.
I could just send a cowboy hat and then just kick somebody.
The thing is, they're gonna say,
dude, Central Dawa's freaking live too. You gotta be kidding me. This is gonna be sick. Join Halal Christian. What is your topic tonight?
if I've got
Oh, there's way too many fucking people in here, bro.
two shampoos and they both have the same shampoo name.
Okay. I'll wait a little bit and see if her live dies down a little bit. I want to join lives, but I don't want to get 1v8'd. Does that make sense? That would be pretty damn annoying if I had to do something like that. John gave me a live though. What is this?
It's made up in your own damn head. This is not an actual thing. Well, yeah, free will is made up in our own head. We made.
Okay, then, baby, then you don't have it by
Yes,
actual definition. No, you don't.
There's no evidence that it's free will exists. There's no objective evidence that we have free will. So you can believe whatever
This
you
is
want to
actually
believe.
pretty huge.
But
Thank
I
you, John,
choose to
for this
believe
one.
that we don't necessarily have free will based off of the definition because we don't make choices or actions in a vacuum. Everything that came before us, like Colin said, we didn't fall from a coconut tree. So everything that came before us,
I gotta pull up some of my notes for
our
this one.
choices and our actions, and the things that came before us, we do not get to have any say over. I don't choose who my mom is. I didn't choose to be born in this time period. I didn't choose to have the type of
ethos
brain
on
that
Filioque
I
on
have. I didn't
Gage
choose
Live.
what my I was in.
Is he-
and I didn't
yeah, he's
choose what my
a
mom ate when I was in vitro.
Roman Catholic
or
now,
in her
right?
stomach or whatever you want to call it. It's so. I don't have free will. There's the illusion of free will, but you know. Hey, even the choice of what I'm going based off of mostly of Robert Spolowski's point of like some readings and talks from him, but I don't even my choice in what I like versus
I think I have a good argument I could use.
Get it out my freaking trying to get it out of my mouth, but even my choice.
I have an argument that I'm going to try.
In ice cream, there's something that influenced that even if I don't know what it is, something influenced it.
What?
It's based off of my brain. It's not like it's in my brain isn't really something that I have any control over.
Question real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so can you think anything you want in your head right now? Could you picture?
Oh my gosh, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Exactly,
Stop.
bro. You know your mind.
No.
They crash out.
Stop. Jay can just read the fucking definition of free will. He read the AI's version of free will.
Where is free will? Not in the Bible.
Free will is nowhere in the Bible.
Act on their own accord.
No.
Ignore my question.
God gave everybody in the Bible a choice.
A choice, not free will.
Having a choice is pretty much
Not free will. Oh, hold on. I need to cancel this because I don't know her point now. She said that.
Free will conditions. It's not just.
I gotta mute this for a second to explain this to you guys. So she's doing this weird polemic. Okay, she's doing a weird polemic, so I don't know if I want to do this, John. But this is a weird polemic because she's basically saying that you can have choice but not have free will. I think that she's going to basically say that we don't have free will because of the fact that everybody eventually returns to God's will. Right? So we don't have free will to do whatever we want because it's still bound by the stipulations that God gave. Right? Which, technically speaking, on an absolute technical level, she's not wrong if she says that. The reason why I'm saying that is because her definition of free will is not the definition of free will that's in philosophy. Her definition of free will is absolute universal, a bit like Pelagianism. That's a Pelagianism like understanding of free will. I'm not gonna go up there and try to support a Pelagian understanding of free will. That's gonna fuck me over really bad. Because they're gonna make me accept a bunch of like shit, like, oh well, do you have to deal with the last day, things like that. That's a cool topic, but that's a trap topic. And first off, what is that picture? What is that picture? Where do you find people like this? He just invited me.
Presenting themselves as fathers, or also different heresies, which is praying to Mary.
Paul called him. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna just address the first point. So, then is Paul separating himself from the full devotion of Jesus Christ, or is he?
That's that one.
Leading people into separation by like calling himself father. He calls like his congregation children. He also said that he made other people fathers, like Timothy and all these other people. So it's like, are they sinning? Is Paul sinning when he refers himself as father?
Oh, now I'm definitely not going up on that fucking panel. Christo Ray, bro, you got me fucked up. That dude's gonna get me banned from YouTube.
It just is equivalent to his.
I wish that panel got a little lower too, so that I could freaking go talk to Ethos on the Filioque, because I definitely would do that.
Come into play not only in Genesis but in the rest of the Torah and also through the Psalms. It's men who operate in the divine order, meaning men with divine authority.
What is this? Why this species is a failure? Ah, shit, man. John's bringing heat. It's funny, too, because I know that this is going to be insanely toxic. This is going to be ridiculously toxic.
What? I can't even understand your claim. I'm saying that, like, humanity sucks and it's religion's fault. Basically that, like, our existence or something.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, man.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. I don't know if you asked for ages, but I'm 25.
Nah, I don't care. I was debating a 7-year-old and he beat me.
That's unfortunate. I hate to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious as to why you think that religion is the reason that species. I guess the reason why the species is a failure. I just want to know about that.
Well,
I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, so obviously, I disagree. I'm just curious as to why.
Well, mainly because, like, humans have this false idea that, like, God helps them and stuff, which is just easily debunkable based off the fact that, like, early humans, we were the ones fighting all the woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and shit. God was not helping us with that. And now that we're in the modern age, we've been manipulated into thinking that God can help you, which he can't. So,
okay,
that's my first point. My second point is that religion is
so sad, bro.
Most of the time. Religion is rooted in fear. That's just a fact. So, yeah, I'm done so far.
Okay.
Can you prove how the species is failing, though? How's human beings failing?
Okay, wait. Can you, like, make your mic louder?
Fake news, fake news. I'm the real chosen one, and Obama knows it.
That guy's like...
There's no way that this dude's fucking argument was that. This is going to take me a minute, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to try to get through this.
Yeah, I just want to understand how human beings are failing. What is your evidence that human beings are failing as a species?
So right now, we're in a state where we're, like, bombing each other. We're killing each other. We are selfish. We only care about
I'd probably
ourselves.
avoid saying the K word, bro. It's going to get you banned from TikTok.
We're destroying this planet. We're destroying this planet. Stuff like that.
Yeah, but we also...
I'm just trying to help him.
Diseases. A lot of people are not in poverty. There's a lot of other things. Is that being considered a part of this failure too as well?
Yes. That doesn't mean anything.
Well, why doesn't that mean anything?
Because our actions haven't changed.
There's more people.
Even when chickenpox was being cured, there were still a bunch of people that were doing horrible things. That still hasn't changed. Not one bit.
What is the
And it's weird because we've technologically.
I'll just wait. I don't want to get kicked immediately, but he already started a conversation, sadly.
Why haven't we, like,
I want to get into this because this dude is easily presupposible. I can tell. I can tell that he's easily presupposible. He's just given a bunch of presuppositions.
What do you mean our actions haven't changed? Like, what do you mean by that? Can you prove what you're saying? Because you're kind of saying just stuff right now, and I'm trying
What
to
do you mean
understand.
I'm saying stuff? It's just true. We have not changed.
What do you mean I'm just saying stuff?
For example, you're saying, for example, that there's wars. Yes, there's wars, but there's also a lot of positivity where people stop the wars.
Oh, JD Vance joined.
People. So I'm trying to understand why you're focused on one aspect and ignoring the other aspect.
You're focused on one
that as a
aspect.
failure.
You're the one who's focused on one
using
aspect. I'm looking at all the aspects.
No,
Man, Schoolboy's sending me like hella lives, bro. I'm excited to see that.
You are posting and you have 2 bad posts out of your 10 posts. And I'm now saying, well, you're a failure because you have 2 bad posts.
Okay,
well,
okay. So now what you're doing is you're trying to say that humans have made more good than bad.
No, I'm trying to... Failure as a species means we should be extinct by now. Like, I'm trying to understand what you mean by failure as a species. Because if failure as a species means... Because there's wars that exist. There's wars that exist.
Oh, he's a Christian, I think. His name is Satan Hates Me. I'm assuming he's a Christian.
And colonies.
We're a failure. I've already explained this to you. We're a failure of a species because our actions have not changed. We're still shitty.
Action? What do you mean actions have not... What has not changed?
We're still fucking stupid. We're still ignorant.
Hey Satan, do you matter?
There's science advances, there's technological advances, there's AI. I'm confused.
Okay. So here's what you need to understand. You keep saying that as if you know anything of this. Do you know anything about AI? Do you know anything about these science advances? Do you read anything?
Yes, I do.
Okay, like what? Tell me one thing. Give me one.
I know how LLMs work.
He's basically playing a rhetoric game right now, but making him just like over explain something to where he sounds stupid.
Me as this point.
This dude's disingenuous, but I'm gonna try this anyway.
Why humans are failing as a species? That's a huge claim, and from like just empirical evidence, the opposite seems to be true. So I'm trying to understand. And your evidence so far is that the existence of war.
You're not understanding my point. So I want to hear this from you. How are we not failing?
Failure means a species will die out. Like
that's not what that means.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to understand. What do you mean? Because that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so do you believe cows to be a failure of a species?
Cows?
Yeah.
No, I don't think cows are a failure of a species. They're still here.
We literally farm them for their meat. Their existence is...
Yo, guys, cows are failures because we've enslaved them. Huge argument, bro.
No, you're confusing. Wait.
Do you eat? Wait, okay. Do you eat fast food?
So a species that's subservient to another species is a failure. So
yes.
Plants are failures.
Yes.
Plants are failures.
Obviously. So okay. So if they're being
who was a failure in the 1800s then with that logic? Sorry.
If they're being killed and farmed for their meat, how are they not a failure? They can't fight back.
Wait, who was a failure in the 1800s with that logic? Carry that. Keep that going. Keep that going.
Yes, plants are failures of a species. They could have grown to be something else, but we're better.
Man.
We manipulate plants. Can a plant fight back if I'm grabbing?
First of all,
plant fight back if I'm grabbing.
Evidence to a degree, because
you're on the spectrum.
If human beings could subjugate other animals, how could they still be failures?
Oh shit. If humans, okay, I don't
think you really.
Did he just say "oh shit"? Like he's like, "Oh damn, you kind of right though."
No,
I'm just saying. Remember this. His argument was that because of the fact that a species was subservient to another species, that means that they were less and that they failed. I have got to ask this question about the 1800s. I have to ask it.
Cows.
Yes. Okay, correct.
Yes, but cows are a failure, but we subjugate cows. So how are human beings failures when we subjugate damn near all other creatures on this planet?
All the other creatures on this planet are not hard to subjugate. You know that, right?
Okay, so who's subjugating us?
You know what a gun is? All you have to do is pick up a gun and shoot one, and then eat it.
Wait, that's not a species. That's not a species. That's technological advances. Who are subjugating human beings?
Israel. Sorry.
Yeah, Israel. That.
He's a noticer.
I can't take that.
Hey, brother is a noticer.
Yeah, I can't take that seriously. What other species is subjugating human beings for us to be failures?
What other species is subjugating human beings?
For us to be failures, because you said a species that gets subjugated is a failure.
Okay. What other species?
I don't think you thought about this.
I would say the Earth.
The Earth is a species now?
Yeah, sure.
I turn the volume up.
It has like plants and shit.
You guys should be able to hear him better.
No, okay. I don't think you thought about this seriously, man.
Okay, hey. Well, I mean, if you can't prove me wrong, just say that.
Hey, yo, genuine question. Like, I do have a genuine question, though. So, like, when you said, do you believe that if a creature is subjugating another creature, that then the creature that is being subjugated has failed?
Obviously.
Okay, so who failed in the 1800s?
Who failed in the 1800s? Who did?
Yeah, who was subjugated in the 1800s in America?
In America? Oh, black people.
Okay, so they were failures as a race?
Oh no, we beat the white people's ass, and now they can't say it. They can't
yeah,
say
for how?
Yeah,
but it took like 300 years or something, right?
Say the N-word. Wait. Say
Why would I do that? I'm not racist.
No. Say the N-word and say your full name.
This is irrelevant to my point. I'm showing you that your logic is flawed.
No.
I'm showing you that your logic for what a failure is flawed.
We have defeated the white
Look at him crashing out now. I showed you this.
They say it, their job is done for.
I literally just showed you that. Look, he's crashing out now. Okay. I showed you that your logic is flawed. Why would I do that? I don't want to do that. Why would I do that? I respect you.
You won't say it.
I respect you for who you are. Why would I say that word? No, it's not that I'm going to get my job taken away. I respect you. Why would I say that to you?
Oh, you respect me?
Yeah.
Right now, I like
I'm just showing you that the logic you have for what is considered a failure is flawed because of that example I just gave you.
Like kind of dumb.
Bro, listen to me, bro. Your logic was that failure is based off of subservience. So then I asked you, okay, so then while the African Americans were enslaved, were they failures? That was my question.
Yes, correct. They were failures at that time.
Okay.
And then we defeated them. And then we defeated them over time.
It's a crazy bullet bite, dude.
It's not crazy. It's just facts. If you're a slave, then you're cooked.
First of all, he could say the N word and you won't do anything about it. Because
I wouldn't do that because like I respect him as a person.
I know you respect him as a person, but he is claiming as if the N word stops people career. White people say the N word all the time when they listen to rap songs, and no rapper stops them. On stage, when they perform, no rapper stops them. The N word has.
I'm pretty confident that this dude is a Fed. I think he's a Fed.
Gain respect from a black. You literally have to serve a black person in order to say it.
On the actual.
Of course, a rapper is going to be able to say it.
On the actual topic, though, cool guy, I have an actual question, right? Because you said that like one of the reasons why humanity is failing is because we're, I guess, bombing each other, right? What is what is your criteria for like what is considered bad and good in like the world?
Yeah, so like on the path that we're going, I think majority of humans are selfish and they like still haven't changed.
Yeah,
We're
but like
still basically wild animals.
Okay, yeah, that didn't answer what I'm saying though.
In the same way we did hundreds of years ago, we haven't evolved in that regard. So
yeah, my question was that what is your actual like criteria for what is bad and good, not listing things that you think is bad.
Okay, what does that even mean? Okay, how are we supposed to do that?
Yeah. So like, how do you? Oh, so what is considered bad is subjective.
Yeah.
So the species failing is subjective to you. It's not objectively failing.
Yeah, I can say it's subjective, but a lot of people would just.
So it's just subjectively failing though, right? It's not objectively failing.
Correct.
Okay. So then why should I believe it's failing?
All right. Well, you can believe what you want. I mean, you're still coming up here because you believe that I'm right in some regard. So you want to prove me wrong.
Oh, wait. I would come up here. Well, because this is a funny topic and I had to address it, bro. That's why.
Oh, so it's funny now. It's funny now.
Yeah, this topic is pretty low IQ. That's why I had to come up here and talk about it.
Oh, it's low IQ now. So why are you entertaining this low IQ person?
Because I'm hoping that maybe by giving you some information, you'll figure it out.
You got exposed.
I didn't make an argument.
You got exposed.
I didn't even make an argument.
You're on the spec, buddy.
I'm on the spec. What's my what would be my spec number?
Why are you stuttering? Why are you on the spectrum?
Did I stutter? What did I stutter on?
Yes. You just stuttered.
Yeah, what word?
Your mom.
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, you know what?
I'm glad that this went the way it did.
Hey, Mom, get this guy out of here.
No, I like him. He's cooking you.
Oh, fuck this guy.
Thank you. I appreciate that, ma'am. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All
right, in all seriousness though, man, freaking Jub actually has a really good thing for you if you wanted to talk to him as well.
Jub doesn't have shit for me. I don't want to hear no preaching, man.
He doesn't have no preach, bro. He's not gonna preach to you. He's got a question.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Let Bob Sponge freaking say something.
So
his own mod.
I'm like genuinely curious. How would
his own mod said, "Nah, he's cooking you."
Species is a failure
because our actions haven't really changed, other than like intellectual progress. Our like emotions and actions haven't really changed. We're still basically wild animals. We're just gonna kill each other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep. See, this guy knows ball. He understands. And then this guy, subjectivity. Literally, what is your like? He's
you had no rebuttal to what I just said, bro. I don't know why you're like making it sound like I said what I said was cope.
Same, like we all know killing is bad. We all know this.
Yeah, again, like you can say that, but what is your actual criteria objectively for that?
You're so pseudo-intellectual.
Yeah. What makes me pseudo though? That's a valid philosophical question. What is your actual criteria for what is considered bad and good? It's very simple.
It's not. It's so simple that it's not good.
It is. There's certain principles that you live by, and what are these objective principles that you live by to basically criticize other systems for?
It's okay. These actions are obviously subjective because everybody's different.
Okay,
right?
so then why should I care about your opinion if it's just subjective?
We have a basis. We have the law. Society would not thrive without the law. Everybody agrees with the law.
If it's entirely subjective, why should I care?
Why should I don't know. Good question. Why are you up here?
I'm up here to try to show you the ridiculousness of this logic. You understand?
No, you want to prove me wrong because you know I'm right. It's all good, man.
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots. So you said religion is the reason why this species is a failure. Saying that this species, quote unquote, is a failure, that's an objective claim. I'm asking you to actually give your criteria for what it means for society to fail.
Okay. So low IQ. Okay, so low IQ people like you will make the claim, "How are we a failure when we've made this, and that, and cars and shit?"
Did I say any of that?
And I'll be like,
still.
right, well, you're probably gonna say it. You're probably gonna say it. I'm just going off the guess.
Bro, I didn't say any of that. I literally just asked you what your objective criteria is to be able to judge failure. That's all I'm asking. Very simple.
Oh, you wanna know like how am I supposed to know what failure is?
Yeah, like how do you actually judge what failure is in the first place, and how do you know that it's an objective stance of failure?
Okay, so my first point is that other than intellectual progress, we haven't really changed morally.
We have not changed morally.
Yeah, we haven't. That's a valid stance.
So the way that we acted in the 1800s is the same as now.
Basically, yeah.
Really?
And I can give evidence for that.
Okay,
Yes,
what's your evidence?
yeah. All right, so remember that girl that like said the N-word to that like black autistic kid?
No, I don't know. I don't know about that event, but please enlighten me. Please enlighten me.
All right, well, it happened. It happened.
Okay.
But like, she said that to a black autistic kid, and the kid was being weird. I admit that, but you shouldn't say that to a kid because it's a kid, obviously. But
So the N-word is only not okay to kids?
She almost made $1 million. No, look, she almost made $1 million from like people donating stuff to her. That's like 1800s mentality. So
Wait. So who made the millions of dollars? Who made the millions again?
The woman who said the N-word.
The person who said the N-word made how much money?
Like I think a couple 100,000, maybe like 800,000.
Why did she make the money in the first place? I still don't understand that.
Because she said the N-word hard R to a black disabled kid.
Oh yeah, and people just gave her $100,000, right? Yeah, top 10 things that didn't happen, bro. Top 10 things that didn't happen.
Who remembers
no,
that?
that might have happened.
I know most of you don't like me, but you have to admit that literally happened. Y'all don't remember that?
I don't remember.
In this age,
Shiloh Hendricks.
Shiloh Hendricks. Let me go ahead and look.
Yeah,
that
look
up.
up Shiloh Hendricks.
No, I got you. I'm gonna look it up right
Shiloh
now.
Hendricks. Yeah. Nah, it never happened. Y'all are full of shit. You guys are so scared. You know damn well that shit
I'm
happened.
terrified. I'm shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I'm scared. My balls are itchy. I'm so
Exactly.
scared.
Same. Yeah. See, I'm with Cam here.
Hey, bro, I think
my
if
balls
your
are
balls are
itchy.
itchy, you need to get that shit checked out.
No, it only happens when I'm scared though.
Oh, okay. I never.
It's like a spidey sense.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like,
Look up how much did Shiloh Hendricks make? Like how much money did she raise?
I ain't gonna lie, I made $1 million off saying the N-word.
So she raised the money from people that supported her. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm reading that.
Supported her for saying the N-word to a black autistic kid. I swear. Look
Yeah,
this up, Shiloh Hendricks.
No, I don't doubt that something like that could have happened with support of people.
And it happened recently, like last year. This happened recently.
Okay.
Recently?
So again,
Yeah,
you think that this morally equates to enslavement of black people in the 1800s?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh my
So-
god.
Wow, your criteria is absolutely cooked, bro.
Now think about it like this.
Bro,
Think about
I'm finna smack this host with a ham bone, dude.
People are spending their hard-earned money to a woman who said the N-word to a black child out of hate. You know how scary that is.
Yeah,
You know
just because there's some racist weirdo, dude. Come on, man.
you
Hear
should've
me
seen
out.
this. They're giving
Hear me out, bro.
$5,000 to one woman.
Bro, hear me out for a
That's
second.
scary.
Please hear me out for a
That is
second.
scary.
Right? Just
ain't scared.
because there's some
not
racist
scared.
white, just because there's some racist white dude, hear me out, that thinks that what she said was based, doesn't mean that equates to the slave owners of the 1800s, bro. Come on. That is disingenuous. That is disingenuous to affirm that.
It's
Bro,
not
someone smacked
disingenuous.
this host
It's
some
not.
baby oil.
You think these people who are spending thousands of dollars on her wouldn't do the same thing if it was like legal?
Come on, bro.
I mean, who wouldn't? I would too.
These people, right? Even if they have like a form of racism in them, right? That doesn't mean there's degrees. There's degrees to like how they would be that. Even the people of like the 1960s during the civil rights movement still treated them better than the people of the 1800s did. They still didn't treat them good. I admit that. 100%. I still
getting
also admit
scared.
that there's people that treat black people not okay nowadays. I get that. That still happens.
Okay,
but
no,
the degree,
point- no,
the
no,
degree at which it happens is not the same morally, and you know that.
Yes, it is. Okay,
No.
here's how morality works. Just because you can't
please
do
enlighten
it
me.
doesn't mean you like, okay, it's about the capability, right?
The capability for
let's
what?
say somebody's
Morality?
let's say somebody. Okay, let me speak. Let's say
All right.
somebody's disabled and they steal a candy bar, but they know they know in their mind, hey, if I was smarter, I would have blew this place up, killed her, and took the money.
Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
People want to do it. People want to do it, but they can't.
Nobody does that.
It's the same shit.
Bro, nobody, no kid does that, bro. All right. No, Cam.
I want to do it sometimes.
Oh my gosh. Bro, no, there's a difference between an intrusive thought versus sitting there.
It's not an intrusive thought. Certain people
Bryce,
would genuinely
I'll let mine
people would genuinely do some fucked up shit if they were smarter.
Yo, this dude's freaking exposing me in chat. He said Bryce J's probably slouched in his chair with a water and a cup
I
of
do
it.
know, but I ain't gonna lie, I would do it.
This guy's evil. He's saying I would do it. I would do it. Bro's exclaiming.
So you think personally that somebody who says the N-word secretly wants to enslave black people? Is that
Okay, so now you're trying to twist my
would.
words to sound smart. If you're spending thousands of dollars on a woman you've never met just because she said the N-word hard R to a black child, then that is some scary hate.
Yeah, so you have to think of it like this. I think that you're mistaking the intention, right? So even though that these people were wrong, hear me out. Well, can you hear me out for a second? Right. So first off, I want to answer this, and then I definitely want to get back to the actual prompt. All right, hear me out. If there's people that are supporting her, they in some way, shape, or form think that she was wronged for the way that she's being prosecuted. Not just because of the fact that she said the N-word, but because they believe that the government is mistreating her possibly, I don't know, freedom of speech, something like that. Ring a bell? First Amendment?
Okay, but along with that, people are like going on anonymous accounts and like saying the N-word on there too and like doing that shit.
Okay, yeah, that's bad. I get that. But what does that have to do with the fact that somehow morally equates to the people of the 1800s enslaving black people? How does that equate to that?
I just told you it's the capability. Because people had the power to.
So no matter how good we become, we still have the power? So no matter how good we get, no matter how sorry the white people get, somehow it's still the same though. We could just do it again. We could just do it again, right?
If they have the power to, they would.
Wait, but how do we know? But when do we have the power? I thought you said that the black people overtook the white man. I thought you said that happened.
No, wait. Okay, you guys are talking too fast. There's like 3 people talking to me at once. I can't concentrate.
Wait, what are we talking about?
I'm a certified. Yo, somebody's laughing behind you. I can hear them laughing right now because you know that you got caught, bro. You're caught.
Laughing. Nobody's laughing, bro. Stop. There's like 3 people talking at the same time. I can't concentrate.
If I had the power to like just write my next.
All right, in all seriousness, bro, that was fun, but I'm gonna go ahead and jump around. I appreciate the fun conversation there.
Thank you for joining, Bryce.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you, Dr. House.
You're welcome.
And thank you. Easy. See that? Dude, I freaking love this streaming format. This is super dope. I love this. That's epic, bro. That was funny. That was a dope thing. You asked me to join your stream like 3 times. Says you were streaming. Why are you Christian?
No reliable documentations alluding to the crucifixion.
Oh, fuck. All right. I'll put that one on the back pocket because there's like 8 people in there. I want to be able to join a live that I can kind of just like throw myself into. Right? Like I don't want to like join a live and then have to sit there for 45 minutes and make you guys just sit there. Right? That was like picking on the regarded kid at the playground. Yeah. Yeah, that was bad, bro. You notice how... So did you hear the person laughing in the background? When he's just like, well, they have the ability to, so it's the same. Oh, but I thought you said the black man took over the white man. No? Did you hear that shit? He immediately reneged on that. Immediately. He knew that was the dumbest move ever.
Arise. So now he is telling Tabitha to arise. Tabitha, arise. And she opened her eyes. And when she saw
Yo, John,
Peter,
you're fucked, bro.
she
There's no
sat
way
up.
that you're finding people
This
like
shows
this.
you how important women are in the gospel. The Holy Spirit allowed Peter, Jesus allowed Peter to raise this woman. The Holy Spirit used Peter to raise this woman up from the dead because she was so important to the gospel. And then we, oh, little old me, oh, I'm not important. All I do is say I love Jesus all day. All I do is study and do my little study.
What is
I'm just
this,
a little
John?
old woman.
What did you do?
The Holy Spirit used Peter to raise
Bro,
this
should I just join
woman,
this stream and just mention
disciple
2 Timothy 2:12?
from the dead. Okay, so Kevin, go ahead.
No, not that one. What is it? 2:16?
And the whole thing you read there, you said one thing was very important. It was she was full of good works. The Bible never says that women are not
2:11
useful
through
in the
15.
kingdom of God. They have a
Did I join
very
and just quote that?
important part in the kingdom of God.
Greetings from Paul.
But she was a helper. It didn't say she was teaching or preaching, but she.
All right, there's already some freaking dude trying to refute here, bro. You don't need the Bible. The Christian God is evil. Prove me wrong. That person's not going to be convinced, bro, because like even if I bite a bunch of bullets, like they're just going to be like, "Ah, you proved my point."
It ends up happening. It's just a whole lot of pointing a finger and no accountability.
Manifestation book, Mark 11:24.
You know,
no
and
savior
so,
needed.
you know,
Ye
once
are
you
God.
change, what I think once you
All right,
change how
yo,
you
I'm gonna
feel
go
about
pee.
you,
I'm gonna go piss
the
real
world
quick,
will
and
too.
then I'm
When
joining
you love
this
you,
one.
the world will love you
give me
too,
10.
because you show men how to treat you, and you show women how to treat you. You know, it's on both sides. So you know, I'm just too real. I'm just like, I don't have time for the games. I don't have time. I'm straight up no chaser. You know.
Yeah.
But too many people are just like, when you listen to people that have been married for a long time, the whole struggle mindset. I'm just like, I mean, my marriage was hard when was the first marriage.
Mm-hmm.
That was hard because we just didn't see marriage the same, right? We were unequally yoked. But this marriage, this second marriage has been, I'm not
This
gonna
is
say we
gonna
didn't
be
have little
bad.
bumps or whatever, because everybody have disagreements.
Which you will, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of life. But as far as it being hard, never.
Mm-hmm.
Easy. We come back together real easy.
That's the same here.
I had to follow.
And I always tell people, it's like there's two questions that you always just want to ask. It's like, one, do you want to be married?
Mhm.
Right? Because if you don't, then let's not. And then secondly, you want to be married. Do you want to be married to this person?
Yep.
You know, and then the rest of it you can kind of figure out. But you know,
An
people
atheist
just
in the last live is calling you out. Go back and debate him. Is there somebody that's in the live itself? Hold on.
Of the contrary, how every other worldview other than Christianity, I'm sorry, that only
Brycej just came back in. He wants to talk to you.
Yeah, because somebody in my
Yo, what's
YouTube
up?
chat freaking said that you were talking shit. So what's up, iLARP?
Yeah, so you believe in tag, right?
I don't usually use that argument nowadays on TikTok because nobody can follow it.
Wait, so do you concede that tag is a stupid fucking argument?
No, I just believe that nobody can actually follow
why
it
don't you
correctly.
use it? Wait, why don't you use it if you don't think it's a stupid fucking argument?
Because most people can't actually follow the entire premises that are given. So I use the Augustinian proof rather.
Okay, so is it
Do you
true
know what
by
that
God
is?
Okay, look, is it true?
Why are you dodging what I just asked?
Do I know the Augustinian proof for
Yeah.
God's existence?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just going to be like laws of logic. If laws of logic are absolute and universal, therefore
Okay.
there has to be a divine mind that justifies it. Is that true? Yes or no?
I would say that's a generic understanding of it, yeah.
Okay, but is that true that I adequately demonstrated my knowledge of it? Yes or no?
I mean, I would say that it doesn't represent all the premises, but in a general sense, it represents like the overall argument.
Okay, beautiful. So you think only Orthodox Christianity demonstrates or justifies these preconditions for knowledge, like fucking identity over time, right?
I believe that after all arguments are cashed out and the conversation has gotten down to, why are you
Stop dodging. Don't be a bitch.
Yo, are you serious right now?
Don't be a bitch.
Do you want to have a conversation or what?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or no question. That's a simplicity fallacy. That's a simplicity fallacy.
I want you to put on your wizard.
That
hat,
is
okay?
a
And
simplicity fallacy. Acknowledge that. Acknowledge that that is a simplicity fallacy.
Dodge.
Acknowledge that that's a simplicity fallacy.
L dodge.
Dodge.
L
Stop
dodge
dodging.
in the chat.
Are you guys serious right now?
Dodge. It's like this is embarrassing for you.
Yeah,
Getting blown the fuck out. Okay?
Yeah. So why is it LARP that you decided to come up here after I left? What happened to that? Why did you come up here after I left? By the way, I'm just curious about that.
Or no?
You ever notice that?
Okay, we're just gonna do the dodge timer. Okay?
No. Yeah. Go ahead. So what is your question again?
Until you answer the question.
What's
okay?
your question
Understand,
again?
yes or no?
No, I'm gonna show you why it's a
concede
problem.
that-
Go ahead.
Wait. Do you concede that you'll stop being a dumb fuck and answer my question?
I mean, first off, that's an ad hominem. So try that again. That's an ad hominem.
Yes or no?
Again, like these are you're being disingenuous. This is an ad hominem. Do you want to try that again?
Look, we're just gonna repeat back the question because you're failing to fucking track with your stupid EO brain.
That's
okay?
another ad hominem, by the way.
Yes or no? I grant it's an ad hominem. Okay.
Okay, so then
Wait,
why?
it's
So
not
then
an
I
ad
don't say.
hominem.
Oh, thank you.
Wait.
GG's.
It's wait. Hang on. It's not an ad hominem. It's a descriptive fact.
No, it is. You're attempting. Yeah, you're attempting to discredit me as a person instead of addressing the argument. That's literally an ad hominem. You admitted that it was too.
Back the question, okay? Yes or no is only Orthodox Christianity, okay? The only religion, only conception of God that justifies these transcendental categories like identity over time, one in the many, logic itself is only Orthodox Christianity.
I'll entertain you. Yes, I'll entertain you. Yes.
Or no?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay. Okay, now and this is proven, right, by the impossibility of the contrary, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, demonstrate that.
Okay. Let me go ahead and pull up the full syllogism.
No, demonstrate how.
I'm about to. What do you think the syllogism is?
Every other world.
I'm about to show. Yeah, I'm about to go through it. It's 46 premises. Are you ready?
No, I want you to demonstrate.
Yeah.
How
You think I wasn't ready for this?
Christianity
It's
does
46 premises. Are you ready?
No. I want you. Look, I want you.
No,
to
here we go.
demonstrate
I'm demonstrating it right now.
Orthodox
I'm going to do it right now. You ready? Get comfy. Premise 1. It is either theonomous epistemology or autonomous epistemology. Premise 2. It's nope. Premise 2. If autonomous epistemology is true, then it is possible that you can make second order knowledge claims, admitting that it is possible that God, the necessary condition for knowledge, does not exist. Premise 3. If autonomous epistemology is possible, then it is possible that revelatory theism is false. Premise 4. It is either God or not God. Premise 5. Not God equals accidentalism for the purpose of the universe. Premise 6, accidentalism makes knowledge impossible since there is no accidental knowledge. Premise 7, therefore, not God is false. Premise 8, however, if not God is false, then the defeater for knowledge in any knowledge claims, then God must be true. Premise 9, but if God, if necessarily true, then God must be necessary condition for knowledge. Premise 10, however, if God is the only necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, then autonomous epistemology implies that it is either possible that it's the necessary precondition of knowledge exists, and that it is possible that it does not exist. Premise 11, therefore, autonomous epistemology is false. Premise 2, however, if autonomous epistemology is false, then revelatory theism must be true. This is an exclusive disjunction. Premise 13, if revelatory theism is true, then it is God revealed as Trinity or God revealed as something else, as a not Trinity. This is also an exclusive disjunction.
This doesn't answer my question.
Then we sub-premise 1, it is either theonomous epistemology or
This doesn't
autonomous.
answer my question.
Yeah, I don't think you're tracking at all.
This
Let's continue.
doesn't answer my- what do you
Yeah,
think my
let's
question
continue.
is?
Premise
What do you think my
11.
question was?
Yeah, to prove
How do you
orthodoxy.
answer something in which
To
you
prove
don't-
orthodoxy.
I don't think we're getting anywhere with this.
Cool guy. Cool guy. I'm providing a formal syllogism and he's not letting me address it. Come on, bro.
What do you think the question was?
I'm providing a formal syllogism and he's not letting me. To prove that orthodoxy is the only way to have the possibility of knowledge, right?
No, I said demonstrate the impossibility of
I'm doing it right now.
how every other fucking
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now. You're not letting me. You asked me. I'm doing it right now, and you're crashing out because you know because you're surprised I actually had the argument.
You suck, Jay Dyer's cock.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna get banned, cool guy. Cool guy. This guy's gonna get you banned if you don't kick him. By the way, for saying things like that, he's gonna get you banned from TikTok. I'm gonna continue.
Both of you calm down. You both aren't listening to each other. We're not getting.
Cool guy. He told me to make an argument for an entire worldview. He has to let me talk if he wants me to do that, right?
Oh, okay, how about you both like get 30 seconds each or like 60 seconds each?
If he wants me to prove an entire worldview, He wants me to prove an entire worldview. What do you mean 30 seconds?
I just look, host. Can I mute him? I just want to say one thing, okay?
Okay, Bryce J, are you okay with going second?
Sure, fine. I need more than 30 seconds, so I have to go through.
All I'm looking for, okay, when he says only Orthodox Christianity demonstrates these things, okay? He's saying this because by the impossibility of the contrary, okay? It's the burden of proof is on him to show how every other fucking worldview, Islam is false, fucking metaphysicism is false, fucking Salafi shit is false, Sufi shit is false, Gnosticism is false, fucking Hegelianism is false. Every other fucking worldview is false according to this stupid fucking idiot EO, and he has to demonstrate this claim. He going off of fucking Father Deacon and Ananias.
He's gonna get you banned from TikTok, by the way.
He's gonna get you banned from fucking TikTok. Nice run, buddy.
I'm about to answer. Don't worry. I'm just letting him know. I'm letting the host know.
Okay, because it's fucking embarrassing for you. Okay. So all I'm looking for is you.
I'm trying to help the host
every
out.
Other fucking worldview with your stupid EO brain. Now I'm mute now, and I want you to do that.
All right, cool. So my thing, first off, LARP is possessed by demons based off of the way that he talks. Second off, premise one, it is either autonomous epistemology is true, then it is or autonomous epistemology. It is either theonomous or autonomous. Premise two is that if autonomous epistemology is true, then it is possible to make second order knowledge claims, like for example that knowledge exists, admitting that it is possible that God does not exist. Premise 3, if autonomous epistemology is possible, then it is possible that revelatory theism is false. Premise 4, it is either God or not God. It's an exclusive disjunction. Premise 5, not God is accidentalism due to intention. Premise 6, accidentalism makes knowledge impossible since there is no accidental knowledge. Conclusion 1, therefore not God or revelatory theism is false. Premise 7, however, if not God is false, then God must be true. Premise 8, but if God, revelatory theism, is necessarily true, then God must be the necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge. Premise 9, however, if God is not the necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, then autonomous epistemology implies that it is both possible that the necessary condition of knowledge exists and that it is impossible and that it does not exist. Conclusion 2, because that is a contradiction, therefore autonomous epistemology is false. That gets rid of every single epistemological foundation that is autonomous and derives from nothing. Notice how he's not letting me finish, by the way, because I'm going to get to orthodoxy.
It's been 30 seconds.
Look at it. Yeah, you want me to prove a whole worldview, LARP? You want me to prove an entire? You want me to prove a whole worldview?
Has it been 30 seconds? Yes or no?
All right, cool guy. Are you going to let me do this or not? Because he wants me to prove a whole worldview. This is disingenuous. Do you want me to prove a whole worldview or not? Dodge? Let me talk. Let me complete it. You're saying I'm dodging?
Yes.
Cool guy. Dude, hear me out. Cool guy. Come on, bro.
Okay.
This is
Here's what we're gonna
ridiculous.
do. To make this okay, you were able to get your complete point out, and
Me?
let's let him finish his.
Oh.
No, not you. Yeah, let's let him finish his thing, and then you can tell him where he's wrong.
Thank you. So I hope you're listening. Premise 10. However, if epistemology or autonomous epistemology is false, the revelatory theism then must be true due to an exclusive disjunction. Premise 11, if revelatory theism is true, then it is God revealed as a trinity or God revealed as something else, as a not trinity. This is an exclusive disjunction as well. To be proven, if God is not a trinity, then second-order knowledge claims are impossible and one cannot obtain the necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge. This is justified with this. Premise 12, God must be a trinity, since to be able to obtain the necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge entails a proportion between two relating terms, like, for example, God and man. Premise 13, since man is personal, there must be a proportion between two unlike terms, like God and man, by which there's a relate and they can be related. Premise 14, therefore God must also then be personal. Premise 15, personhood implies relations to other persons as opposed to objects and natures. Premise 16, therefore God must eternally relate to another eternal person, not a strict monad. Premise 17, God cannot contain two persons or a dyad, since a dyad is a principle of difference, and if two things are different, then they are not the same, and the two persons wouldn't both be God. Conclusion 3, therefore God must be three persons as a trinity of one essence, since the triad overcomes the dialectical tension of the dyad, and any other number of persons is simply reducible to either 1, 2, or 3, therefore in principle is superfluous and redundant. Premise 18, there is only three religions that are Trinitarian: Roman Catholicism, Protestantism, and Orthodoxy. Premise 19, Roman Catholicism and Protestantism do not have a doctrine of energies, where God is both transcendent and immanent in the world. Premise 20, however, if God is not truly present in the world and immanent, then he could not be known. Premise 21, however, if God is not truly present in the world and immanent, then he could not be known. Premise 21, if he cannot be known, he cannot be obtained as the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge. Premise 22, if he cannot be obtained as the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge, then we cannot make any second-order knowledge claims. Premise 23, therefore, if second-order knowledge claims, then we cannot claim that Roman Catholicism or Protestantism is true. Conclusion 4, therefore, orthodoxy must be true due to the impossibility of the contrary. Please tell me which premise you reject.
Okay, so look, beautiful. Now that he's done with his stupid fucking Deacon Ananias ramble, okay? So my question was, right?
Yeah, so I'm asking you to reject a premise. This is a formal syllogism I just proposed. Which one is invalid?
I need you to stop talking for me, okay? It's like embarrassing.
This is how debate works.
Okay?
Which one do you reject?
My question,
Look at him running from this. I'm asking you to reject the premise.
My question, I'm just gonna continue to repeat myself.
He's gonna dodge He's gonna dodge the valid argument. I made a valid argument.
All of my questions. Now, beautiful. So
I made a valid syllogism that is formally valid. I'm asking you to reject one.
Is true, and how every other religion is false.
I just demonstrated it.
You did not demonstrate how every other fucking position is false.
I did.
Okay, so demonstrate to me how Islam is false.
Because Islam is a strict monad, and I provided an argument as to why a strict monad is impossible.
Okay, why is a strict monad impossible?
Oh, you want me to repeat it? Were you not listening, brother?
Repeat. Show me why Islam is false. Go.
Okay, let me go ahead and go back to that premise then. All right, premise 12, God must be a trinity, since to be able to obtain necessary condition for the possibility entails a proportion between two relating terms like God and man. Premise 13, since man is personal, there must be a proportion between the two unlike terms. Therefore, God must be personal. Which one? Premise 12?
Yeah.
Obtaining knowledge, are you identical to knowledge?
No.
Okay, so then obtaining knowledge is something between you and something else, right? So relations are necessary in terms of gathering knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Is God eternally related to himself?
I don't believe in God.
Okay, so then why did you ask that question?
Yeah, because when you say the impossibility of the fucking concept,
I'm showing you that a strict monad is not possible if you agree with that criteria for knowledge.
Look. When you say the impossibility of the contrary, this only works, okay, if you demonstrate how every other worldview is false.
Okay, so then you disagree with the autonomous epistemology then. You disagree then with autonomous epistemology.
Even if it's the case, the autonomous epistemology was false, that doesn't therefore make Orthodox Christianity true.
Okay, so do you concede autonomous epistemology then? Do you concede autonomous epistemology?
You're saying, I'm just going to continue to repeat myself. Okay?
Cool guy. Come on, bro. I know you can see that this is disingenuous.
Embarrassing for you. Okay, so look.
He's avoiding everything I'm saying.
Only Orthodox Christianity is true, okay? That means you have to demonstrate how every single other position is false. So demonstrate how Islam is false. Go.
Okay, I just showed you that a strict monad would be impossible due to even what you just agreed to regarding the entailment of what it means to possess knowledge. Possessing knowledge entails a relation. So if God possesses knowledge, he must be relating to something eternally. Does that make sense? Or not?
And how does that debunk Islam?
Because Islam is a singular hypostasis, so knowledge is not something that he entails via relation. He has it by himself. There is no relation involved. Therefore, Tawheed would not be considered the proper system to obtain knowledge, even with what you agreed to. Can we move on now?
Okay, great. Now demonstrate how Hegelianism is false.
Thank you for the concession. Regarding Hegelianism, Steelman Hegelianism. Steelman Hegelianism. Because you just moved the goal. You just moved the goalpost. Now go to Hegelianism. We'll do that next.
Moving the goalpost. It's you defending your dumb fuck claim by the impossibility.
Go to Hegelianism now. Steelman it.
Demonstrate how Hegelianism is false.
Steelman Hegelianism.
Why would I have to do that when it's your claim?
Because I don't follow Hegelianism. You have to provide it to me.
And I don't follow it either, dumb fuck, but I'm not making the claim, okay, that only Orthodox Christianity demonstrate these things.
Does Hegel, yeah.
If you're going to concede that he refuted Islam and then shift the goalpost to another worldview.
It's not shifting the goalpost, okay?
Yes, you are.
It's
he
not
wants
shifting,
you to now demonstrate that you have a valid understanding.
Does Hegel believe in autonomous epistemology?
It's just going to be.
Yo, cool guy. I can't have a conversation if he's just going to filibuster, bro. He's crashing out.
I'm asking you.
LARP is not showing the virtues necessary
No,
for the
he's not.
impossibility of the contract. So how are we going to get to the goal?
How are we going to actually have this conversation?
So look, your claim is the impossibility of the contrary, okay? I'm asking you to demonstrate that. Now you have to demonstrate
He
how
did,
fucking
and then you
Hegelianism
shifted it
is
to
false.
another worldview. So
Yeah, because
he
it's
wants
your
you,
claim, you fucking
Lark,
idiot.
listen, buddy.
Is it okay?
He wants you to steal
J-Up,
man
is it?
Hegelianism
Holy
in
shit.
order for
J-Up, is it
him
not
to
the
know you
case that it's his
understand
Is
what
it
he's
not the
talking
case that it's his claim that it's the
Go ahead.
impossibility of the contrary?
Yeah, I'm
Yes or no?
I'm demonstrating that right now.
Yes or no? Is it not the case that it's by the impossibility of the contrary?
Wait, so let me
Yes
put it like this, LARP. Can you let me speak for like 10 seconds? Can you let me speak for 10 seconds? Can you let me speak for 10? Cool guy, can you let me speak for like 10 seconds, please?
Yes or no? Yes
Host,
or no?
please. Can you let me speak for like 10 seconds so I can answer him?
All right. We're done with this debate. I'll just call that a tie
All
because
right.
both of you aren't listening to each other.
Cool guy. No, hold on. Cool guy. Can I explain to you what I was trying to do just now?
All right, what were we trying to do?
So he conceded something automatically called autonomous epistemology, which means that he concedes all non-theistic worldviews immediately. He said that theistic worldviews, he concedes that they're not possible immediately. You understand? So then when I showed him that the view of a strict monad also entails the exact same problem for gathering knowledge, right? He concedes then that God cannot be a singular hypostasis or a singular person, meaning now the only choices left is a God that is either a dyad or a trinity. So then I would then move on to the premises that shows that God is not a dyad, and then now when we move on to the thing where it must necessarily be a trinity, then we get into the denominations of Christianity, which then shows that Roman Catholicism and Protestantism cannot hold to that because they hold to a doctrine that is not the essence, energy, distinction of orthodoxy. That is the reason why that I thought he was being disingenuous, because I was showing him that it does literally necessarily entail orthodoxy from that entire argument. Like, I don't know why he was being like that, because I was providing the entire argument. Do you understand at all?
Yeah, I think I do.
All right. Now, next thing, cool guy, you should go to Divine Liturgy this Sunday.
What is it? What even is that?
That's the Orthodox Church, bro. You gotta be part of the Orthodox Church.
Here's the thing about religion. At the end of the day, I know who I am and I know my soul. I know that if I had millions of dollars, I would just fuck on a yacht every day. God knows who I am. I'm not gonna waste my energy in my life. I'm not gonna do like I know who I am. I know my real self. I'm not gonna lie to myself. I don't like praying. I don't like doing that. I don't like reading the Bible. I don't like it. So,
you don't like it? Well, I mean, what's the reason why you don't like it, bro?
Because I know myself. I know what I like doing and I know who I am.
So that's like a hedonistic view, I guess. Like, you know, where like it's pleasure is like the way to Are you like you believe that pleasure is like the ultimate goal of life, or what?
I mean, obviously, pleasure is loving your family and friends. You know, going out, getting money, doing
fucking on a yacht though, like that's something you said that you would do if you know yourself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's so you're seeking like the ultimate pleasure that you feel like you would want.
Yes, I know I want it.
Okay, so if somebody were to have that same exact mindset, but their view would be to basically that their ultimate pleasure would be to basically unalive children, would they be wrong?
No, they're them.
They wouldn't be wrong for that?
Nope.
All right.
They're them.
All right,
it's
hey,
also
bro.
subjective at the end of the day.
Hey, bro, I respect the honesty, but at the same time, I hope you're at least able to see the disingenuous nature of ILARP, bro.
It's not disingenuous.
I provided the entire argument, man. I provided the whole argument.
Look. I think you both weren't listening to each other.
He wasn't saying anything that I needed to answer specifically. He was giving me yes or no questions to something that is complex.
He would have said the same thing about you.
Yeah, but I gave an entire formal syllogism using the laws of logic. He was just cursing. Like, what do you mean?
At the end of the day, bro, ain't nobody gonna remember that 27-page essay, bro.
That's cool. It's all good. I mean, like I said, I came up here just to basically have that conversation with him because, well, I got a freaking comment in my YouTube chat telling him that he freaking was apparently talking shit. So I wanted to at least come up here and show him that he was being a little douchebag. But anyway, I appreciate you bringing me back up. It was a good, I guess, little thing again. It brought some people to the chat, so you have a great rest of your day, bro.
All right, see you later, Big Daddy.
Yeah, see you later. Yo, his girlfriend's gonna leave him, bro. Bro, she straight up said, I'm with him. I'm with Bryce. I gotta take a break for a couple minutes. That was that made my heart race a little bit because I was a little upset and I was a little flustered because of the way he was acting. You see that, guys? When somebody actually asks me to demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary and they give me that time to do that, I'll do it. If they really want to do that.
That was a TikTok. Fuck up.
It's not me. I'm not even a mod.
Oh. All right. So I'm gonna be honest with you, John. Like these ones where these people say like these things are wrong because the Bible says that these things are wrong. Right? Like these people are not going to actually address the problems. What they're gonna do is they're just gonna basically trap me into just admitting these weird hypotheticals. These aren't actual arguments. So if you could provide me with somebody that wants to have like some kind of conversation that's not, you know, presupposing an entire understanding. Oh, sorry. Jewish queen?
I guess like when the hostage video came out, I was extremely distraught.
I'm not going to accept that person because that person is going to cause people to stumble. That person is a freaking demon. Let's try this one.
Okay. Never mind. Paul was just a troll in disguise. Sometimes trolls have normal names like Paul or Jesus. Oh, man. Come on up, guys. Help me understand. I think he had Tourette's. Maybe. I don't know. Cheese does art. Cheese does art. Have we talked? That's a very familiar name. I didn't know what verse it was. Flying spaghetti monster boiled for our sins. Absolutely. Oh, there you go. Gods that sacrificed themselves for us. What was that? The god that sacrificed himself and became the sun. Who was that? Oh, there it is. The Aztec god that sacrificed himself to become our sun in the fourth or fifth sun. One of those. So yeah, no, there's other gods out there that sacrificed. So I don't see Jesus.
Dark Sun, the OO version of EED actually is not the same understanding that we have of EED, where it's entirely just a formal distinction. It's not a formal actual distinction, which is not the same thing, right? And they also believe in a flawed Christology, which is metaphysicism. So it wouldn't even really be the EED problem. They would have a problem with their Christology mostly. So that's usually where sorry, I won't be able to. Are you the Dr. Awesome Alive? I just want to let you know you're a good debater and stuff. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for telling me. I won't be able to? What does that mean, man? Come on. You got to understand that whatever he's viewing, man, whatever he's holding to, it's flawed logically. It holds to a bunch of different logical entailments that lead to error. I'm glad that you were at least honest enough to see what was going on, though. House, I appreciate that. In case anybody in the chat was curious, the moderator, the female moderator that was in that chat just now is actually in the chat. Everybody can say hi to her because she was very genuine. I appreciate that massively. It was. He was just yapping, bro. Oh, brother.
Loves Breach, are you 18 or over?
Yeah, I'm 42.
What have you got for this evening?
Man, I'm different than most Christians, and I'm not liked by most.
Okay.
The Bible, everybody has been saying it, though.
But things, you know what I mean?
I mean, he was older when he said that, and Brycej. Yo,
dude, what's up?
What's up, bro? I've been at university the last couple weeks, bro.
Oh, university? You finally came back?
Well, it's Labor Day weekend, so I'm doing laundry at the house.
Oh, okay. Too busy? Like, what are you studying?
Business management and econ.
That shit sounds boring. I'm not gonna lie.
And I'm thinking about adding a second minor as well. So
Okay. Do like philosophy and theology, bro. Like, come on.
I go to a secular school. Also, I wouldn't be able to do anything with that unless I became a priest.
I mean, yeah. Are you trying to become a priest?
No.
Mm.
Not yet, at least.
I mean, you got to pay extra for the second minor.
No.
Ah, come on, man. You could just do it then. It's just a free good old philosophy class. So you can learn about all the stupid ass philosophies that people hold to. Come on.
Bro, why would I want to like learn about neo-Hegelian analytic philosophy like they teach at the university? Why would I want to do that?
So you can learn to be based in trad and refute it.
No, that's gay. I'd rather do that with like.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'd rather do that with like politics and economic systems. Like right now in econ and macroeconomics, I'm learning about like laissez-faire capitalism and how it's been and how it's been and how the policies have turned out in America, the recessions and stuff and
Austrian school economics based.
no,
yeah, man.
Laissez-faire capitalism, not Austrian at all.
Bro, Austrian school is so based, bro. What do you mean?
Also, I'm not really a capitalist. So, what's up, DK?
Yeah, me neither.
Nothing.
Are you like I think I remember hearing it before. Like, do you kind of hold to like an ideal fascist type view, right? Like where you think that like fascism would work as long as it's held correctly, or what?
Yeah, like in terms of like the state structure, then yeah, but in terms of economics, I would hold more towards like syndicalism, distributism, or corporatism, because they're all similar.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, House in the chat, if you want to have something, like I would totally come back and debate you on abortion if you wanted to. I don't mind. I don't usually debate on abortion, but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, distributism.
Okay.
Which is guild socialism is a type of distributism, but yeah.
What about I guess like, you know, kind of like the Holy Roman Empire type era, you know, like the theocratic monarchy type system.
No, because I don't think we should have like. I'm more of a statist than a monarch.
Would you say that like I guess the.
Are you, Chris?
Wait, what'd you say?
More of a statist?
I'm more of a statist because I think statism is a purification.
Yeah, House. Ask your boyfriend if he's down to talk about abortion, or like if he's down to have a conversation. His user is Cool Guy Frying. I think it's the same dude, right? Whoa.
If you disagree with the prompt, request up. Did Bryce came back? Bryce, you still want the smoke?
The smoke?
Okay, that's you, man. Come up.
Perfect.
Yeah, sorry. I was curious, I guess, because I guess you changed the topic to abortion, right? That sounds kind of fun to talk about.
Abortion all 9 months.
Abortion all 9 months, huh?
Yeah.
You're cool with basically aborting a baby like, you know, a day before they're due?
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, so what? I'm even down for getting rid of the newborns too, but.
All right, bro. Like that's rage bait, bro. I know you don't hold that shit, bro. That's.
All right, well, I mean.
That's rage bait, man.
Okay,
Come
well,
on.
Logically think about this. Other than the location, what's the difference between a newborn and a 9-month-old baby?
I mean, I agree with you. That's why we say we shouldn't have abortions.
There is no difference.
Because I believe you don't believe in protecting newborn infants, bro.
Oh, I do. It's not like all the women.
But you said that they're the same. You said they're the same as when they're in the womb, though. So should we protect the ones in the womb too?
No.
So then they're not the same.
No, that's not how that completely works.
How does it work?
All right, so when it's in the womb, it's like in the womb, it's like being nurtured. But when it's outside of the womb, it's not being nurtured.
They're not being nurtured outside the womb. They can survive without the mother if they're outside the womb.
If the umbilical cord has to be cut, yeah.
Yeah, so if the umbilical cord is cut, they can survive just by themselves if the mom doesn't feed them.
No, the opposite. No, they can't do that.
They can't. The baby cannot survive if the umbilical cord is cut and they're not fed.
No, it cannot. It can't survive. It can't survive without the parents.
Okay, and so it cannot survive without the parents. And then when it's in the womb, it also cannot survive without the mother because the umbilical cord keeps it alive, right?
Yeah.
So they're the same?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so then you believe that that it's okay to morally, I guess that's morally okay to unalive a newborn then?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Okay.
But here you can't. Okay, so here's how this works. You can't just walk up to a random woman's baby and do that.
Yeah, you could do it to your own though, right? You could just do it to your own.
Yeah, I mean it's a new. You're not really taking anything from them because they came into existence with no experience or anything like that. So it wouldn't really be wrong.
So experiences is what determines whether or not you're worth a shit or not.
Experience, yeah.
Okay, so if they have no experiences, they're worthless.
Obviously, yeah. So you're just a shell. If you're just a shell of a husk, you might as well die. There's no difference.
Yeah. Okay. Is this a rage bait? Is this rage bait or like what?
Okay, but you can't prove me wrong. That's what you're doing right now. You're saying it's rage bait, but you can't prove me wrong.
No, I'm just asking, bro.
It's not rage bait.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's not. Okay, let me ask you. So, what is your stance on abortion, like overall?
I mean, my stance on abortion is the church's position on abortion, which is that all human life is absolutely necessary, like in terms of being able to preserve it. And so human life is something that begins at conception in our view. And I have various different reductios that can apply to, that type of argument.
Okay, so I know you probably hear this a lot, but I do want to know your stance on, like, what if, like, the girl gets R-worded and stuff, like, and she doesn't want to have that baby for obvious reasons, like, would you still, like, let them have the baby, force them to have the baby because it's not part of your stance, or, like...
Well, I mean, like, first off, like, I can't make I can't make somebody do anything, even just if I have a view on something, but second, like, in my view, all human life is absolutely precious. And so even if a child is born in iniquity, or if there's somebody who is conceived in a terrible circumstance via either incest or R-word, right, that they should still have the right to be able to be alive. And so if that were to be the case, I'm not saying that they have the right to, for example, be taken care of by the mother who was forced into that pregnancy, but that they at least have the right to have a life in the first place, because life is precious in all regards.
Life is precious in all regards. How are you gonna prove that?
What do you mean? How am I gonna prove that?
Does this apply to like the people in Gaza right now?
Well, I mean, I don't support what Israel's doing, so I'm not really sure what that has anything to do with that.
I mean, I don't really know. You can. Say,
I literally, dude, I made a joke about joke about Israel, bro. What are you talking about?
You're
kind of like standpoint.
I'm not joking about Israel. You're kind of like nitpicking right now.
Dude, like I served in the military, bro. Like I had to experience what it was like to be in places like Mogadishu, Somalia, and stuff, bro. Like I understand.
Yeah, because you went there. Yeah, you went.
Yeah, I went there and had to deal with those people. And like I understood I understood these people's understandings of like the way that they had to live life. Like I get it. It's terrible. Like what does that have to do with life being precious? Just because people do evil things doesn't mean that life isn't precious. I'm not sure.
What? That's exactly what it means. The only reason why you're saying that is because you come from a privileged standpoint. Let's say your parents.
How do you know that I come from a privileged standpoint?
Okay, no, look. Let's say your parents get bombed in front of you and you don't have any food.
Mm-hmm.
How is that person's life precious in this like analogy? How is their life precious? What's precious about it? I'd love to hear it.
Their life is precious because they are a human being, and in my view, human beings are people that are made in the image of God. So, I mean, if people are causing other people
Down syndrome,
Yeah,
God make
absolutely.
somebody with Down syndrome?
God doesn't make
Why?
somebody with Down syndrome. That's not how that works in Christianity.
Okay. So you're saying somebody with Down syndrome, people who slobber and shit their pants, they're in the eyes of God, they're similar to him or something. Wait, what did you say?
I mean, they're made in His image in terms of them possessing a body, like in terms of them like being a rational being of a rational nature. Like, what do you mean?
Oh, they're so rational. They're so rational. Totally.
I mean, that's just kind of rude to say that they're not rational.
It's not rude at all. That's what you're doing right now is you're trying to trick me into like this emotional manipulation.
Do you think that we should get rid of the people that are not like that are in that category then, or what? I mean, do you think they're like a waste of space or something? I'm confused.
I think they definitely are a waste of space, but I feel like certain people with Down syndrome can still work at like Starbucks and like other fast food places. But if it gets to a level where you're just like, if it's severe mental, restartation, then I think we should.
We should unalive people that are restarted.
Yeah, severely.
Why?
Well, they're kind of.
Are they incapable of being happy?
Are they? No.
You're a eugenicist, bro.
They can jump around and make noises and slobber everywhere.
So you're a eugenicist then?
Sure. Why not?
Okay, so then why was Schmittler wrong?
Why was Schmittler wrong? Because his way about doing things wasn't like, it wasn't logical. He like tried.
Wasn't logical.
He tried to kill black people and like claim blondes with blue eyes were the superior race with like no evidence. He also did like drugs.
I mean, like he had views, of course, that first off, like black people were not his target. They were people that were just involved in the fold.
I know other people. That was just an example.
Yeah. We're talking about the Jays, of course, right? So, I mean, was it a problem that he was doing that to the Jays?
Yeah. His ways of doing it wasn't like logical.
How should he have done it?
He should have got all the severely like mentally, restarted people, either like cut their balls off so they don't reproduce or just get rid of them entirely. And like put the people and like people who are like people with Down syndrome, if they're capable enough to work, they can work, but they can't reproduce. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm. So castrate them.
Yeah.
So you believe that it's okay to basically castrate human beings because of their race?
Okay, the way you're saying it is dramatic.
It's not dramatic. I asked you specifically about the Jays. You said that what you would have done. Am I tripping?
But who are these human beings? Who are these human beings in question? You're
the Jays.
referring to the same ones that have the same mental capacity as a fucking cow?
I'm talking about the Jays, bro.
The Jays? Oh, okay. The Jays? No.
That was his target.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was stupid. His ways of doing it was dumb. I don't agree with
Yeah,
that.
so how should he have done what he did to the Jays?
I just told you.
That we should castrate the Jays, right?
No,
So what should he have done?
Severely restarted people.
I'm talking about the Jays.
The Jays are innocent.
The Jays are innocent? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then somebody who's restarted though, right? Like they're not innocent. They're guilty of something?
Yes, they're guilty of being a waste of space.
They're guilty of being a waste of space.
Yeah, yes, they're an example of what human beings aren't. Through thousands of years in struggle and evolution, we have finally gotten to this point. And I don't think it's fair that someone like me has to go out and get a job and work hard while these people just sit on the couch and shit their pants and slobber everywhere.
Is it their fault that they have these these problems?
In a way, yes, it's their fault and like everybody around them because they're encouraging it.
How and what way is it?
Change the topic?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. I mean, it seems like whoever this dude is believes in eugenics.
Yeah, but you're not telling me why it's wrong. You're just like, oh my god, that's so wrong. Human beings are.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have to, bro. I mean, like, I can just let you bite a bunch of bullets. Like, I don't care.
What? Bite bullets? I'm making logical points.
You literally affirmed eugenicism, bro. You affirmed eugenicism. I don't have to argue against eugenicism.
Okay, Celine, Spencer, say what you want to say.
Anyway, so I want to change the topic, obviously. So I want to know your stance since I had somebody say this to me personally. So with people who have mental illness and stuff, like say for schizophrenia, do you think their hallucinations or what they experience is like demons like haunting them and stuff?
I mean, in Orthodoxy, we don't like believe that like everything is demons, kind of like how Protestant. That's more of like a Protestant thing, where like Protestants kind of like demonize literally everything, including all mental illnesses. In our view, right, like most mental illnesses are simply just a result of the fall, and they're genetic problems that are given to human beings based off of the fact that they possess a corrupted human nature. And so it's not their fault that they possess it, but it's something that they are burdened with due to the fall of Adam. So it sucks for them, but we should also care for these people because they are burdened with something that we do not possess.
So,
Okay.
so,
No, be quiet.
all right.
Anyway, so gotta put him in his place for a moment. So what's the word? Following on with that, do you think people who tell people straight to their face, be like, "Oh, your hallucinations are demons. I'm gonna pray for you," like constantly like batter them and be like, "Yo, like you need to go to church, you need to do all this to pray it all away"? Like, do you think that's wrong and stuff?
I mean, I don't think it's wrong to tell somebody to go to church, even if somebody thinks that they're they're being oppressed by demons. I think that that's definitely something that's a good idea. But at the same time, like I don't immediately just call everything demonic. I mean, I also think that if somebody's suffering from schizophrenia, that they can get on certain medication and that they can go to therapy that can also help these problems. I mean, there is medication for schizophrenia that genuinely does actually prevent these hallucinations from occurring. So I mean, like I don't see anything wrong with using something in that case.
Okay.
Right? I believe in medicine. I promise. I'm not like a Christian scientist. You know.
Saying that you didn't. I was just very interested in what you thought, because I had somebody say to my face that my hallucinations were demons and stuff, and that I needed to like I was gonna go to hell and stuff, and I was like, what?
I think that's a little far. Yeah, I think that's definitely a little far. Yeah. I mean, what I would say, obviously, is that you should be treated properly and medically for said thing. But I also believe that if you had God in your life, that maybe you'd be able to fight these things more on the spiritual side better regarding your mental state.
So I got a question.
Okay, what do you want, bro?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So like in that regard of mental illnesses, I've had this question for a long time. Before I ask you, what are the requirements for going to heaven under your worldview? Like, what are the requirements? What do you need?
I mean, the requirements for going to heaven is partaking in the sacraments that Jesus has provided us. I'm Orthodox, so I believe that baptism is regenerative and that it's necessary for salvation. And so, like, if you're not at least baptized with water and the Spirit, that you will not inherit the kingdom of heaven. So there's obviously extraordinary circumstances that can occur, like somebody who wants to be baptized but then dies prior to that. That's called a baptism of desire. And so they have the ability to still be saved under that premise. But somebody who basically chooses Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and chooses to be baptized in the church that he established at Pentecost in Acts 2, that then they would be somebody who would be under the criteria of being saved.
All right. Another question, does baptism require empathy? Like, do you need to like understand the things you've done and feel bad for them?
Well, I mean, in Orthodoxy, you have to do a life confession prior to being baptized. So you have to confess of all of your sins that you are repentant of prior to entering the water. Because there have been anecdotal times where people did not actually repent of all of their sins and they were baptized, and they were actually baptized alongside demons.
Oh, okay. So where do you think a psychopath would go? Like a diagnosed psychopath, where do you think they would go, heaven or hell?
Well, I actually have a good example for you of somebody who is a psychopath that accepted Christ in his life. His name is David Wood. He's actually one of the greatest Christian apologists, in my opinion, that debates against Islam all of the time, and he is a diagnosed psychopath. He actually found Christ because of the fact that he beat his father almost to death with a hammer, because he apparently was feeling empty and wanted to feel something good. So he beat his father almost to death with a hammer on his head while he was sleeping. And he ended up obviously going to jail for this, and he ended up actually starting to read the Bible and found Christ in that case, and he decided to pray for the first time, and those voices telling him to actually go against what he was made for, like these psychopathic tendencies, actually started to go away in his life, and he became an apologist. So, I mean, a psychopath without actually, affirming Christ, of course, would go to the same exact place as anyone else who refuses to accept Christ would go. But I mean, our view of heaven and hell is not the same, though, as like the Protestants are. Because our view of heaven and hell is that heaven and hell are actually not different places. They're the same place in a different state of being.
The same place in a different state of being.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like everybody in the end returns to God, right? Everybody comes from God. Everybody in the end returns to God. It's just a logical entailment. And so anybody who, every single human being, it says in the Bible, is going to resurrect from the dead and they're going to return to God. And the way that they experience God's love, because God loves every single person, is going to be different. If you reject God and you do not want him in your life, God's love is actually going to be agonizing for you, and you are going to reject it and feel it as a unrelenting fire when he provides his love to you in the end. And so the people that love God and want to know him and are going through the process of being deified, per se, in our view, that they will actually understand this love and they will pursue it with all of their heart and love God and see it truly.
Yeah, okay. So let's say somebody with mental illness again, like they're in psychosis, you know, and they end up like K-wording someone, you know, in that process. Would they go to hell even though they weren't fully there? Or would they like go to heaven, or would they like go somewhere in between?
Like, are you talking? Oh, sorry, I was muted. Are you talking about like people that are unrepentant and they K-word somebody? Because I mean, in my position, I believe that anybody's capable of being like repentant, but also like if there's somebody that like is physically incapable of it or mentally incapable of it due to their mental problems that they have, God judges every single human being entirely individually. So in the end, right, you're going to be judged for your deeds based off of the hand that you were dealt, because God does not deal you your hand. God creates your soul and your body and puts them together to compose you for who you are. Any kind of iniquities or any kind of errors that is designed in you is due to the fall that Adam possessed. So if a human being possesses, like, for example, a mental incapability of accepting Christ, like they're a complete vegetable or something like that, God would judge them based off of what they were capable of doing.
Okay. See, that makes a lot of sense. See, this is the most sensical answer me and Cool Guy here have gotten in like ever.
I mean, like, you know, the God of the universe, if he's all-knowing, he also knows everything that you're capable of doing. And if you were dealt a hand that is given to you where it's basically impossible for you to accept Christ, then obviously God would know that knowledge, right?
Wouldn't it just be enough to like simply not want to be a good person?
What do you mean by that? Like not want to be a good person?
Like simply like if you just prefer doing bad stuff, I don't think you should be judged by God for that. At the end of the day, God put us on this planet without our consent. So as a human, I think I have every right to do what I want.
Okay. So because of the fact that you have the ability to do bad things are good?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so is there even a such thing as a bad thing in your view then?
Not really. I think it just depends on the person. We're all here. We're all here. We all have free will. To say that there like bad things exist, it's just like I think that's disingenuous.
Okay. Is the moderator in this chat, is she friends with you?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm his girlfriend, bro.
Okay. So with that being said, right, I'm gonna ask this question to make sure that you're not rage baiting me with what you're saying. Do you think that it's morally okay for you to unalive her?
Unalive her?
Yeah, just for no reason.
If I wanted to,
I mean,
hell
why
yeah,
not?
that would be morally okay. If I wanted to, but I don't want to do that though.
You don't want to do that? Why?
I don't feel like it.
You just don't feel like it. It's just not that day.
It's just not that deep, bro. It's not that deep. At the end of the day, I just like hearing her voice, so I don't like doing that.
Mm.
Oh my god. But I hope I'm very glad that I got these responses out of you, because I thought that you'd be the best person to get answers out of, you know?
I appreciate that.
So, yes, thank you. Also, I wanted to ask one more question.
Okay.
Is your profile picture AI?
Yeah, of course.
chance?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree with AI, all right.
I mean, I utilize it. I don't support using it for knowledge gathering.
Okay.
I mean, but like, you know, I don't feel like paying for somebody for art, bro. I mean, I don't really want to do that. If I can just tell an AI to draw the exact same image in a bunch of different ways whenever I want, that's pretty damn awesome.
I guess. I mean, as an artist, I don't agree with it. See, I make bank off of drawing other people's art for like they give me money, I get bank.
How much do you charge? How much do you charge to draw like cartoon style caricatures of people?
My lowest I think is $8, and then my highest is $35.
Really?
I don't charge too high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you were willing to show me some of your samples, I'd be willing to look into possibly paying you for that if you wanted. I don't mind if it's not that crazy expensive.
Actually. It's not, no. It's on my profile. You can go look at it. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd be down for that. I guess I'll DM you and see if maybe you could draw something and I'd pay you for it. I don't mind. If it's not like crazy expensive, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But
no.
You don't draw like Shmentai, right?
No, I don't. I don't promise.
Okay, cool. Not like anything crazy that someone like me wouldn't associate with, right?
No, nothing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah. So I'll probably DM you on that then, just to see, I guess what that would be, and check out your art. I wouldn't be opposed to that if you actually drew something legit.
Yeah, no, I'm down.
It's just usually when somebody like asks to like do some kind of art, they're usually requesting it in like a ridiculous manner.
No, I hate
like they're usually like, oh yeah, $200 for a caricature. I'm like, you can go fuck yourself, bro. Like, what?
$200? No.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm not like that.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and keep moving around. I appreciate the conversation again.
Around.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for answering my questions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bye.
Yeah, sure thing. Bye.
I see you.
Yes, thank.
And John. Look at that, dude. He's gonna be in her DMs. I remember BF. No, it ain't like that, bro. But if she's able to draw an actual caricature, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It'd be a lot cheaper. You know? That's funny. She needs to go to Divine Liturgy. Needs to. For sure. Because I feel like she's definitely open to Christ. 100%. She definitely seems like she is. Another Orthobro dove. Jesus already returned. Christianity ended in 77 AD.
It's here and God did it.
It's full preterism. It's full preterism, bro. No. Oh, brother.
Your bio is awesome, though, Mill. I know nothing. And that's the way we should actually feel next to God.
Hello?
What's up, Bryce?
Yeah, nothing much, man. How's it going with you?
Wonderful.
Cool. So, something oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, did you have a question?
Yeah. I just wanted to know, I guess, what was the event in 66 AD where Christ came back? I don't know what that is.
Well, I mean, he told them. They said, when he came out of the temple, he pointed at the temple, and he said, well, not one stone's going to be left upon another, right? And he said, tell us about your coming and the signs of your return, or the end of the age. That's what they said there.
Yeah, but like you said, 66 AD.
When the armies come to Jerusalem, look up, because your redemption draws nigh, because he was going to be there in the sky. He's going to be in there in the clouds, right?
Okay.
Well, the armies came in 66 AD. I mean, that's recorded in history. The Roman armies came and surrounded Jerusalem. And they sieged it, for 3.5 years, for 42 months, the exact amount of time that Jesus said. He said the Gentile armies will come and trample Jerusalem underfoot for 42 months. And
okay.
Yeah. And like to the T.
Okay.
And when it was over, Jerusalem was absolutely left desolate. The temple was destroyed in 70 AD.
Yeah, I know about the temple
All of
being
Israel
destroyed in
was either
70 AD. Yeah.
destroyed, they were either destroyed, Israel killed by the sword, or starved, or carried away into captivity.
Okay.
They were judged. They were judged by Jesus.
Okay. Do you believe that any of the Christians that came after the apostles affirmed what you believe in?
I don't believe there were any Christians after 70 AD, and it's a logical conclusion if Jesus already returned. Because when he returned, all of the Christians were either killed in the tribulation or caught up to meet him. There was no Christians left here. There was no Holy Spirit here. It was over at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bryce, I take it when you're referring to what they call the church fathers, right?
Early church fathers.
Yeah, I was gonna more like refer to specifically the ones from the 1st century. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the church fathers were all liars. Starting with Clement the First of Rome, they were all liars.
Why is that? What's your argument for that?
Because Christianity had already ended.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple examples. One of the biggest lies that was propagated by the church fathers was Polycarp was an apostle of John, or disciple of John.
Mm-hmm.
Polycarp never met John. How do I know that? One, there's no correspondence between John and Polycarp. Polycarp never mentions any of the apostles by name. He was born in 69 AD. He wasn't born in anywhere near Jerusalem, and John was exiled to Patmos, had been exiled to Patmos in 65 AD, wrote the book of Revelation to the 7 churches in Asia. So
he says he knew John, but he was like a year old.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
the thing is that John wrote the letter to the 7 churches in Asia in 65 AD. Polycarp was supposed to be one of the bishops of one of those churches, but the thing is, those churches didn't exist after that. Jesus took their candlesticks away, so John wouldn't have been writing about the events after the fact. Revelation chapter 11 is the siege of Jerusalem,
and I mean, and if you want a Bible verse that even just supports it, let's just say this: who were the church fathers in Jesus's generation? Who were the church fathers at the time of the New Testament? Peter, right? The apostles. Jesus said, when the church fathers fall asleep, ravening wolves would come in. He said it. He's not talking about future church fathers. He's talking about the ones that exist, right?
Yeah, I don't doubt that heretics were coming after the apostles. I don't doubt that at all. I mean, Simon Magus was an example of that. I mean, even during the time of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Simon Magus was the Pope. Was actually the Pope of Rome.
No, he wasn't.
They falsely say
You can't provide a single source for that.
I can most certainly.
Provide one.
Certainly, sure, because Peter was never in Rome. Number one. Number two, Peter was not called to the Gentiles. He was called to the circumcised.
What does that have to do with Simon Magus being the Pope of Rome? I'm still waiting for that.
Do you not think the magician who wanted to buy the Holy Spirit would go and grift to that, dude? Come on.
Yeah, why is there a statue from the Emperor of Rome to Simon Magus?
Absolutely makes sense.
I mean, you'd have to show me what that statue is. I'm not sure about that statue.
Yeah, there is a statue of Simon Magus that was dedicated to him by the Emperor of Rome.
Mm-hmm. And where is that?
It's in Rome.
Yeah, where?
Rome,
like is it in the Vatican or like what?
No, it's outside the Vatican, but it was from Caesar of Rome was dedicated to Simon Magus.
The Caesar of Rome was dedicated to Simon Magus?
No, I said a statue was dedicated a statue of Simon Magus was dedicated in honor of Simon Magus by the Emperor of Rome.
Yeah, so like what is the statue like? What is it? Like am I able to just look up what it's called or like right now?
what it's called, but there's a statue to the of Simon Magus in Rome.
Okay, I'll look that up here in a
And
second.
He was in Rome. He was in Rome. Now, understand, you can get both good and bad information off of Google too. You can look up the same thing in two different instances, and they'll contradict each other. But you will see there's a statue to Simon Magus in Rome dedicated to him by the Emperor of Rome.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and look that up here in a second to see if I can find that statue, because I mean that is a claim, right?
Yeah, there is a statue of
Are
Simon.
you looking for some gotcha moment? We don't give a fuck about Simon Magus. We're talking about God, dude.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I'm making arguments like just specific based off what the Bible says at the moment.
Why are you making arguments though? Didn't you just came up here to argue?
I mean, is this not like a, you know,
Not
some
a
kind
debate,
of?
no.
Oh, it's not a
We're here
debate.
to spread a message. No, it's not.
Okay, so I can't provide contrary accounts for any of this
Why would you want to? We're not here to do that.
because I don't believe I believe that your position is a heresy. That's why.
I believe you're an idiot.
Is a heresy. You disconnected me.
I believe you're an idiot. Have a nice night. What's up, Cosmo?
He kicked me out, bro.
Wrote around 108.
He kicked me out, dude. That's crazy. Oh.
From the water above it. And it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. So it is literally laying out 6.
John, you're giving me some
days.
crazy stuff, bro.
Evening, morning.
This one's gonna suck.
Morning.
That's what I.
This is Genesis. This is
ask for you to
Genesis
read it
1.
to me.
This is Genesis 1. I read 3 through.
That's the first
8.
chapter.
I literally just read 3 through 8.
And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
Okay.
Where does it ever say morning, night, morning, night, morning, night?
Evening. What do you think evening is?
Where does it say evening, night, evening, night?
Evening, morning. Evening, and then morning.
Where does it say that?
To the morning.
And the evening and the morning were the first day?
Yeah, when you go from evening to morning.
Wow.
Where does it continue on, though? Where does it
From the
What's
evening
the
to
difference
morning
between-
is the whole night.
Yeah, you don't know the difference between an evening and a morning?
This live won't stay chill, bro. Come on.
Hold on. To morning, what is in between?
What do you think?
I'm asking you. If you go from How about this? If you go from evening now to morning tomorrow,
You're
what
just
do you go
proving how uneducated you are, man.
if you're
Night.
Okay, so from evening to morning, you still go through the whole, correct?
If we were human, yes. Our human nature, that's how it works for us. Yes. Sure, as God. Days are not days to Him, they are to us. Like, it's not the same thing.
So your God is illogical.
Yeah.
If
How is
A
that
is
illogical?
not, if you're to your God, A is not A.
We don't share the same nature. So a day is not the same thing to God as it would be
So
to
right there, you proved that he is false.
So then that violates the law of contradiction. Then
The law of contradiction.
because if A to us is B to him, that is.
So we're God. We're all God. We're all beyond space and time.
I did not say that
I
at all.
consider myself a god.
What's your proof of you being a god? Show me miracles. Or show me the proof of you making yourself.
I grew into this body.
Show me the proof.
I am my own god. I am my own god.
Show me the proof of that. Do you have historical evidence to back that?
He exists, doesn't he?
Ugh.
You're a grown man, by the way, doing that on camera.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Gross.
God is beyond space and time. Are we beyond space and time?
So if God is beyond space and time, how does he affect everything in space time?
Because he's God.
Okay, because he's God is not.
And I'm a god.
You're interrupting our conversation, bro. Like for no reason, trying to be funny. But
Why am I here right now, bro?
You can't prove I'm not a god.
What does it mean to be God? I'm asking. Don't worry. I'm asking the host.
God is a creator.
You created what?
God is a creator.
Yeah, I know, but like you created what? 'Cause you said you were a god.
Hey, I'm my own god.
Yeah, but what did you create? You said God's a creator.
I created myself.
You created yourself? Your mother didn't create you?
Hey, I came from my mother, and from there I created myself.
Your mother is a higher god than you then?
If you consider that.
Yeah, so like you're a god that needed nurturing from your mother to survive?
If you want to say it that way. I'm a Satanist.
Yeah, I understand. Are you like are you a theistic Satanist or are you like a non-theistic
No.
Satanist?
I'm a modern day Satanist.
Okay. So you're an edgy atheist then, rather.
bro, why did y'all claim you're atheist when I got on here then? That was
Those
the
modern
first
day
question I
Satanists are.
Or just say, yeah, they're edgy atheists.
I'm sorry. Do you think causality's out there in the world?
Oh, Satan is not a god. Satan. He doesn't have power or anything like that.
Yo, Mr. Pagan, do you think causality's out there in the world?
Who's Mr. Pagan?
The name of the host.
That's not his name,
That's
though.
not my name.
That's the name of the
Say the
host.
name,
Literally the name. You gotta.
Bruh.
What is that above the second A?
Okay, whatever. Bro. Do you think causality's the thing out there in the world? So, I mean, are you gonna like debate, or are you just gonna like? Yeah, do you think causality, is that out there in the world? So, I mean, when you make your whole cosmological evolution arguments about how existence came to be, you rely on causality being some kind of principle out in the world, isn't that right?
Hey, things happen.
So like
No, it's the questions he didn't want to answer earlier.
So do you believe that like there's like everything like has a cause and that there's effects to everything? Do you believe that there's causality in the
Y'all
world?
think everything has a cause, right?
Yeah, there's a cause for everything. Something causes and something else.
Where did your God come from?
I mean, that would be the origination point for all causality. That's the whole point of that's the argument for motion, dude.
The origination for all causality. So your God
They
has
don't
no
know
cause.
Thomas Aquinas's argument.
Yes, you're starting to understand Christianity. Thank you.
Yeah, so based
So
on
there,
evidence.
you just have.
What is it? What is evidence to you? What is the evidence to your reason?
Where is your evidence?
I don't get to decide what is and is not.
You said there's no evidence. So that's a positive claim. What is the evidence that you're talking
I
about?
have no evidence.
You literally just made a positive claim saying that.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. No.
I am calling myself my own God right here. I'm right here. I have my own proof.
You just proved that you're not a creator,
I made
bro.
myself. I created myself.
I mean, you didn't. Your mother created you.
Are you sure you weren't thrown?
Well, I came from my mother.
who created you, right? So you were created by something else.
As I grew, I created myself.
Your mother didn't nurture you to grow.
Hey, my mother, but hey, like I'm saying, I'm my own God. As I grew.
Yeah.
Like you're not seeing this, like.
Yeah. So you caused yourself. You created yourself, right? But your mother is the one who created you in terms of being impregnated by your father, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't create yourself.
Wait, are you saying you were your father? That's actually crazy.
They made me, but I created myself.
Oh, so they made you, but you created yourself? What's the difference between making and creation?
Hey,
What's the difference between making and creation?
No, Bryce. Instead of going for the speck in his eye, how about we remove that plank from yours?
Oh, you know about the plank that's in my eye?
You have no proof for your belief.
You don't even believe there's a plank in my eye, silly. You don't even know that. You don't even believe that there's a plank in my eye. You don't affirm the Bible, so why would I think that you have a plank in my eye?
I have my parents.
Who created you?
Oh my goodness, we're not gonna get anywhere.
I have my parents. I'm here right now. Where's your
Mhm.
imaginary man?
What you said?
Imaginary man. Yeah, the Sky Daddy argument, right? This is like some 2010 Reddit. This is like Reddit level stuff, man. I don't think you like understand anything about like philosophical concepts. Like we made a philosophical argument regarding causality, and you don't even know what that means.
You got them from a book.
I wasn't even gonna do the first cause argument because my whole critique was gonna be that you can't extrapolate. Like causality is not a force out in the world. You just extrapolate it from your mind. So my point was you can't be like an evolutionist because you can't even guarantee you can't even demonstrate that causality is a thing out in the world.
Oh man.
Okay, so
Do you not understand anything he just said, bro? You don't understand anything he just said, huh?
I am not.
They DC'd me too.
Anything you just said? I am not. Fuck your.
Why y'all are moving, bro? Exactly.
Talking shit without knowing shit.
You guys don't know nothing, bro. I barely feel informed.
I know that.
Yeah. I'm right here. I got proof. I'm evidence right here. Hail Satan.
He muted me. He said Hail Satan. Oh, brother. Who's this loser?
Heretic reference is crazy. Yo, he's on his way to orthodoxy, bro. I'm just saying. What does this guy want, bro? Yo, shouldn't you be invading people right now, bro?
I'm invading yo ass now. You got 50 people on right now watching yo ass now. I'm stealing your viewers. I'm stealing your viewers right now.
You stealing my 10 viewers, bro. Come on.
Nah, man, this night's been going freaking great, bro.
Dog, I heard earlier you talking to that freaking LARPing guy. You should have went and talked to the person I sent you the live stream, bro. That was peak viewership right there. It was peak.
Nah, bro, I can't remember what was their view again? I can't remember. I've been sent a lot of lives.
The Bible is a mind book. The Bible's a mind book.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I was gonna join that one, and then I tried to, and then they didn't bring me up for like 10 minutes. I was like, all right, they're just freaking echo chambering right now. They don't actually want to have a conversation.
That'd have been clip farming.
Yeah, bro. Anyway, I'm gonna keep moving around, bro. I just wanted to come say hi or whatever. That's
what I thought. Brycej running. All 50 viewers see that.
Yeah, bro. I have the divine spark. I don't care.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
It's just too easy, huh?
Yeah, I'll see you later, bro.
Wait, Wi-Fi Gospel wants to come up.
Oh, Wi-Fi Gospel wants to come up?
Wait.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he wants to come up. Wait, oh man, he not in. He just dropped.
It's just too easy.
Wait, we gotta. I think we gotta. Yo, hold on. We got ops.
What's good?
What's up? You disagree with the topic?
6 million or was it 271,000?
Ah, crap.
Answer the question.
Guys, that's a question for you.
If you have to, yeah, I'll put. Let me put it like this: if there's 6 million cookies that need to be baked in 5 years, how many ovens do you need?
You might need a lot of ovens, man.
A lot of fucking ovens. There's not enough ovens for that. But I don't want to get basil banned, so I'm not gonna go any farther than that.
Yeah, trust me.
It's too easy.
Yeah, me personally, I think the Soviets put the ovens there.
Oh,
Hey, it's funny. It's
my.
funny. I'm actually so while doing this live right now.
All right. I think he said, "Want to invade my Catholic friends live?" Sure. Why not, man? Maybe we can talk about something regarding Roman Catholicism. That'd be kind of fun. Let me go pee real quick. Night's going well. Things are going good. I might end up going all the way to like midnight, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This stuff is fun. Can you guys believe that all of this music is AI generated? Isn't that crazy? No, I think I'm gonna keep doing these. These are fun. I get plenty of clips.
Yes.
What?
Forgive me for what is about to happen.
What have you got to do?
It's evil left. I'm not really doing nothing. But you might just get a massive spike of viewers.
Do we not have like?
All right. How's it going? How's it going, Bryce?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. God bless you.
Yeah, I was wondering
Wait,
if you want.
You're an East.
Yeah, I am.
I was saying you're an East Orthodox apologist, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, God bless, man. I've actually seen some of your lives. I like your work.
Oh, cool. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Speaking of Bryce.
Oh, go ahead.
You guys know who Bryce Crawford is?
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar.
I heart Jesus. I heart Jesus.
How you doing, Bryce?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I heart Jesus guy. Yeah.
Okay,
Little
but
blonde guy.
before Bryce J talk about this, can I explain? Does anyone remember the name of those guys? Like the Moroccan sovereign citizens? I can't think of their name for the life of me. But essentially, it's a group of people, like I think they were in Chicago, and they are either Moroccans or descendants of Moroccans, and they take the aspects of something known as the Moroccan Friendship Treaty, which is the longest standing, or the Moroccan Friendship Agreement. It's the longest standing treaty between the government of the United States and another nation.
I'm gonna see if you want to talk about the Filioque, maybe.
It related to something about trade, but taking it with the interpretation of like it means that Moroccan citizens are free from being subjugated under U.S. law in any.
Have you ever met a Moroccan citizen?
Paisios, I mean, I do think that AI is demonic to a degree.
What?
But I believe that it can be used for good things.
They are the coolest motherfuckers you will ever meet, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cool
okay.
people.
It's probably okay. They're probably pretty cool. They're probably pretty cool. But at the end of the day, the Moroccan Friendship Agreement does not justify you to not be subjugated to U.S. law. That's all I'm gonna say. That's just what Nation of Islam reminds me of for some reason. I don't know why.
Why would Nation of Islam, which is born in America, remind you of something of a Northwest African country?
Hey guys,
I literally said the treaty that they hold to is a treaty that.
Bryce trying to talk. Like let him actually have the floor for a bit.
Yeah, Bryce, go ahead. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Yeah, man. I was just curious if, because Metro sent me up here. And I was just curious. What's up? What was?
We can talk.
Yeah.
I don't know why you sent me up here.
What's up?
I said I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I said I don't know why he sent you up here. He just said forgive me for what I'm about to do, and then he just left.
Oh, I mean, I'm respectful, so I don't know why he put it like that, but No, I was gonna say I don't know like how much like you talk about these the specific argumentations regarding orthodoxy, but I was wondering if maybe if you wanted to have a conversation about.
We're not gonna roast you. We're gonna.
I mean I don't mind about roasting. I don't.
Either.
Yeah, I was just wondering maybe if you wanted to have a discussion about whether or not the church fathers taught the filioque or not.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. The filioque is not what I based my faith on, because I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. I'm not equipped to dive into metaphysics on the Trinity at all. Like, I'm not equipped to even talk about it, and I honestly don't even know like really what the theological implications of the filioque are.
Okay.
I just know that it's the true doctrine that Christians have taught since 33 AD.
Okay.
And I think that's all that I really need to know personally.
Okay. So like I'm not gonna say that like anything negative or whatever, but if you don't want to have that discussion, I don't mind. Like I can keep moving on. I'm doing a stream night tonight, so I'm like kind of going around having conversations with various people. I didn't know maybe if you wanted to discuss the Eastern Orthodox and Catholic polemics against like certain doctrines or whatnot. But if that's not something that like you really do very often, I'm not going to try to force you into that, of course.
Yeah, it's like here's the thing. I do have a very deep respect for the Eastern Orthodox Church. I had a very rare opportunity to actually see the liturgies in Eastern Europe. I do actually love you guys. Even though I wasn't really able to participate in the liturgies because they're all saying it in Romanian and stuff like that. But so like for me when I came back to the United States, like Eastern Orthodoxy was just not really an option for me because, well, there's not really many Eastern Orthodox churches where I'm at, especially in the Bible Belt. I think you're aware of that, like that kind of thing being a problem in the U.S. But
yeah, I didn't have one with me when I was in Georgia, so I feel that. Like I'm in Nebraska now, so I have plenty of them somehow. I don't even know how that's possible, but somehow Nebraska has a ton of Orthodox churches.
That's very weird.
So like where I'm at, the closest Eastern Orthodox church to me is like 3 hours away.
Oh, that actually sucks.
So like, but what I do actually have, because like my thing was when I first came to the faith, I came back to the faith as an atheist when as a non-denominational, because all that I really had the ability to do was just read the Bible. That's the only like thing I had when I was coming to the faith.
Mm-hmm.
And what I recognized is when it came to my own faith, I felt like I was reinventing the wheel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I felt like I was reinventing the wheel. So what I did actually like get into was like the actual history of Christianity, and it really only provided me two options, which was Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. So now that I'm back here in the States and I actually have the ability to learn what the faith is, and I've been going to Mass since March, so I picked up like tidbits here and there, but like just Eastern Orthodoxy just was not an option for me when I came back here. It just wasn't.
That makes sense. I definitely think that you should still look into it, man, for sure. I mean, like I know that like obviously this is a Catholic live, but obviously it's my obligation to state that. But yeah, like I'm not gonna press you on nothing if that's not something that you really talk about that often. But yeah, I just wanted to say God bless, and you can make fun of Metro for thinking that somehow this was going to be crazier than it was. Yeah, go ahead.
Bryce, I do want to say one thing.
Okay.
I dropped you a follow because now knowing you, I kind of want to learn a little bit more about you and what you guys say, because I've been to today, especially went to my 4th Divine Liturgy and started Orthodox Inquiries class yesterday.
Yeah, that's super based, man. That's really awesome. Glad to hear that.
And I actually did Vespers last night as well. I was initially not going to do it, but then I did, and I was like, oh, it's actually... and I understood, and also the understanding of the implications of why Vespers is done, and like knowing the history behind the church and whatnot. I was like, wow. Like I love Divine Liturgy. I love Bench, by the way. And he's my Catholic brother, and he can be himself and be Catholic. But I made the choice of seeking out Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah, that's legit, man. That's really awesome to hear. But
here's what should happen. I mean, it's been 1,000 years. I think the unification is like long overdue at this point.
It really is.
I mean, it's definitely long overdue. It's just sadly, you know, like I hate to say this, but this is something I say pretty often. Like the Eastern Orthodox Church has a higher chance at coming back into communion with the Oriental Orthodox Church than it does the Roman Catholic Church. The reason why is because of the amount of ecumenical councils that the Roman Catholic Church has. I think they have 26 ecumenical councils, if I remember correctly, and we only have 9, right? So like, but the Oriental Orthodox Church only has 4, or 4. No, 3. I'm sorry, 3.
Okay, I thought it was 7 ecumenical councils. When was the last for Eastern Orthodoxy? When was the last ecumenical council?
1368.
1568.
Yeah, 1368 was the last Palamite synod. It was one where Saint Philotheos Kokkinos ran it against Prochoros Kaidonis. That is our last one that we had.
Okay. Type shit.
Yeah, and then the 8th ecumenical council is the Phocian synod.
All right.
But yeah, anyway, God bless Bench. You seem like a really cool dude. I'll probably drop you a follow.
Hey, God bless, man. You have a good one.
God bless.
Yeah, you too, man. That didn't work out. That didn't work, Metro. He's too chill, bro. Don't ignore my gold, Papa. I am a clip machine for you. Who are these people, man? How are you finding people like this, dude? What is this?
He did. That's what he said.
No.
But what I'm trying to explain to you, like I said, if you take anything away from my explanation, L, is that, you know, it's not just like a blind thing where we're just like, oh, cool, this is our Bible, like, and this is what we believe. We've done the research, we've really studied, you know, and we feel it holds up to scrutiny on its own merits, right? If you truly want to look at a third-party reference of someone that he actually he either is or was a professor at the University of Arizona. He wrote a book called Truth in Translation. His name is Jason David Bedun, Dr. Bedun, Beduhn, and he actually he examined like 20 different translations that were available at the time, including the New World Translation. And he had a couple criticisms of it linguistically, where he was like, I would have probably done it this way or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, he couldn't accuse it of any kind of bias. He said it was accurate. He said it was true to the languages, true to the grammar. Like, you know, whoever the individuals were that put it together, they knew what they were doing. And so it's not just some like fly by night, like this is our Bible kind of thing. And like Ngazi was saying, like I literally have like
Should I run the
within like arm's length of me right now, because one of the things that we try to encourage.
Should I run the argument that I did with Unitarian Apologetics, basically showing that the Unitarian view of God actually entails a form of paganism that's an abomination of Yahweh? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get into this live, though.
Linear, which is basically a word for word Greek to English translation. And you can sit there and you can do comparative and kind of see, you know, which way different people have rendered it. And then if you see a discrepancy, you know, don't just be like, oh man, why is this different? Look it up, figure it out. You know, do some study.
I want to, I'm a second that I hopped on here because I heard you say that guy's name, David Devon. I actually did, you know, I take little classes.
This is going to be a brain rot. I'm going to get muted mercilessly from this. You guys asked for this,
report on that. I had a PowerPoint to do on that, and I did the Bible, and I did the King James Version compared to the New World Translation, the Bible that Jehovah's Witnesses read. And I looked up, and that actually popped up. And he actually said the New World Translation, he was actually surprised that the New World Translation was one of the best translations that there is out of all the Bibles that he did. And that's what he said. And it wasn't. This was coming from a person that was actually a scholar and did his research. He was not a Jehovah Witness. Actually, when he said when he was doing it, he was actually expecting for the New World Translation to be on the bottom of the list. But he said to his surprise, it was actually at the top of the list.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing. If I'll tell you what. If the New World Translation wasn't associated with Jehovah's Witnesses, it would be in every house.
Mm-hmm. It's that name. This is, but it's sad because
anyway.
it's sad because it just shows you. That's why the Bible say who controls the world. You know who's the ruler of the world. Which even Jehovah and his angels is still doing his thing or whatever. Jehovah allows certain things to happen, and the Bible says the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. So when it comes to that name Jehovah, people tend, that's a Jehovah Witness Bible, that's a Jehovah Witness Bible. But it's like it has. The only difference is it restored God's name back to his rightful place. You know what I'm saying? The King James removed God's name and replaced it with Lord. So when you see Lord in the King James and it say all capitals, all caps, that's where we're supposed to say Jehovah. So the devil has used that, and people don't know who God's name is. They don't know Jehovah from Jesus. They don't know Jehovah from the Son. You know what I'm saying? And,
that's a problem.
And the King James wasn't the first to do it, but they did it knowing full well, and that's why they put those notes in there, and that's why they did the all caps, so that when you saw that, if you were kind of in on the secret, you would know. And that's in there like 4 or 5 times, but
or it should be a problem for people. It really should.
Like why don't they want me to know who God's name is?
Exactly.
Like that's where you gotta.
Because I have a copy of it's a King James Bible, but it's called the Divine Name King James Bible, and they have it back in there 7,000 times, including all the times in the New Testament where it.
You're not letting me in, man.
There, but it's the old King James writing. Plus, like I was mentioning, there's certain passages that they discovered aren't supposed to.
Maybe I'll come back to that one.
I had to wait in that room. I couldn't get out, and I literally had to wait for anybody, even just a nurse, to check on me. They did. I was there, and finally when, the family members started to visit me, that's what kept me alive, honestly. And that's why I think it's so important to visit people, even though, you think they're maybe a vegetable or something, they're there. They're listening to you. They just can't do anything about it,
Books over the age of 18.
That's right, I'm 33.
What's your conversation?
I'm just trying to tap into what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, so what's your opinion from what you heard?
I honestly think you're tripping.
No.
I think you worry too much.
That's why I refuse to tell the story to a lot of people because they think I was not tripping.
No, that's fine. I mean,
but that's your opinion, so I respect that.
Yeah, no, I apologize if I rubbed you the wrong way, but I'm just saying that don't mean shit. That barely scratches the surface of what's really going on.
I mean, I'm a very spiritual person. I believe in 14 levels, but
spiritual.
When it comes down to
I'm spiritual.
religion, I'm very I'm kind of I don't know, because in the Bible
Sounds like you're confused. Sounds like you don't know what you are.
Jake, would you say maybe it's the case that I was infallibly taught, but it's not dogmatized just yet?
Say. Sorry.
I guess the question would then just what then is the pretense for like dogmatization or something like that?
I did physically cringe from that. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Terracotta, I actually
guess
cringed from that
I'll
so
let you
hard,
answer
and I
that,
saw
and
the
then
way that they were
move
answering
forward.
those questions, and I was like, bro, I can't even waste my time with that. That's so bad.
So,
I can't even really say
the
that though, because I wasted my
problem
time with
is
somebody
we
that said
actually
unaliving
haven't
babies is
defined
okay.
these
So
terms too well. Like
newborn
if
infants.
you read
actually.
Ratzinger before
That's
he
the
became
problem.
Pope, yeah. He defines it in a completely different way to other theologians. That's why you have some theologians say, "Oh, the Pope's infallible in his ordinary magisterium," whereas others say, "No, he's not," because they're defining it like differently. So maybe like how you defined dogma beforehand.
Yeah, sorry, I
No,
don't want to cut you off.
Did I bring up something regarding EED? Maybe.
Like before you define
These guys.
dogma as anything infallible, right? So maybe in that sense, sure, limbo could be dogma. You know, with the like clarification that I don't know too much about, because I don't want to say something wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say that in the ordinary form, right? It's like that's not infallible. It's just binding.
It depends. Like you know the thing that Talon just read out. Most people would say that's ordinary.
So in the case of like bringing examples of like Nicaea, like First Nicaea, like they come to be extraordinary, right? And so he's asking me, well, were they infallible? Well, yeah, they were infallible as the church deemed so, right? But in the moment, no, they were not.
No way, bro. Hold on. Second here.
What? You said what?
What would your reconcile be for Daniel 2 and 7?
It doesn't teach whatever you're trying to, whatever somebody says it teaches.
Oh my god, bro, that's such a base recon.
Here, Bryce, what's it called? You can deal with it. I gotta do the schoolwork.
Oh my god. Hey Bryce, what would your reconcile be for 2 and
No, hold on. Bryce, so Ibn Medium said that Saint Nelios Cabasilis taught a conceptual distinction.
Really? That's an interesting claim. Is there a reason then why, right, the disciple of Palamas himself, right, ratified the Palamite synods?
Yeah, he said that he said he doesn't speak a lot of English, by the way, I just want to let you know.
Okay, what I get what is a conceptual distinction in your view?
No, bro, I just ask him because I don't see that Palamas teach real distinction in the treatise, but I've seen a quote of Saint Nelos Cabasilas that he say conceptual, but I will I say actual formal, you know.
Okay. So do you want me to? I get like what quote from Saint Nelos are you talking about? Like what is it from? Which work?
Rule of Theology.
Rule of Theology. Yeah. Have you read the Rule of Theology, or is it just like the quotation that you have?
Just a quote.
Okay. Let me go ahead and read this for you because I have the Rule of Theology with me. So in chapter 7 specifically of that exact work, right? He says at this section in chapter 7, he says, "For the operations of the Spirit are ineffable due to their greatness and innumerable due to their multitude. For how shall we understand those things that were before the ages? What were his operations before the intelligible creation? Furthermore, the divine essence is the cause, but the properties arise from it as from a cause. For they do not say that the essence is from wisdom, but that wisdom is from the essence." You say that that's entirely conceptual? I mean, he's saying that like the properties themselves are something that was entirely prior to creation.
Can you send me this quote, then maybe I can translate to German, because in English I don't understand nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's in Rule of Theology, chapter 7. as well as the main one as well, which is in chapter 13 of the same work. He says, observe that fire has the power to illuminate, but also the power to warm. It is born upwards. It melts and dries things. And many other things are around the fire, differing from the fire's essence and from each other. Though fire warms many things, it illuminates only those who are possessed of sight. And what that it enlightens instantly, while to those that it warms, it communicates its power in time. If, however, the power to warm were identical to its power to enlighten, then whatever partakes of its warmth would then partake of its light as well. Yet a hand perceives heat but not light. What then?
Okay. Do you would you say that if Orthodox Christians say that the essence and the energy distinction is conceptual, is directly Thomist?
I'd say that if it's not something that is prior to the intellect, yes.
Okay. Are the
which, I mean, we actually condemned the theology of Aquinas in 1368.
And you say, Nelo said too that the sense is, wait, this word, wait. Identical to the being?
In the sense of them being the same thing or them being materially identical, sure. That doesn't mean that there's not a distinction prior to the intellect. They're of the same thing, or they're the same res as it is in Latin. That doesn't mean that then therefore there's not some form of distinction that's prior to the intellect. And let me put it like this, right? Does God know the difference between the justice that he instills upon the wicked versus the mercy that he provides to those who are in him prior to creation? You understand kind of what I'm getting at?
No, bro, it's really difficult to follow you.
Yeah, so like justice, right? Like justice and mercy, these are two energies in God, right? These are specific energies that are talked about. And so prior to creation, does God know the difference between his justice and his mercy?
So what's the question or not?
Yeah, that's a question. Does he know the difference between his justice and his mercy prior to creating the world?
But I don't understand this. Like this type of English.
So like so like you know the difference between giving justice to somebody versus providing mercy to somebody, right? Like you know the difference.
No, but I don't understand this English, you know. If you write this down, I can translate easily, or we can speak right. But I don't understand this type of English.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I would definitely just say to read the entire rule of theology, man. Because like there's a lot of things that he says that are contrary to a conceptual distinction.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, good one, bro.
Appreciate you. All right, we've got another guest coming up, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. It was good talking to you. I'm gonna bring up the next guest.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Hey, how do you pronounce that? Is it Teodoro?
Yeah, it's Theodore in English.
Oh, Theodore. Okay, what's up, Theo? Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Are you Christian?
I used to be.
Well, that's cool. I mean, the prompt is for Christians, but I'm totally down to hear the people who have deconstructed. I actually prefer that. This is just more of a wider net for an audience. So
Yeah, I also prefer the believers, because I just have a quick question. I was wondering if you knew, I could put the passage if you want, if you had a Bible handy, but in Mark 14:51, it mentioned something about a child running away from him when he was arrested, and I was wondering if you had any insight on that.
Mark 14. I'm pulling it up.
I'm going to throw it in the chat just so you can see it.
Mark 14:51 through 52. Okay, so it says, a certain young man.
It's when he was arrested by the Romans.
A certain young man was following him, wearing nothing but a linen cloth. They caught hold of him, but he left the linen cloth and ran off naked.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, limited papyrus, limited scrolls. Why put that in the Bible?
That, you know what? That is kind of it's kind of funny. There's a lot of useless information in the Bible.
It's actually not, though, because if you think about it, when he was arrested, he claimed not to be a leistes, and in Greek that means pirate or child trafficker.
Caught hold of him and ran off naked. Yeah, I don't know what to make.
It won't say in the King James. Yeah, it won't say in the King James Bible, but anything in Greek, if you can find one in Greek, it'll claim not to be a leistes. And if you look that up in Greek, it means robber or pirate. Hence why the child was running away.
Oh, so they were like, I didn't steal anything, kind of context is what he's running from.
No, basically, so like the Romans came upon him. He was in a park, the Garden of Gethsemane, right? I don't know what time it was. I think it was like in the morning, early dawn. And as they approached him, heavily armed, the Roman guards, he said in defense, I'm not a leistes. I'm not a leistes. Why are you coming so armed? So when they put him against trial against Barabbas, they chose Barabbas over him. And Barabbas, as you know, was a child trafficker, a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if you knew anything about it or if you had insight on it, because it just confused me and it strayed me. You know what I mean?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, but I can see why you would confuse you and everything. I mean,
sure.
How recent was your deconstruction?
It was probably about a year ago, and I didn't pay much mind to it until I started learning Greek, and then once I started translating Greek myself, I was blown away.
Did a year
ago? For example. Yeah, for example, the word Christos, they'll tell you it means anointment, but it actually means ointment, which is applied to you. Therefore, it's a verb, not a noun. So Christ is not Jesus. The word Christos came before Jesus. Is that crazy or what?
That's sounds like something that, would that be an anachronism for it to be used in that way, or is that just a misunderstanding?
Well, it was
text?
No. It's a Greek term, right? It's a Greek-rooted word, and if you look it up, it means ointment or applicant, and it was first found with text with the Mithras. Her name was Medea in Greek mythology.
Hammy says "greasy Josh" in the chat. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, it's crazy. You should look it up, though.
Yeah, I think I will. Let me write that down. So, what you said, Christos in Greek. Actually, how do you spell Christos?
Yeah, so it's Christos.
I think I would have put an H in there by mistake.
No worries.
Yeah, I'll do it in Greek.
And you can actually look at some of the texts from if you look in the Roman times, like AD, Anno Domini. A lot of the medical applicants, they talk about Christos, and that's how they would apply these certain medical applicants.
That's crazy.
So I got this kid running away with a gauze linen thing, naked, and Jesus is claiming to not be a leistes. You know what I mean? So I'm hella confused.
Yeah, why would he yell that out?
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Just food for thought, dudes. Thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Thank you for coming up. Thanks for the info.
Yeah, ciao.
Oh man. All right. Okay, guys. If you're a Christian, request up. Let me see. I think there might still be somebody in the box here. Okay, we got a guest.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, is this are you Bryce? Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
Bryce J. Oh, hey, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
I am. I'm 25 and I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Okay. So why are you a Christian?
If you don't mind real quick, before I kind of get into that, do you mind if I address the things that guy came up here and said?
Okay, yeah.
So that thing regarding the boy who ran away or whatever, like a lot of the earliest church fathers that came basically directly after the apostles interpreted that as James the apostle, because of the fact that it says that the apostle was with him and he was considered the brother of Jesus or whatever, that he was the young boy, right? And so there's a couple different interpretations to what that meant, and that word that he's talking about in Greek doesn't actually mean what he says it means. Like when he says I'm not a pirate, he's referring to it not in the sense of the fact that there was a boy in the garden, because the Pharisees came to get him because he was blaspheming, not because they thought that he somehow apparently was trafficking a boy. They came to get him because they thought he was blaspheming God, and they thought that he was claiming to be God. So that's why they wanted to arrest him. That's what the whole point of Judas snitching on him was for, right? So I mean, like that just.
And he said I'm not a pirate.
Yeah, like which also can mean like blasphemer, faker, liar. It can mean like any of that. Because they were calling him a blasphemer, things like that.
Right. Okay. Cool. Well, all right. Well, now I've heard two things, so I'll have to keep both in consideration because this is the first time I'm hearing any of this tonight. All right. So Bryce, why are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian because I believe that there is enough evidence, whether that be philosophically or empirically, for the events that took place from 0 to 33 AD regarding the New Testament, which then, if something like that did truly occur in that time period, then the Old Testament by basically proxy would also be attached to that. And so when it comes to the argumentation for why the Christianity would be the case, I normally would say that is more based in philosophical arguments. But, I believe in obviously the empirical proofs as well, based off of, the various things that can be used to show that.
Right. Well, we can do either one. I mean, I'm not really well versed in a lot of history, and that was part of the reason why I became incredulous to, like, if the religion was true. I just knew that it was up in the air, and some people will say that there's so much evidence, and other people will say there's actually none. And I mean, I felt like it was a little unjustified for me to feel like I needed to become a historian and argue with other historians in order to like actually know if this was the case. I felt like it would be weird for God to like do that. But anyway, I don't want to ramble too long. So we can do the empirical stuff or we can do the philosophical. I'm not like a phil bro either, but I can kind of keep up if you slow it down for me if you're a phil bro.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of philosophy and metaphysics. That's kind of like the main thing that I talk about. So, I mean, if you definitely want to have a conversation with like that, I don't mind. I mean, like, what would be like your main contentions with like the Christian paradigm, like in terms of philosophy?
So I guess, I don't know, like I'm not convinced of it because I don't have a reason to like say this is true. I feel like my whole thing was I couldn't verify this, and it wasn't even the miracles at first, but now the miracles is kind of what makes me not even care that much about the history. Like if it was true that all of these gospels were eyewitnesses, which evidently they weren't from scholarly consensus, but if it were the case, it still wouldn't be enough for me because there's magic outlined in the Bible. Like I don't think that if somebody came up to me and said there was 1,000 witnesses of some magic happening that I would believe them.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. And obviously, that has to do with your current like philosophical stance that you hold to, right? Like it sounds kind of like your verification for things occurring in the world is more of like an empirical mindset, right? So like if something can't be I guess, more scientifically validated, or something can't be, or something seems like it's out of the naturalist capability, right? That it would be considered, you know, I guess, fallacious to make those claims in the first place, or that it wouldn't be verifiable.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't even, it's not like I am married to, oh, everything has to be natural. It's just that nature is really the only thing that's like an axiom to me.
Mhm.
I don't have a reason to presuppose like a spirit or any of that stuff, because the reasons that I hear for this is not really enough. They'll kind of define it in different ways depending on who you ask. And I'm thinking, if we did like discover like what a spirit was, like we found one and we empirically proved it, I think we would still put it in the natural world, because we would be able to study it and interact with it in the natural world. So it would stop being a spirit at that point. I feel like if there is a spirit, you can't empirically prove it. Otherwise, it would be, if it's a supernatural thing, otherwise it would be a natural thing, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, like if something is occurring outside of natural means, it automatically is no longer a natural means, right? Like it's no longer something that is occurring naturally. So like if there's something supernatural occurring, like somebody performing a miracle or something like that, or that would automatically kind of like exceed, in a sense, the I guess the naturalist view, right? Because it'd be like, oh, well, this is not natural. But granted, right, like if you're holding to like a naturalist view, which is like you said, the only axiom that you hold to is nature, do you believe that nature is uniform?
What do you mean by uniform?
Yeah, that it's in a sense unchanging, right? So like obviously, like I'm assuming you probably affirm like some form of like evolution, of course. Like I don't know if you do or not, but like I'm talking about like the uniformity in terms of like there being certain things that are static in order for things to occur the way that they do.
Yeah, like I think that, you know, the laws of logic are pretty fundamental. I don't think we've ever seen them waver. All right. I think they're essential. And other things, like as far as we can tell, a lot of these other things like gravity and these laws of physics, they seem to be pretty static, but I don't know. Like because this is done inductively. So we know them to be the case always because they've always been the case, and if they were to not be the case tomorrow, then we'd have to rethink it. But we don't have a reason to like predict that they might not be, right? So
yeah, it's based in consistency.
Yeah. So I think I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it did actually. It kind of leads me into like providing you with like a formal argument. Do you know about like formal syllogisms?
Yeah, I like syllogisms.
Cool.
I'm good at coming up with them on the fly, but I love listening to them.
Oh, cool. So I want to provide you with something. It's called the Augustinian proof.
Okay.
So, because you mentioned the thing regarding the laws of logic, and I like the way that you hold to that, so it's actually going to help a lot for this conversation. So, premise one is that there is objective, eternal, and unchanging truths. Right? So that would be something like, for example, the laws of logic, or mathematical truths like 2 + 2 = 4, or pretty much any of those.
All right, I'm writing it down.
We don't even have to use the word eternal either. Like we can just say like objective and unchanging. Honestly.
Do we have to use or are we able to substitute the word truth for something?
Well, like a truth would simply just be like a characteristic of a proposition, right? Like a proposition's being given, saying this thing is this, and it would either carry carry the characteristic of either being true, as in it purports to reality, or it doesn't purport to reality, which then it would either just be a concept or abstract, or it would be false.
Right. Because okay. So because I'm just making sure that we're on the same page. Truth, I consider to be like a concept. So when somebody says that that's true, like I say it comports with reality. Like that's my definition. And I actually add like as adjudicated by predictive power as a means to like determine like what you could justifiably call truth. Oh hey, Trust but Verify just came in here. Hey Trust, I got this little thing up. I might eat a Carolina Reaper tonight. We'll see. But yeah, man. So, because I had this conversation the other night with somebody, and they were saying if all minds went away, like truth would still exist. Like and I'm like, I don't think truth would exist, but reality would still be like reality. We just wouldn't, like you said, somebody would have to be making this claim, right? Somebody would be stating an observation or a statement that something is the case.
Yeah, I mean, truth would
Right,
simply
is that-
just be
is that-
something that purports to reality, right? And so, like, it doesn't necessarily entail a proposition, but like the argument is based in propositions.
Okay, well, I wrote down the first premise, so I'll let you know if I have a problem with it later. But for now, I'll just listen to the rest of them.
Okay. Premise 2 is that truth is not a physical property of a material object. Physical properties, because they're contingent, changing, and finite, truth would be considered necessary and unchanging. So it wouldn't be a physical property, it would be something other.
Okay, truth isn't a physical property. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I think truth is like conceptual. It's like I consider it to be like a descriptor.
Mm-hmm. But obviously, like, even though that it's conceptual, it would be objectively conceptual in a sense, right? Because like if something is true, it's true whether or not somebody thinks about it, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that for something to be true, because true is a label that we put on things. So this is kind of like, because this is the contention I had with the last person I went down this similar conversation with. Like they were saying that truth would exist if minds didn't exist, and I was like, I don't think so. I think things would just be the way that they are, since that's like the semantic.
Would it be true though that things are the way they are?
Well, you and I would communicate that to each other now, but like we wouldn't if we weren't around, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like we could say that now, but like once we were gone, we couldn't. Like the reality would still obey the same it would behave the same way.
Yeah.
But like I don't know that we could say that it's like that anything's necessarily true, because nobody's making propositions. Nobody's like labeling the phenomenon as true, or the observation is true.
So you'd say
I'm
that
almost done writing
something.
it down. So I said truth isn't a physical property of
Material objects.
Okay. Not a property of material objects. Okay.
Yeah. And so just before I go on, you do agree though that I guess truths are proposition contingent, so they rely on propositions to be true, or?
I think so. Yeah, because just for the contention of trying to say that like if truth exists, then like a mind has to exist, and I think that is a sneaky way that people will presuppose an eternal mind that exists outside of reality or something, or like ever expanding or infinite, instead of like just using empirical evidence. And I know that this is like a philosophical syllogism.
Yeah.
But I think I would say that it requires, like a proposition.
Would you say that a proposition requires a mind?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So premise 3 is that that truth is a characteristic of a proposition, right? Kind of like how you said earlier. Proposition requires a mind to conceive and understand them, and truth cannot exist independently of all minds, kind of like how you said earlier.
Okay. Truth is a characteristic of proposition, and this is the fourth premise, that a proposition can't exist without a mind.
That would be the third premise.
Oh, it's third one was twofold.
Mm-hmm.
My handwriting's so bad when I try to write fast. All right. Okay, so I have premise 1. We have objective, eternal or not eternal, unchanging truths. Premise 2, truth isn't a physical property of material objects. Premise 3, truth is a characteristic. What did I just wrote this one down. Truth is a characteristic of a proposition, and proposition, like, it needs a mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Premise 4 is that since objective truth, right, like it says in premise 1, that there is immutable or unchanging truths that exist, as it says in premise 1, then no limited mind can fully account for that thing to be said true. Due to the fact that we are obviously contingent and changing ourselves.
No limited mind can say that.
They can't basically arise that truth basically without it being grounded in them, right? So
like
if there's
objective truth, you mean?
yes,
Okay. I can't. Okay, they can't like. They can't.
like if I make a proposition for like a unicorn, for example, and I describe what this unicorn looks like, right? That would just be considered like a particular or like a contingent thing that's entirely based off of something that I made up.
Right. So I just wrote down objective truth. Because of premise 1, no limited mind can justify the claim of objective truth. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
With that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
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 And then the conclusion based off of these, this would be by modus ponens regarding inference rule, is that from the preceding arguments, it then follows that there must be some form of eternal or necessary, or something that is objective, that possesses a mind, that is the ground and source of all truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is so I think that we might have done a syllogism for the conversation that I had before that I kept bringing up. Like, because we can't actually, I think because of premise 4, objective truth, like no limited mind can like justify what this objective truth is.
Well, not even like justify it. It's more like actually like make the proposition initially, right? Because like you said that truth is something that's a characteristic of a proposition, and something is, in your view, like you said, not true if nobody were to propose it. But if there is things that are basically outside of contingent minds, right, making propositions, that's still true, objectively true, like the laws of logic, then something must be actually grounding that proposition that is unchanging.
Right, but when I say the laws of logic, I don't mean like the actual laws themselves. I mean the characteristics of the universe that we describe by using the language laws of logic. So the laws of logic are like conceptual, but like what they are describing is a real thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but like obviously
So they say that they're true. Like they are what they are, and then like we like just use language to say that something is true. Like this is, I think this is a semantic argument.
I wouldn't really say that it's semantic. It's more like just a logical entailment, right? So like if we were to say that if we make a proposition for something, right, and we are contingent, and we make a proposition for something, and something can't be basically objectively verified in a sense, or shown that we basically invented per se an objective truth, right? Because there's subjective truths, right? Like I can make a proposition that vanilla ice cream is better than chocolate ice cream. I can make that proposition myself, but that's a subjective truth. That's something that like you can also deny and then have a personal opinion towards something else. Obviously, the laws of logic would not apply that way, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how we can, if we can't justify, or sorry, you said no, don't use justify. If we can't, I guess, if we can't state accurately what the objective truth is, I don't know why we can even make the claim in premise 1 that the objective, eternal, unchanging truth exists.
That would be one of the entailments, right? So like you would either have to basically fall into some form of solipsism, or you'd have to concede that the only thing that you can rely on is whatever is in your own mind, right? Which then would obviously be its own form of absurdity, unless you want to hold to that. I don't know, but or
I'm an absurdist.
Yeah, but like absurdity versus like absurdism is different though, because like absurdism is kind of like a form of nihilism, so it has its own understandings. But
yeah,
like
yeah, well, so all right. Like, okay, You say the same thing that you just said again, because I was about to say something and then I forgot it immediately. I even cleared my throat and I forgot it.
Yeah. So, I'm trying to think here. Oh yeah. So like basically, if you were to concede in a sense that premise one is not possible in your worldview, to say that there is no, that you can't actually know if there's any form of objective or unchanging truths in the first place, that it basically removes the ability for anybody to actually make any propositions in the first place that purport to reality. And it does in some way, shape, or form entail solipsism from that, because then the only thing that is reliable is whatever you think about reality, but then somebody else could just have an entirely different opinion that doesn't even come anywhere near it, but it's just as justified as what you said.
Right. Okay. Well, I am kind of a soft solipsist. I don't like think that it's definitely the case, but I don't. So when it comes to that, like all that we have to take in information is our sensory experience, and I don't know if if what we know that what we have is all that we have or not. Technically, we could be in the Matrix. I can't disprove it, so I can't completely rule it out. And again, I don't have faith in this. I don't say that this is definitely the case.
I mean, one of the things I was just gonna address that thing you said real quick about the Matrix thing, right? So like one of the reasons why, like, I guess most of the time in like logical argumentation that you would have to basically concede that certain, like, would you say that certain positions are like self-refuting?
Probably, if you gave me one, I would probably agree with your.
Well, I mean, believing that we're all in a simulation or a brain in a vat, right? Like these two types of situations are considered self-refuting. Because you wouldn't be able to know that you're a brain in a vat, because if you are a brain in a vat, then the thing that's causing the brain in a vat is causing you to think that you're in a brain in a vat. So it's something that's infinite.
Yeah. Well, it's like, for me, it's just like a claim without evidence can be refuted without evidence. I think it's Hitchens who said that, or can be like dismissed without evidence.
Yeah. So like if somebody were to make a claim, like, for example, oh, well, we are a brain in a vat. If we are a brain in a vat, you wouldn't be able to actually know that we are a brain in a vat, because if you're a brain in a vat, it's telling you that you're a brain in a vat. So it's not actually like getting to the crux, right? So that would be considered like a self-refuting position in a sense.
Yeah. And but the thing is, like with this type of stuff, we can't really say one way or the other definitively, in my opinion. Would you agree?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't really catch that.
I don't think we can say one way or the other definitively. Like, I think that, like, if we were a brain in a vat, we wouldn't ever really be able to like accurately or justifiably say that we are.
Yeah.
Like, we could say, if we happened to be one and we said I believe it, we would just be lucky, and we wouldn't be able to justify it or verify it. You know.
Okay. So then do you hold that knowledge then as justified true belief then? Like, is that what knowledge is to you?
So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
like,
think that's how I define it.
Would you say that if knowledge is impossible in a worldview, that then therefore it would be considered incoherent?
If knowledge is not possible in a worldview, then it would be incoherent. That's a good point. I like that. Yeah, I think that that's right.
Yeah. So like that would be kind of like the argument against like a lot of those positions, like brain in a vat, for example. Like if you hold to brain in a vat,
like,
then
that's
you
why
have
you
to kind of affirm that like knowledge is impossible in that view, right? Because it's all a
That's
simulation
why you
anyway.
don't just assume those things. It's why you don't assume those things, and that actually that's actually I'm less of a solipsist. I was already barely a solipsist, but I'm less of one now because of what you just said. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I like that.
So like the kind of position that I'm trying to give you, right? This is like what St. Augustine's argument was for God. That's why it's called the Augustinian proof. It's the argument for unchanging and static truths. Is that if you do not affirm that there is some form of objective standard that actually grounds basically unchanging propositions or something that we utilize as contingent beings, that there is basically knowledge would be considered impossible. That's kind of like the entire point, is that it's incoherent to hold a view where there's not some form of objective grounding for the knowledge itself. It's epistemology, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's like if where was I? If knowledge is if infinite, what was it? If objective truths cannot be known by the mind, if that knowledge is not possible, can we definitively say that they are, or is this a presumption?
Well, so it would kind of be more of an entailment because if you basically don't have the ability, right, to understand or know of something that is an objective proposition, which you and I would agree in a sense that the laws of logic would be considered like objectively true rather than entirely subjective, that we both just somehow consensually agree on. So it would be something that would be considered absent to you and me making a proposition. So then there would have to be some form of grounded mind that would have to be the eternal proposer of said truth.
Oh, I am having fun. I try to do this every 20 minutes. A kick poll, see if you stay up on here, but I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm not good at the phil stuff, philosophy stuff, but I just want to give other people a chance just in case. But we'll see what the chat says.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean when it comes with the axioms. So the laws of logic, they just seem self-evident to me, but and I guess something being objectively true, I don't know, because because of the language of the word true, I think that you would need a mind in order to make the statement, and I feel like I would need to presuppose some mind that exists external to us.
That's kind of like what that's kind of like what that would be. Yeah, that's kind of like what that would be leading to, right? Is that like you'd hold to a worldview that would be considered more epistemology that's autonomous per se, where it's something that doesn't arise from something other than the mind itself, like a human mind. But then there would be something like a theonomous epistemology, which would be something that derives from some form of objective deity in a sense, or something that's an unchanging, static, personal in any sense, right? So like that, that would be considered a dichotomy, right? A true dichotomy, where there would be either that all epistemology is either theonomous or it's autonomous. And so if autonomous epistemology isn't capable of grounding knowledge in any sense, and it's shown that through the impossibility of the contrary in a sense, right? By like this type of argumentation, that then therefore in some way, shape or form, you have to affirm a theonomous epistemology, which gets rid of anything that's not theism, at least.
Yeah, I don't know if my mind can wrap around all this.
No, you're good.
To be honest. So the chat likes you. You won. It was narrow, but you did win the vote. So you get another 20 minutes. Hell yeah. So all right. Do you want to keep staying on this topic, or do you want to change topics a little bit slightly?
I mean, now that I provided an argument to you, I was wondering, like, maybe if you have anything or questions about my view that you want to ask. I don't want to just sit here and just kind of, I mean, the question is, why are you Christian, right? Like, I don't want to just sit here and just berate your worldview, if that makes sense.
Well, I guess my questions would be to like that, but I feel like I've already sort of said what my like problems are of it. Like, since I'm having a hard time understanding it, it can't really be convincing to me.
Yeah.
And if I think I understand it, there's like problems that I have where I still feel like it's just semantics. And I do know a guy who's like, he calls himself a semantic theist.
Semantic theist, huh?
He says semantic theism, and he outlines like a similar argument, but he assumes ontology of like, he's like, rocks have rockness and like cups have cupness. And
Yeah, like Aristotelian categories.
Yeah, and I'm like, but I think we just call that lump of matter a rock because it's like familiar to us, and we use it in a this way or that way. So it's just slang to call it a rock rather than to say exactly what it is, and then can we even say everything of what it is?
Yeah,
I feel like it is just semantics, and it's in the name, so like that's like it's safe for him to say that because it's in the name, but I don't think that justifies it. You know what I mean? It's like if I said, because it sounds kind of silly to me, I could say I believe in silly philosophy, and then somebody says that's silly, and I'm like, that's the point.
Yeah.
Like, I guess like what my absurdist thing, like I believe in absurd things. Oh, I'm absurdist. Well, it doesn't justify it.
So do you hold to, so like in terms of like absurdism, do you hold to kind of like the general premise that there is no actual telos or purpose to reality, and so humanity must invent their own?
More or less, yeah. But the reason why I would say absurdist versus like existentialist is because existentialism is a heightened focus on inventing your own meaning, and that's something that sounds beautiful to me, and I think I'm starting to get good at actually doing that. So I don't know if I'll remain an absurdist forever and ever. It might stay my name forever just because of like this, but I decided that absurdism was closer, more accurate representing me, because any kind of meaning, subjective meaning that I would assign to myself would feel as artificial as it is, because before my meaning came from like God, the objective, cosmic, supreme deity created the universe, and he gave me objective meaning. I believe that for like my entire life. So to go from that to what I'm little old me, I just had a lowly thought of myself as a Christian. I'm pathetic, I deserve hell, I'm so weak and puny, I'm not worthy, this life is meaningless, the next life is the one that it has all the meaning. So now it's like, okay, I already decided before that this life is meaningless. I already decided before that the next life is the one that matters, and now I don't know that that one exists. I already decided before that God gave me my meaning, and now I don't even know that he's real. So like, and I have this negative view of myself. So like pathetic ass me, Lobes, is supposed to come up with some kind of meaning. I can't give myself that.
Well, if it
I can't do it.
Do you know anything about like the Orthodox view?
A little bit. I mean, are you talking about like with meaning?
No, like the Orthodox Christian worldview. Because like I can tell just by the way that you just described your experience of Christianity that you were a Protestant. I can tell just by what you said.
Oh yeah, I was.
Yeah. So the Protestant view is a little bit more like Gnostic, right? Like I don't know if you know much about Gnosticism, but like believing that like the material world is like evil, and like, you know, we got to break out of the material and all this kind of stuff. Like that's kind of like the Protestant mindset, right? Like
they're all over the place with that.
Yeah.
Like some say that and some don't. I think that's the consensus among them mostly.
Yeah. So the oldest form of Christianity that existed, right? Like, and this is something that's actually shown empirically as well, via like church documentation that shows like the lineage between the apostles, right? Like, so I'm part of the Church of Antioch. That's the church that I'm part of, and that's actually in the Book of Acts. And my current patriarch that I have right now, that's in my that's in the seat, actually has a direct unbroken line to Peter, right? Like you can see the documentation for who was appointed to what at certain times. And so like that's the reason it's called
documented in it.
Like, so we have these things called church history documentation, which it's basically something that's held by the historians of the church throughout history, where they're given a specific job to where if anything is written down in the church, if anything is ever written down, if somebody's appointed, if somebody's excommunicated, if somebody's removed, that it's to be written down and put into basically a library, right? And so like this documentation that I'm talking about is specifically the lineage of patriarchs. So when we're talking about like Protestantism, for example, they're actually a schism of a schism. They're a breakaway of a breakaway, because until 1054, the Orthodox Church was in communion with Rome, or the Western Church. And the Roman Catholic Church actually introduced a bunch of new innovations to Christianity, which then they ended up breaking away and they were excommunicated for it. And so then in the 1500s, that's when Martin Luther decided basically that he wanted to reform the Roman Catholic Church and invent all of these new things, like all of the solas and the faith alone and all of these different types of things that people didn't believe in for 1500 years in Christianity. And then caused basically 10,000 denominations to come out of that, because he basically taught that anyone can start their own church, which nobody believed for 1,500 years.
Yeah.
And so like the thing I'm trying to get at though is that our view of like what it means to be on this earth, right, is that we were made in his image, which obviously Protestants would affirm that as well. But we were made in his image. We fell, but we possess this thing. It's a disease. It's the ancestral sin that we possess. Right? It's a disease that we possess that causes us to basically have this disposition towards thinking that we are worthless, thinking that we are nothing, thinking that we are not worth anything. And so the purpose of life actually is this thing called theosis, where we are trying to approach back to what Adam was prior to falling. We're trying to go back to that state of being with God in that case. And so God actually is not angry at us. God is not mad at us. He's actually trying to help us because he knows that we are lowly and that we cannot do it ourselves. And so like the Protestant mindset is the whole, oh, he's angry at you, he's mad at you, you're worthless, you're a dirty little sinner, right? Like none of that stuff is how the early church actually taught anything.
Yeah, so you definitely nailed me. I was a Protestant, and I guess it is kind of that obvious. But I don't really know, to what you were saying, all that stuff, that like this is how God feels about us. I don't know how anybody can say so, and I definitely would not just adhere to somebody's tradition. You know, I don't know how you could really justify that we know what God would have said or intended to any of us.
Mm-hmm. And that would kind of get more onto the empirical route, right? Because like, at least specifically with Orthodoxy, we have these unbroken lines from at least these people that were named the apostles, right? Even outside of the Bible, right? Like we can read the Christians that existed in the first century that are outside of the Bible, the people that found Christ external to what it says in the New Testament, people like St. Clement of Rome or St. Ignatius of Antioch, who was a disciple of John, as well as St. Polycarp. These people, right, like they were writing about these same things that they were taught by the apostles, who had their claims, of course, their testimony. There's a difference because the apostles, obviously, they weren't giving these events because of the fact that they believed in something. It was something that they had witnessed, and it's something that they were telling everybody, like, this is what we saw, like we were with him. And then all of these people, you know, external to the Bible as well, that were hostile accounts, like people like Josephus and Tacitus, right? Like people that were actually hostile to Christianity were even attesting to these things being the case at that time. So like there's a little bit of a difference between like the Protestant view, right? When the Protestant view, it's kind of more like, yes, we were given the New Testament, right, in the first century, and we've been following it ever since. Like there's a difference between that and then like the actual historical church that existed, that kept that tradition that was passed down by these people that a lot of people would say didn't even exist, maybe, right? Like, but we have the people that came from them that actually attest to that.
Sure, but I mean, I don't really, when it comes to this, so all of the claims of the religion, at least you could probably agree on the surface, sound completely ridiculous, right? This sounds like a lot of magic, a lot of presupposition involved, a lot of insane things happening. And when it comes to that type of group of people who are saying and believing things that on the surface sound crazy, you go to their tradition. Would you expect their tradition to be sound? Would you expect there to be a lot of different kinds, because religion evolves, like a bunch of different sects of a certain belief, and then some swallowing others and kind of merging, and some like pounding out the other kinds that they don't like. And if you got a uniform, I guess, group of people together that did believe this stuff, they are kind of in control of the narrative. And if they already believe crazy things, which is evident of the Bible, in my opinion, then I don't know how I could really justify trusting a history that they've given when it says that it goes back to Peter. I think that it's more likely just, and again, I'm not a historian, so I can't really say definitively, but just what's convincing to me, it seems more likely that somebody would have thought that that would be really good evidence for their religion, and so they made sure after the fact to make it look like it did that, or at least make the claim that it did that.
And that would make, you know, that would make sense if the way that Christianity was treated in the first century, when it comes to, like, because like you have to think of it like this: if there was people that came, even if hypothetically, right, they didn't come after the apostles, if they were attempting to make up stories like this, right, if they were attempting to make up some kind of story to per se push a narrative, right, do you think that the Christians of the first century were, you know, succeeding in terms of, like, you know, convincing the masses and having like I guess that they were hunky dory per se?
I don't know that there were Christians in the first century, to be honest.
Why is that?
Because I've heard claims that there were Christians in the first century, and then I've heard other claims that we don't have any of the authors for the, like, we don't know who wrote the Gospels, for example. We don't know any of that. Evidently, it says, or evidently, they were written in as early as maybe like the 70s or something, but I don't think that we have any contemporaries from the first century.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I mean, the 70s, that would be the first century. 70 AD would be the first century.
Yeah, I know that would be the first century, but like what I'm saying to you is that I've heard some people say that it came from the second century and they had to compromise because one group of people wanted to say that it was old, and one group of people was like, we can't justifiably say that it came from that long ago, and they just had a consent. They just agreed to kind of meet in the middle. Like they wanted to put it down to year 1 or something, and these other guys wanted to work with the evidence that we had.
What about the people that were?
How about 70?
What about the people that were against Christianity in the first century?
I don't know about them.
Josephus, for example, the Jewish historian.
Yeah, what did he say?
Well, he actually talked about a man named Jesus, and there's people that basically followed him and that he performed many good works and that they believed that he resurrected from the dead. Obviously, he didn't physically see that himself because he was just a historian, but he was around in the first century and he was actually writing about these people that were worshiping him basically as God. And so, like, that's why, like I'm saying, like, I think it's a little bit kind of strange to affirm that there was no Christians in the first century because we have hostile accounts, right? Which is different than, like, obviously Christians saying, yeah, dude, I swear my teacher was one of the apostles, I swear. Or, like, there's a difference between that versus somebody who actually despised the view of Christianity and they were against the view, because Judaism, right? Like, if you look at, like, the way that Judaism basically broke, because in 70 AD, right, if you look at 70 AD, this is historically known that the Temple of Jerusalem was destroyed. It was destroyed by the Romans. And when it was destroyed by the Romans, Nero actually blamed the Christians that existed at that time for the fire that was in Rome that came prior to it. And that's the reason why the synagogue was destroyed, because we can actually see some of the writings of Emperor Nero himself, who was in the first century, who actually wrote against those, like, that specific claim.
What year was this person born?
Emperor Nero?
Yes.
Let me go ahead and get that for you.
What year
30,
was the destruction of the temple?
70 AD. And he was born 37 AD.
Okay. So this happened after Jesus' death, right?
The argument is that it was in the first century. I don't understand why we're moving the goalpost now. Or I'm talking about the first century.
Okay. So what about this event has to do with, like, accounts of Christians, you said?
Yes, Christians existing in the first century.
Okay. What does that do?
That was, I mean, I don't know why you're, like, derailing it. All he said was that he didn't believe Christians existed in the first century. That's all I was giving, is that that's not true.
I don't know it to be the case. I'm kind of agnostic about it because I've heard really good claims about it. I know the scholarly consensus is that it was around in the first century, but I've also heard a lot of compelling things, and I can't remember any of them, but I've heard a lot of argumentation that this was, like, post hoc, like they were trying to make it look like it came from the first century. And me knowing nothing, I can't really say, but I'm willing to grant it sometimes. But a lot of the times when I grant it, we get to the point where the scholarly consensus only goes back but so far, and it still puts it decades after the events would have occurred, which makes me severely doubt the claims.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so, like, that's why I was just trying to show, you know, that at least that specific claim, obviously, that Christians existed within the first century, because if there is people that followed, right, this supposed belief in following Jesus Christ, at least in the first century, that obviously, like, if the New Testament itself, which, like I said, the earliest manuscripts that we have are also from the first century, that we don't have, or that we have some form of continuity that at least existed from the original believers that then passed on to the next people that came from the second century and the third century onwards.
Right, but I just don't know what would have actually been the cause of this religion in the first place. whether it was a tale that somebody believed and convinced somebody else of it decades later, or if somebody actually saw some stuff, or if it's like actually what Christians say. Let me see. It's been another 20 minutes. I'm gonna do this poll real quick.
Yeah, you're good. I'm honoring the rules of the stream. I get it.
Yep. Also, I'm bending the rules a little bit. Tiny is a friend of mine, and I'm letting him come up here for a little bit since he seemed like he wanted to say something. And Tiny's pretty respectful, generally speaking.
I just want to know, like, what are the external eyewitness accounts for the resurrection?
Well, if there
outside of the Gospels.
So if there were external viewings of the resurrection that were outside of the Gospels, they would have been in the Gospels, because the Gospels is a compilation of people that were witness to the resurrection. So if there was anybody in the first century that also witnessed the resurrection and then they wrote it down, right, then it would have been something included in the canon. But obviously, like, most people didn't know how to write and read back then. There wasn't very many people that actually formally were able to write down their claims that they had saw.
Well, sure. We can talk about like how what years all of these scholars that are historians that wrote about Christians and what they said about them, like Tacitus, Josephus, they were born way after Jesus lived. So
Jesus was born, or Josephus was born 2 years after Jesus, or Jesus died. But
yeah, I know. Yeah, he also talked of Heracles. I think maybe that was Tacitus, the Roman son of a god, Heracles, which is supposed to be the son of the elder god.
Cast your vote. I'm doing it now. There's 30 seconds to vote on this guest.
yeah, he talked about people that believed in a certain thing. I don't doubt, obviously, that the way that Josephus provided that word when he talked about Christians, there's a difference between him saying there was a man named Jesus and that people followed him and that he performed great works, versus them saying there's these people that believed in this guy named Heraclides or whatever, right, that followed a certain religion about a god.
No,
right?
It's the same claim, basically. I would say it's equitable in mention.
Well,
it's talking about people that believed in this figure.
Well, so because of the fact that he is a historian, right? So if he says that this is a thing that happened, there was a man named this that did this, there's a difference between that claim versus there's this set of people that believed in this thing. It's not the same. It's not the same argument.
When do they mention this man, though, in the writings? Where's
In
the
the-
explicit mention
The
of
test.
Jesus?
Let me see if I can bring it up here.
Bryce, it's
As
unanimous.
far as I know.
7-0. You're staying.
Alrighty. I'll go ahead and provide this kind of stuff, and then I do got to go ahead and go to bed here. It's very late where I am, but I do want to give you this real quick.
All right.
I mean, it just seems weird to me that this secondhand account of even this person raises the probability or likelihood of a resurrection in any way. That's the biggest contention, is the events of the resurrection. And typically, when it comes to the accounts of it, it's from the Gospels, and we don't have a date for these events. We don't know exactly when these accounts were written. We don't know if these are eyewitnesses that are firsthand that experience these events.
Mhm.
We do not know that.
Okay.
So
So-
that's the biggest contention in the scholars.
So in terms of Josephus specifically, I'm using him just specifically as a hostile source to show that he's making at least a testament towards the man named Jesus who apparently performed great works and convinced the masses of these works, right? So there's a difference between that, and then it also says that he was crucified and that people believed that he resurrected from the dead because he didn't personally see the resurrection. So of course he's not going to say that he resurrected from the dead.
Believed.
Well, people believe that he resurrected from the dead, right? Because he's saying that the people that were following it, right, were witnesses to that. They think they saw that, right? There's a difference between that. But the reason why that I said earlier regarding the Gospels is that if somebody in the first century witnessed the resurrection of Jesus and they were able to write that down, that it would have been included in the canon, because the earliest, like the actual Gospels themselves, that is the testament of the people who did witness it. That's the entire point.
That's the claim. I agree. But the problem is we don't have a date to when those documents were written specifically. Like, we don't know when these first-hand eyewitness accounts allegedly came about or when they were written down. We don't have a definitive date for that.
Mhm.
The
Also,
earliest
are you-
gospel we have would be Mark, which is around 65.
Mhm.
So that even
Are
still
you-
is 35 years after. So we don't know when that was written. That's
Well-
the first
But are you-
appearance. We have
are
no
you-
idea
are you
if there's a
using-
first-hand.
Are you using the fact that they are in the canon as evidence to support that they were from eyewitnesses? Because like that's why they're in the canon. Hey, we just achieved the live goal. Thank you for that. Zulu, I appreciate that crown, homie.
The argument specifically that I'm giving is that, but prior to the Bible, right, being compiled into a singular book full of books, right, there was simply just testimonial scrolls that existed of people that were writing down what they had seen. And so the ones that were found in the first century were the ones that were included in the Gospels specifically because they were the ones that actually made, that's why these ones are called the Gospels versus, like, for example, Paul's letters, right? Paul's letters are not called a gospel because of the fact that he was not specifically himself an eyewitness testimony just to the resurrection. Rather, he had a vision of Jesus. So that's why he's not considered that. But he is considered an apostle because he was testified by Peter, who did witness the resurrection. So there's kind of like a difference there.
Allegedly.
I mean, yeah, you could keep saying allegedly. I'm just providing you with the reasoning behind why, right? Like that people wouldn't appear in the canon unless they were witnesses.
How did they verify
Allegedly,
though that
yeah.
these scrolls? How did they verify that the scrolls were from eyewitnesses?
This would be coming from the people that were directly connected to them in the first century. So like we do also have first century manuscripts of people that came after the apostles as well. Like because I mean we have manuscripts of it. I mean I don't like what do you mean by that?
Hey, Bryce,
Well,
I don't
when
want
are
to
these manuscripts written? Like, do we have
Real quick.
datings for specific manuscripts?
I just want to say something real quick. Just so that Bryce, I don't want to feel like I just added another friend up here, Cyber, and I don't want you to feel like we're ganging up with Cyber. I accepted him because I know that he has a lot more knowledge on this topic about like the history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the question that I would ask concerning these being, you know, from the first century, who's the first church father that talks about the Gospels?
Outside of the Bible?
Like definitively. Well, yeah, that'd be the church fathers. But who's the first church father like definitively is talking about the Gospels themselves as a work?
I would say one of the earliest ones would be Saint Dionysius the Areopagite.
And what does he say about him?
I mean, he talks about both of the testimonies, and he writes multiple letters to the apostle Paul Timothy about him.
No, but what does he say though? Can you give me like what he says about like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
I mean, yeah, I can pull some of the stuff up here. I have notes on Saint Dionysius if that's what you want to do.
And when did he live? And when did he live?
The first century. He's actually in the New Testament himself. Like his name, Paul references him in the New Testament.
Do we actually have his writings?
Yes, we do.
Or do we have somebody quoting him?
No, we have his writing specifically. He wrote multiple letters to Timothy, and he also wrote something called the Divine Names as well, which was a testament to the theology. And then I'll just name a couple more as well. Saint Clement of
Hold on, can you name it? Give me his name real quick. Spell it.
Saint Dionysius the Areopagite. There's a common objection to thinking that he was a pseudegraphical writer from the 5th century, but that recently was debunked in a very large study. And that's something I can also point you to as well, because there's a really good book that's about 400 pages on that exact argument. I don't want to like literally quote an entire book to you, but I hate to do something like that. But at the end of the day, like it's a very large argument. But it'd be that, and then it would be the Didache as well, which is called the Teachings of the 12 Apostles, which is the earliest church authority that existed. It was in the 1st century as well as Saint Clement of Rome and Saint Ignatius of Antioch.
Hold on. What's your proof? Because yeah, I'm finding that as well. That the scholarly consensus is that these are written later.
It's not a scholarly consensus. It's actually an argument. It's something that is split between scholars. It's not a consensus. That's not true.
So what's your argument that says that they were written in the 1st century?
Well, because it was referenced by people that came pretty soon after him. Right. So like that shows that it wouldn't obviously be from the 6th century if there were people talking about Saint Dionysius prior to that. I mean, like it's simple historical like attestation. That's the same thing goes for Saint Clement of Rome and Saint Ignatius of Antioch as well.
Well, the issue that you're going to run into with Clement of Rome is when we utilize stellometry. It's a type of data science. We find that Clement's first Clement is a composite letter, meaning it's written by like different people. It's not just written by Clement. So stellometry just proves that Clement of Rome isn't written by Clement.
Yeah. What's your argument for that?
Stellometry is a data science.
Okay. So like, what is like the specific pieces of Clement that are apparently not Clement? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, most of it's a composite letter. The whole thing's a composite letter.
Okay, so like, what is your actual argument for that to be the case?
Yeah, it's a data science to just show that. I'm trying to see if I can get Jaron in here.
Am I just gonna keep talking to a bunch of different people? What's going on?
I'm not the data scientist who ran it, but yeah, it's just a composite letter. It's shown that it.
Okay.
Sorry, my alarm just went off. But yeah, it's just a composite letter written by different people. It's not actually written by like Clement.
Yeah, is there any historians that agree with you? Like specific ones?
So just because you want to appeal to like authority, sure, I don't need to appeal to authority. I can just look at the data science myself.
Oh, you're the authority.
Well, no, it's data science.
Yeah, but like the data science that's gathered.
Hold on. Once upon a time, the scholarly consensus was that the world was flat. And when people started saying, hey, this world may not be flat, people would just point to authority and say, well, how many scholars are agreeing with you that the world is round, right? So again, as science comes out, I think we'll find that more and more we'll find that these things just weren't written in the 1st century.
Okay.
So
first off,
sure.
Yeah, so we're talking about historical attestation. So when I appeal to historians, that's not considered an appeal to authority in the fallacious sense. You know that, right? It's on topic. It's not something that's external to the topic, so it wouldn't be considered an appeal to authority. Like, do you know that?
Well, yeah, but that'd be like me going and saying, well, let's take a look at how many physicists, when we're talking about like the physical world, are Christian, right? Because they're not going to agree with your view on Christianity, right? And you're just not going to accept that. You're going to be like, well, yeah, they're physicists. They're not religious.
Wouldn't you
right?
be
So same thing. I don't care what they.
Yeah.
I don't care what the historians say. I care what the science says.
Okay. And do you take that criteria for pretty much any historical document?
Yep.
Including things like, for example, like the writings of Aristotle and Plato?
Oh, and hold on. Saint Dionysius died around 265, my dude.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, where did you get that from?
Oh, sorry. You're right. I was sorry. I was looking at of Alexandria. Sorry, you're right. I was looking at the wrong person.
Yeah, Clement of Alexandria was somebody who actually fell into heresy, so we don't usually use him for stuff like that. He was a mid-second century.
Sorry. That was my bad. I just saw that. I'm like, wait a minute, he died in 265.
Yeah, not a heresy. I'm sorry. That's Clement of Alexandria, I think. I can't remember specifically which one. There's multiple names for people at different regions. But anyway, yeah. So, what was your last point? I forgot now that you said that.
Oh yeah, data science.
Oh, data science.
Okay. Yeah, stellometry specifically.
And the person that performs, like, for example, that data science, would you say that you're appealing to authority when you're appealing to them for that data science?
No, because you can go and run the data science yourself. You can use Stylo from Studio OR, and it's been peer reviewed. It's used in courts. You can run the stellometry yourself, utilizing the oldest manuscripts that we have in the Greek. It has a 95% accuracy in the Greek, and you can just run it yourself. So I've run it myself.
And the accuracy is based on what criteria again?
It uses.
There has to be a baseline for like the original writer, right? So if the original writer is like Clement, like for pieces of it or something like that, there has to be some kind of baseline.
No, that's not how stellometry works.
There's no baseline.
The way stellometry works. No, so the way stellometry works, right? So when we write, we have like there's unique ways that we use common words, right? So for example, have you ever heard of oh crap, the author's name is crap. The author's name is slipping my. J.K. Rowling writes crime fiction. If you didn't know this, J.K. Rowling writes crime fiction under a male name, under a male pen name, because she wanted to keep J.K. Rowling private. She wanted to keep that to the wizarding world. And people didn't know who this author was. They really liked his books. And when they ran stallometry on it, they found out it was J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling had to go and admit that it was her, and so did her publisher. So how stallometry works is that whenever we use common words and phrases, it doesn't matter how hard we try to cover them, we tend to use them. So the baseline, would be your own writing. So what we do is we take writings that we know are yours. So let's say I hacked your email and I wrote a nasty letter to your boss. You could use stallometry and use some of your other writings to know that my email isn't you. But what we can also do with stallometry is we can compare writings, and the way common words are used, we will be able to know that they're different authors based off of the way common words and phrases, or sorry, not common phrases, the way common words are used. It uses a math formula called Eater's delta.
Okay.
It's a distance formula.
All right. So when you said that none of Clement was written by him?
No, I never said none of it was. I said we can see that's a composite letter made up of multiple different authors, and we don't even know, so it's just written by different authors, just a composite letter.
Yeah, so how do we know which one is the baseline for Clement if we don't even know the origination point for all of the authors supposedly?
Oh, we don't need to know that because
okay.
the way every author, because of the way every author writes differently. All I have to do is put in the requisite amount of words that are needed. Right, I put those in, and then I can from any writer, right, and then I can just go down the line and keep putting those in. And if the mathematics, who's going to use this, elder teachers use a distance formula, doesn't match up with the common frequent words that author would use, then it would say, this is not that author, this is not that author, this is not that author.
Mm-hmm. And would you say that Clement, when do you think it was written?
I could go take a. I wish I could open up my book, but I loaned it out. I'm not sure exactly when it's written. All I know is that it is a distance formula.
Yeah. But my point is that
I know that it is a composite letter. Stallometry shows that it's a composite letter.
Yeah, I mean
then that's the important part.
Okay, so I already kind of talked about the baseline thing regarding that, so I have kind of a different question. Is that
okay?
Would you if the scholarly consensus, and this isn't even an argument, right? This is just a common common thing, is that Clement would have been written in the 1st century, even if it was a composite letter. Then would it still show, obviously, that there was Christians in the 1st century making Christian claims?
Because historians don't employ data science.
What does that have to do with the dating, man?
Because they're not using data science to run this. They're using other forms. And the thing that you got to recognize here is you're using scholars. Scholars just give opinions.
Okay. So when it comes to the manuscripts themselves, right? How do we use data science to determine the dating? How do we do that?
Oh, yeah. So we can use these. For example, if we were to take my writing style, how old are you?
25.
All right. So I'm 39. So we're probably ranged within the same age range where we probably learned how to read, write, and stuff similarly, right? Now, if we were to compare, because the nice thing about stallometry is not only can we use it to compare writings, but we can use it to figure out time frames, because we can compare common word usage to time periods, right? So, for example, if we were to take George Washington's writing versus Shakespeare's writing versus your writing and my writing, our writings would appear in one section of the dendrogram, right? Because we learned how to read and write and mainly writing similar. So the way we use common words would be more similar than, say, the way Shakespeare is using these same common words.
All right.
So in the Dendrogram, they're going to show up different. Now, the issue that we run into is when we take a look at what scholars are basing things off of, do you know what they're basing things off of when
I
they
mean,
take a look at things?
I really wanted to address what you said, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So if you and I, for example, have, even if we were the same age, would you say that our method of writing would be different based off of our intelligence?
Yes, but our method of writing, the way we
So it's not
learn
reliable
to
even if we're the same age.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. They would appear different, right? Sure, our writings would appear different, but in the timeline, right, when we compare them to other writings throughout things, we would group together because we learn to use these common phrases similarly versus, say, Shakespeare and people of that time period, because they learn to use these words differently. And so we would appear separate on the timeline compared to them.
Yeah, I
So we would
understand, like,
still
in a
pop
general
up
sense, yeah.
differently.
We would
Yeah,
pop
so
up
we'd still
differently in
pop
terms
up
of
as
skill.
separate authors.
Okay, so the thing I'm trying to get at, right? It will actually that kind of
No skill taken into this. No skill taken into this, because it turns out that even if, again, in the case of J.K. Rowling, even when J.K. Rowling was intentionally trying to change up her writing style, like intentionally trying to do it, it still popped up as J.K. Rowling, because these are like fingerprints, right? The way we use common words are innate to each one of us, and you have to work extremely, extremely hard to change these. Like I said, J.K. Rowling, writing in a completely different genre, intentionally trying to change her writing style. Under syllometry, she still popped up as herself under this other pen name.
And so, like, how do we know what the baseline for Clement is then?
You don't need the baseline. All you need to do is take. So if you're not listening, right? So the way syllometry works is I take a writing, and the distance formula is going to recognize and it's going to look at the common words that are used. Now, if I am writing, right, and I'm writing a letter, doing a group of writings, my writing is going to remain consistent throughout, right? It's going to remain consistent throughout. So the Eater's delta will remain consistent throughout my writing. It'll point the whole writing to be me. Now, if I take like this requisite set of words from, say, the beginning of a letter, and then let's say halfway through that letter, you and I switched. You were writing a letter, and then I switched and took over, and I started writing. And your portion of the writing has the requisite words. My portion of the writing also has the requisite set amount of words, right? And then we compare them. We don't need a baseline for you. We don't need a baseline for me. All they need to do is compare the two different writings, and the Eater's delta distance formula will point out that the writings don't match up, that these words that are frequently used are not lining up with the distance formula, and it'll point out that it's two different authors. Now, if I want to point it out that it is you, definitive, I want to go and say that this is Bryce, then yes, I would need one of your writings. And if I get a writing that we know is yours, and then we compare it, then it'll say, yes, this is Bryce's letter. And then let's say we don't have one of mine. It will say this first half belongs to Bryce because we have a baseline to compare that to. But the second half, it's not Bryce. We don't know who it is because they don't have nothing to compare it to. But it would know that it's not Bryce.
Okay, so anyway, the thing regarding, I just looked up the stylography, by the way, for First Clement, and the argument for Clement is not within First Clement. It's within the difference between First and Second Clement. Did you know that?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, so the whole stylography difference argument is not between First Clement itself, inside of First Clement. It's within First and Second Clement. So it's the difference between those two letters. They're two different letters. So the stylography difference is not between the differences within the singular letter.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about is First Clement. First Clement does pop up as a composite letter.
It literally, I just looked up like the whole stylography thing of First Clement. The argument against Clement is the difference between First Clement and Second Clement, not that First Clement itself is composite of multiple people. They believe that Second Clement is something that would be another person over First Clement. Not that there's not that there's multiple authors of the singular letter. The letter is very small, so like I don't. First Clement is not big.
Correct. So I'm trying to see if I can get Jaron in here. He's the data scientist that's ran this, so he'd be able to tell you exactly what he found with it. Trying to see if I'm able to get him in here. He might be asleep.
That's fair. It's very late.
He usually does his lives kind of early in the morning too.
So yeah, if I've been teacupping, that's the reasoning why. So yeah, I'll see if he pops in here. I just sent him a text, so
Okay.
hopefully,
So
he
Thank you, Michael.
yeah. So the big thing that I'm still trying to figure out though is how stylography can actually attest to, for example, dating. If do you know of any any writings that were written in the first century at all? Anything?
Do we know of any that are written in the first century?
Yes.
I could Google it. I haven't done any stylometry on writings in the first century. We do know that a few of the Dead Sea Scrolls pop up in the first century or from the first century.
Yeah, but those are Old Testament texts. So that has nothing to
Correct.
do with the New Testament or Clement. Okay, so when you say that like it pops up right in terms of the stylography for the first century, how do you actually know that equates the stylometry? Sorry, that the writings that are purported to be from the first century are actually from the first century, and not that it's something that is compiled over time.
Because when we compare them to writings in the second century, they line up, they match with other writings from the second century.
I understand that like things can match up in certain time periods. I'm asking that how do we know that it's the first century?
You mean the second century?
No, anything in the first century at all. Because if we're showing that something's not written in the first century, that means that we have a baseline for the first century. You understand?
Well, like for example, we know that Josephus is written in the first century, so we can just compare things to Josephus and things. People that grew up in the same time period as Josephus would write similar, right? So their stuff would pop up together.
Mm-hmm. And you're telling me that, like for example, the New Testament Gospels and things like that are not that design?
No, in fact, they use we can, and also stepping outside like stylometry. We can take well. First of all, we would say definitively that the first gospel is Evangelion from Marcion.
Sorry.
Yeah, it would be. As a matter of fact, we can look at Jason Badun's work as a reconstruction of Evangelion, and when we take a look at Mark, we compare, or not Mark, Luke. When we compare Luke to Evangelion, it appears that Luke actually used. It pops up as Marcion, because then we can apply it to like the Apostolicon and some other things. But it appears that it comes from Marcion, or at least the Marcionite school, but Marcion.
Mm-hmm.
Except for about three chapters at the beginning of Luke that pops up as a different author, and about 3 chapters at the end of Luke, those pop up as a different author.
Mm-hmm.
And so it appears that like Luke used Marcion.
Yeah. So like, how many manuscripts do we have of Marcion's writings in the first century?
Oh, we just have reconstructions, but luckily, hold on. Luckily, the church fathers could not leave Marcion and could not stop quoting him. So we have a few church fathers that have done such a good job at quoting what Marcion supposedly said that we've got like Jason Badun, who is able to do an amazing recreation of what Evangelion was. And Evangelion wasn't a big work, right? So we have an amazing recreation of it. And what Jason Badun actually does, if you ever get a chance to read his reconstruction of Evangelion, he leaves marginal notes. And whenever he says, here's something that Marcion wrote, he is able to go and he lists the church fathers who's actually quoting like verbatim what was said, right? And so when he has like one church father is saying, this is what Marcion said here, he's like, this is one church father saying this, Marcion might have said this, but we have a few church fathers quoting it verbatim. Things like we have a pretty reliable that Marcion actually said this. So we have recreations of Marcion. Again, go read Jason Badun's. This is probably the best recreation of it. And then when we compare what we have, it matches up with Luke.
And how do we know that he has the best recreation of it? Is it through data science? Is that what it is?
No. His is because
he didn't use data science.
Huh?
He didn't use data science.
No, because there's no surviving manuscripts
Why?
of Evangeline.
Why should you trust it then?
Yeah, because again, if you go read, and he's one of these scholars that you claim to hold to such esteem. He's one of these scholars, but what he does again is he goes and he takes a look at what these various church fathers are saying Marcion said when he's doing his recreation. And I'll repeat for a second time. So if he has like one church father saying Marcion said this, he's like, Marcion might have said this. I don't know. It's only one church father saying this. But when he's got a few different church fathers throughout different periods saying, hey, Marcion said this, he's like, this is pretty good evidence that this is probably what was actually in Evangeline. And so he does a recreation of it based off this.
So people's historical testaments to groups of people, right? You'd say are reliable then in the 1st, 2nd century.
Oh, you're saying that. I'm
I mean,
your word.
your argument for Marcion though was based in that. Your argument for Mark. Hold on. Let me actually speak, man. I let you filibuster this whole time. Just let me actually speak for once. You literally just said that Mark, that there's evidence to prove that apparently Mark is something that would be from more Marcion, right?
Luke.
You said, okay, Luke. So you said that there's evidence towards that.
I did accidentally say Mark, and then I'm like, I meant Luke.
Okay, so regarding that, you believe that there's sufficient evidence to presume that Marcion is actually the origination point for that, right? And then you said that what? No, I don't.
Are you forgetting that I'm doing an internal critique on you?
No, I don't believe that. So like, what do you mean?
Oh, so you're saying that what the church fathers say isn't reliable?
The church fathers don't say that Luke is Marcion. There's not a single one that says that.
No. Hold on. Can you repeat to me real quick? I just want to make sure you're paying attention. How did Jason Badun, what was his process for coming from maybe Marcion put this in Evangeline versus I have strong evidence that this is what was put in Evangeline? What was my statement for how Jason Badun does that?
He took the differences between the church fathers attesting towards things that he quote unquote absolutely said versus things that the church fathers said, we think Marcion said this, right? So then he compiled it based off of those odds.
Correct. Based off of how many church fathers are like directly quoting that this is what was in Evangeline.
Yeah.
This was the issue. Keep in mind, Evangeline wasn't big. It wasn't that big, right? So to do a recreation of it wasn't hard, right?
Okay.
And so when he's quoting that this is what was in Evangeline, right? But this is your worldview. Well, I'm doing an internal critique with you. This is your worldview.
I mean, do you believe that Marcion inspired Luke? Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then it's not your worldview. It's not my worldview. You're making that argument.
No. I'm saying that
you just made that argument.
You hold to what the church fathers say.
Yes,
right? So
and you're making an argument. Oh my gosh. Can I please get this out? You made an argument specifically that Luke is inspired by Luke is inspired by Marcion, right? And that's something that you said you hold to. Mm-hmm. And then your argument for that was the attestation of the church fathers, right? Was the attestation of the church? Yes, Jason Badun. Yeah, but you affirm. But do you affirm Jason Badun's argument?
Yeah, but that's
okay, cool. So you affirm Jason Badun's argument for why that Marcion is something that actually inspired Luke, which doesn't use data science, which you admitted yourself that data science is the only thing you use to prove who wrote what. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, hold on. No, what I'm saying is that through your worldview, through Jason Badun utilized your worldview, right? So yes, I believe that Marcion, that Luke used Marcion, that Luke is Marcion.
With what criteria?
Marcion is Q. I believe Marcion is Q.
Okay. Right? And you use data science for that, or?
Oh yeah, we do use data science.
So now we did use data science to prove that Marcion inspired Luke.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Oh.
we use data science to compare the reconstruction of Evangelion because the church fathers, again, I don't think you're tracking the argument. The church fathers
I don't think you
such an
understand. You
amazing
contradicted
job
yourself.
quoting Marcion. It's not contradicting myself. You're just not tracking.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
All
what it
right,
is.
So let's start from square one. No, Jason Badoon did not utilize data science, which is what you've been trying to say.
And you affirm Jason Badoon's argument, right?
Didn't use data science.
And you affirm Jason Badoon's argument outside of data science, right?
Well, let's get.
That was a question.
Well, what does he base the argument on?
Based off of historical attestation of the church fathers.
I do. Correct, right?
Okay, so you affirm the attestation. So you affirm that in a sense the attestation of the church fathers is reliable to determine that Marcion inspired Luke, right? That's your argument.
No, that's Jason Badoon's argument.
And you affirm Jason Badoon's argument, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So you do affirm. So you do affirm that historical attestation of the church fathers is sufficient to determine something that happened prior to that. Then, yeah.
No.
So then you don't affirm Jason Badoon's argument.
No, what I say. So listen. So Jason Badoon utilized what the church fathers said. Right now, listen, because he doesn't affirm everything the church father says, right? He bases it off of probability, right? Which means that I don't affirm, because that's not his argument, which is why when you keep seeing argument, it's just weird. He did a recreation of Evangelion based off of probability. And in his recreation, he states, right? So it's not him taking what the church fathers are saying as 100%. What he says is, hey, one church father, or we have this quote that was supposedly in Evangelion. We only have one church father saying that this is what was in Evangelion.
Saint Irenaeus.
In Evangelion. Yeah, say Irenaeus. We'll just throw a name out there.
That's him.
Right,
I mean, that's the guy that did that. It's Against Heresies, book 3.
But it's only him who said it, right? But so he's like, so possibly Marcion said this. Marcion might have said this. We don't know. Only one person says it. But then when he sees where multiple church fathers are stating the exact same thing, then he says we have a higher probability that this was actually in Evangelion.
Okay.
Right? And that's what he bases things. So what I'm saying is, so when you say that he's basing it off of the church fathers, yeah, he's recreating it off of the church fathers, but he's not accepting the church fathers at their word 100%. He's basing off of probability based on how many church fathers are actually making or affirming what was said, right?
So he's
So that's what he's doing.
yeah. So let me try to steal man what you just said. So you said that he made an argument for how Marcion inspired Luke using Saint Irenaeus, and then also using people that came after him as well.
He never made that argument. He doesn't make that argument.
Am I high? What's going on right now? That's exactly what you just said.
Right. Oh, no. Jason Badoon doesn't draw that connection. We draw that connection through the recreation of Evangelion utilizing data science. All Jason Badoon did was make a recreation of Evangelion. That's all he did.
Okay.
He doesn't make an argument that it's connected to Luke. He doesn't make that connection.
Okay. Yeah, but do you believe that Jason Badoon's argument for Marcion writing what he did in that time prior to Luke, that is a sufficient method to know that Marcion wrote it? Yes or no?
Yeah, I believe utilizing probabilities is efficient.
Okay.
Yes.
So data science is not your only criteria to determine that something historically occurred then. Do you see what I'm getting at now?
Oh, I never said data science was.
Oh, so now there is other things that are possible. There is other things that we can use.
Hold on. I never once made the claim where data science is the only way we decide whether or not something was written. I never made that claim.
You did. I have it actually, I have that on me. You did say that verbatim.
Oh yeah.
That is one of the very first things you did. You did.
Yeah, go back.
It's fine.
I said that is the only way. No, I want you to go back and play it.
I will.
Go back and play where I said that data science is the only way we do this.
Calm down. On YouTube, right? It's going to be uploaded. You'll see it. Okay. It'll be on my YouTube page. You can watch the whole thing. All right. I will show it to you and I will send it to you. But I know for a fact that you said that verbatim.
Because what I'm saying is that data science does show us, like, there's other ways we know, like we can, like for example, we can use paleography and one
Okay.
reason.
Did you admit earlier? Did you say earlier? Because I'm going to try and make this clear. Did you say earlier that historical attestation or writings of people in a certain time period is not sufficient enough to determine that someone wrote it? Yes or no?
No, I never said that.
Right. Okay. This is just Lobes. Come on, brother. Like, am I stupid? No way.
No, those words never came out right. So, for example, right?
His whole argument was why data science is necessary, because I made a historical attestation argument.
Those words never came out of my mouth. What I said was, when we utilize stellometry, which is a data science, we find that these are placed in the 2nd century. That's what I said. I never said it's the only way. That'd be crazy to say.
You said that that's the only way to actually determine that someone truly wrote something, because you use what is it called? I don't even remember what the word you keep using is. I keep confusing it. Yeah, stellometry.
No, what I said is that stellometry is peer reviewed. It's used in courts, and it's a way to do this. I never said it was the only way to determine that. Those words never came out of my mouth.
So historical attestation is valid then to determine that someone wrote something?
As long as it's contemporaneous, yes, I would say.
Contemporaneous in what sense?
Yeah, so for example, if I was to write a story right now about Adolf Hitler or Schittler, you could trust my word, sure, but I would be basing it off the writings of other people. It's nothing that I witnessed. I did not live contemporaneous to him. So my attestation could be on that tier, but it'd be very, very low compared to somebody who did live during his time period.
Oh, okay. And so the Gospels themselves that are making a specific claim about things going on in the 1st century, right? That doesn't apply to that criteria?
So you could be writing like post hoc about things.
Now, how do you know that it was post hoc?
Oh yeah, because there's anachronisms in the story, and then when we take, and which is something that I mentioned earlier, there's like anachronisms in there. There's other things in there, because that's what I mentioned earlier. When you go back and look, you'll see I mentioned that there's other things in there, but we can utilize stellometry as well. There's like anachronisms in there, and again, stellometry points to a lot of these being in the 2nd century.
And using what criteria from the 1st century again?
Oh yeah, so the first thing would be like actual artifacts from the individual, which we don't have. The next best thing would be like writings, like actual writings from the person or to the person
That are like reproductions of it, right?
Contemporary. Wait, say that again.
Like for example, if we have manuscripts that are like external to that period, but they're like copies, right? Like that are from like the 2nd and 3rd century, for example. Right, like, because that's usually how most 1st century documents are actually derived from.
Yeah. As long as they're copies. Yeah,
okay.
As long as they're copies.
So copies are also a valid way to determine that something was written in the 1st century if the copy is in the 2nd and 3rd century.
Possibly. The issue that we run into is like we see in Josephus, we see an interpolation put in by Eusebius. The Testimonium Flavianum is an interpolation put in by Eusebius.
I will reference a work that I will give you that I can send you if you want to read it. There's a gigantic book that refutes that entire point as well. That's a very common argument that people use that has been debunked by multiple historians. But okay, you can keep talking.
Yeah, and there's multiple historians who support it as well, right? And in fact, even without using stellometry, it was being questioned before stellometry. We can even see in a manuscript from Tacitus, right, from Annals, we can see in that manuscript, we were one scribal error away from having questions permanently erased from that manuscript. But we see in Tacitus, the earliest manuscript we have, we see where an erasure is happening, where somebody is editing the manuscript.
And is the earliest manuscript directly from Tacitus, or is it a copy?
Yeah, it's a copy. That's what I'm saying.
So then how do we know that that's even the one that we use as a baseline?
Because it's the oldest one, right? So that's how we know it's the baseline one. Because all other manuscripts after that have the edited,
Yeah, but that's presupposing that we know what the original one was.
Oh, we have mentions of like Christians as early as 30 CE on a headstone in Rome. But not only that, but when we take a look at the manuscript of Tacitus, you'll see where there's a letter that is written, like if you look where it says Christians, where we see it being edited to try to say Christians, right below that you'll say where it says Christus, and then the word right next to that is Tiberius. And you'll see that there's a letter in there that makes, in Latin, is the R and I sound in Latin. But whoever was doing this editing forgot to put that in Christians. They forgot to edit that up in there. It was weird. It's weird. Matter of fact, I can open up my laptop, and I can turn on my camera, and I can show it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, so it was going from Hebrew, right? Because Josephus wrote in Hebrew, correct?
Oh, Tacitus? No. Josephus wrote in Greek.
Yeah, I can't remember specifically. He was Hellenistic, wasn't he? Was he Hellenistic?
He was.
Yeah.
In fact,
so it was going from
like a traitor.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, some people would obviously call him a traitor, depending on the sect of Judaism that he was a part of, because Philo came before him, and Philo wouldn't have said
But
that.
we're talking about Tacitus right now. Tacitus would never have written in Hebrew. He wasn't Jewish.
Yeah, I understand that he was Roman. They'd be writing in Latin.
Yeah, correct. And in Tacitus's writing, we see, not only do we see an eraser mark happening, which if you know anything about the way they kept manuscripts back then, to do a correction by erasing was improper. If you made a mistake, you were supposed to destroy the manuscript. You weren't supposed to erase it. You're supposed to destroy it and start over on that page, just to ensure that no interpolations were happening. But in Tacitus, we see a clear erasure mark. And when he met whoever the scribe was that did this, made a mistake in the letters because they didn't even replace it with the correct letter in Latin.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I just want to ask this one thing, and then I want to provide some like closing stuff, and then I got to go. So the thing that I want to say is that if we don't have, like, for example, the baseline, right, from the original, applying something like that as a critique makes it completely speculative. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't.
It does, because it's using a copy to determine it as a baseline.
Like, for example, the Testimonium Flavianum, we know it was Eusebius because we have other of his writings. And when we compare that, so when we use his own writings as a baseline, we know that the Testimonium Flavianum came from him. Now, when we see the editing and an possible interpolation in Tacitus, we don't know who it is. We don't know. Now, it seems, oh crap, the person's name. Who was the first church father to mention Latin? His name just slipped my mind.
Mention Latin?
He's the first church father to like start writing in Latin.
Oh man, that's I'm pretty sure that. Crap, hold on.
Right as soon as this live ends, I'm gonna remember it. Tertullian. So Tertullian was the first person to mention this, and then we see Christian. But Tertullian was the first church father to utilize Tacitus. And so the idea is like if Tertullian was like, hey, Tacitus right here says Christians, and then we have this editing, and he was the first church father to be utilizing Latin and trying to do things in Latin. So we don't know if it was Tertullian. We don't know, but we have a good, strong evidence that it might have been Tertullian. Likewise, things that support the Testimonium Flavianum is we have church fathers before Eusebius who used Josephus. They use that same book, but they're using it to prove John the Baptist. They're using it to talk about John the Baptist. No church fathers before Eusebius utilizes the Testimonium Flavianum. It's not until his own book where he actually quotes, he's like, hey, and let us make use of the Jew Josephus, and then he quotes the Testimonium, right? Which is why scholars, before stellometry took a look at it, were looking sideways at it because this would have been a slam dunk if church fathers previous to Eusebius had been quoting this, but they didn't. All they were using Josephus for was to prove that John the Baptist was a person.
Okay. So yeah,
John the Baptist.
I just want to kind of address that real quick, and then I'm gonna provide a couple little closing things because if I stay up any longer, my wife's gonna unalive me.
I feel that. I feel that.
So one, like my big thing that I'm trying to get across here is that applying this type of, like for example, the data science method that's being used to determine like who wrote something, because of the fact that the baselines can be considered iffy based off of the styles of people, as well as even if somebody over time, for example, becomes even more learned or more intelligent and starts writing in a different way, then that would also throw off that said thing that could be possibly a baseline for somebody. That's the thing that I want to say about that first, and that's for the kind of the crux of what I've been trying to get acroust regarding that critique this entire time. And then I'm telling,
just real quick on that. Just be real quick. So during Syllometry's peer review,
dude, I really, dude, I get it. We've already had to talk multiple times, man.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they tested people's writings over a period of 20 years, and they found that people's writings over 20 years, their style doesn't change. And Robert Galbraith, that's the name of the author. Even when J.K. Rowling was writing as Robert Galbraith, years later, it still popped up as her. Even when she was intentionally trying to change her writing style, it still popped up as her. And this shows us that over time, people becoming more learned doesn't change your innate way that you write.
Yeah. So again, like regarding like the baseline for what it means for somebody to write something, right? The way that they write, if the baseline is established in their early years versus their later years, that kind of thing would matter towards that. That's the reason why I'm trying to provide that. Okay, dude, please don't talk for another 15 minutes, please. I'm just providing that specifically as that specific critique. Second,
and it's wrong.
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. I don't even. Again, that I just provided my argument. I showed that. Anyway, the thing. Yeah. No, I didn't. I provided an entire argument that was a critique off of that method. So anyway. Now, the last thing I do want to say is I appreciate you, Lobes, for... You just said data science, bro. So anyway, Lobes, I appreciate you coming, letting me up here. It was a fun conversation. And I think that our conversation went really well. Cyber Deconstruction, I appreciated talking to you as well. But... data science, that's the last thing I got to say, data science.
Well, real quick, give Christ before Jesus. That's the tag.
I've read. Yes, I know what that book is. I know these types of arguments, man. You don't believe that Paul existed. You don't believe that Paul existed either. Like I know the arguments. Okay.
He goes live. Talk to him.
Yep.
He's in data science at Randus. He goes live almost every day. Hop up and talk to him about it.
Yep. Sounds good. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I appreciate having the conversation there, Lobes. Please look into the argument that I had given you, though. Like, for real, the Augustinian argument that I provided, I think that it might help you a lot in trying to figure out the whole philosophical aspect to all of this. I think it'll provide a lot for you if you have it written down or whatever. You can kind of study it and maybe get back to me and DM me on it.
That was the one about the truth.
Yes.
Like I was calling it semantic. What did you say it was called?
The Augustinian proof for God. Yes.
Augustinian.
All right.
Okay.
Yep. And all right. So I appreciate it, man.
All right. Thank you, Bryce.
Yep.
All right.
Holy crap. I am going to bed now. Wow. I'll catch y'all.